gosh, so you're fancy, huh?
Yeah, black community activist.
Ah,
Yes, ma'am.
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, good for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
See her eyes shine, she's my Snowbunny piece. In the winter light, so she's my sweet Dissecting. Touch to my nose, this lover's got is so raw. Make you goose, stepping out of control. Snowbunny, moving on the bar. Everything's so right. Got that smooth, so feel. No, that's dancing till the Lord. With my Snowbunny love. Been party by the night. See her eyes shine, she's my Snowbunny piece. In the winter light, so she's my sweet Dissecting. Touch to my nose, this lover's got is so raw. Make you goose, stepping out of control. Snowbunny, moving on the bar. Everything's so right. Got that smooth, so feel. No, that's dancing till the Lord. With my Snowbunny love. Been party by the night. See her eyes shine, she's my Snowbunny piece. In the winter light, so she's my sweet Dissecting. Touch to my nose, this lover's got is so raw. Make you goose, stepping out of control. Snowbunny, moving on the bar. Everything's so right. Got that smooth, so feel. No, that's dancing till the Lord. With my Snowbunny love. Been party by the night. See her eyes shine, she's my Snowbunny piece.
Crush.
In the winter light, so she's my sweet Dissecting.
Crush.
Touch to my nose, this lover's got is so raw. Make you goose, stepping out of control. Snowbunny, moving on the bar. Everything's so right. Got that smooth, so feel. No, that's dancing till the Lord. With my Snowbunny love. Been party by the night. See her eyes shine, she's my Snowbunny piece. In the winter light, so she's my sweet Dissecting. Touch to my nose, this lover's got is so raw. Make you goose, stepping out of control. Snowbunny, moving on the bar. Everything's so right. Got that smooth, so feel. No, that's dancing till the Lord. With my Snowbunny love.
All right, welcome everyone to another live stream here. My goodness, I don't even know where to begin. What's up? How's it going? Hope you're doing all right. What's up, BH? Goddess Noel's in the building, a nature center for meditation. I don't know where to begin today. I wasn't even planning on live streaming. I had a friend email me yesterday about this video about this white guy that says that Umar is his daddy. And I replied to the email. I said, I ain't gonna tell you everything I said, but then at the last message I said, well, at least we got something to talk about tomorrow. and here we are. Welcome everyone. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chat and all you vanilla crushing cookies, you cookie crush, vanilla crush cookies. Oh, y'all, what's up, Craig? Umar is teaching FDMG karate and kabuki. That school ain't nothing but a trap. It's a bad, no, ain't nothing going on up there. I was thinking about this today, Craig. It's been 6 years. Not one child has been educated. Umar ain't done nothing for them kids up there. 6, that's crazy. I would have never thought back in 2019 that it'd be 2025 and it's still going. And then there's all kind of drama. It's always something with this guy. The conscious stripper, Zora, the SETI rant, the rant against Tariq Nasheed and Boyce Watkins. Now his Umar's daughter coming out exposing him as a deadbeat. Now we got a white dude, he's 27, I believe, who's claiming that Umar is his daddy. What in the world's going on? 2025 been crazy, hasn't it? It's been crazy. Now, what we're going to do, we're going to look at this. We're going to look at this. That's all I can say. All I can say is we're going to look at this. And we're going to look at some receipts. I did some preliminary research. I know how to get research done. We're going to watch the initial video unedited, and see what you guys think about this. Umar posted this on his Instagram page because he's trying to get out ahead of it, which is good. I think that's a good move, Umar. Just like what's his name, Shannon Freakoff, P. Diddy Freakoff. He trying to get out in front of all this other man that's going on, and now here we go. Anyway, thank y'all so much. Thanks, Craig, for the super chat. Ain't nothing going on with them bandos. We won't even talk about them bandos that much anymore. You guys should see that. You guys should go over there when you have some time. Go look at the comments on King Kong Consciousness, because they finally posted the older video Umar up there with them bandos. And look at the comments. Look what the people saying. See, I remember some of y'all were around back then. Craig, I think you were around back then too. This is a while ago, where when Umar would talk about opening up this school, his followers, they would get crazy. Like, yeah. It'd be every year throughout the year. He said, yeah, we're going to do it on August 21st. He'd change the date over and over again. You remember that back then? People would really get excited, his followers. Not these days. They going in on him. They clowning the shit out of him. They talking all kind of shit about the school. I said, damn. But back then, they used to go hard. And remember, they would say stuff. Yeah, I wonder what Lenon gonna say now. I wonder what LenonHonor gonna say now. But see, you don't see that all that much these days. Why not? Because it's not. A lot of people that realize it's just a scam. He's a con man, straight up, real talk. Now, Umar he's a con man. Okay, Umar likes to turn the heat down. He got a gambling problem. He's a deadbeat. He got 3 baby mamas. At least. Here's baby mama number 1 from 2000. And thanks, Craig, for the super chat. This baby mama number 1 from 2002 to 2021. This is the oldest daughter's mama right here that came out. His oldest daughter came out and explained how Umar was, not only was he a deadbeat, but that he was abusive to the mama. And we covered all that. We covered all that. Physically abusive towards the mama. She alleges. Here's the docket. There's 74 entries in this. What this shows is that Umar was not consistent paying child support. He wasn't consistent doing that. See this? Yeah, this is the first baby mama. This is the second baby mama from 2011 to 2025. Okay. By the way, this is who he calls Mama Smurf. For those, we got 600 people already. This is the one that he calls Mama Smurf. This is the one that he calls the evil vegan. Okay, this is from 2011 to current. Okay, there's 51 docket entries. I mean, Umar, he's had bench warrants. He's had his license suspended at least 3 times with that, and all kinds of generic orders. That's when they're trying to find income from him. That's why he hasn't wanted to work a job for it's been over a decade now. He doesn't want to work a job because they will garnish his wages. So that's why the school scam fits into this, because he's able to claim tax exempt status with the IRS, and then ultimately he's on paperwork. He's claiming that he's not receiving any money personal, so there's no personal income. It's all under this. I mean, it's not a shell company, but you can call it. I mean, I'll just call it that. I mean, he knows what he's doing in terms of the scam. He's scamming the IRS by collecting all this money for all these years. And for the years where he's had tax exempt status, it's not personal income. So therefore, it's not subject to taxation, and therefore it's not subject to wage garnishment. But there have been years where Umar, he either didn't have tax exempt status or it was revoked. And in those years, it's considered to be personal income. And if you guys look carefully and if you do the research, you'll realize that those are the years where Umar has massive tax liens because it's personal income. See? He can't claim it as being part of this non-profit. So the point is, one of the reasons why this whole school scam revolves around Umar not wanting to support his children financially and not being in a position where on paperwork he's earning income. He doesn't want that, because therefore he will be subject to not only taxation but wage garnishment. So this is the first baby mama, 2002 to 2021. Here's the second baby mama from 2011 to 2025 current. Okay. And then here's the third baby mama. Umar doesn't like to talk about this particular baby mama. And the reason why is because online records show that Umar was in his, let me get this right. He was in his early 40s when he impregnated her, and she was in her early 20s. He doesn't want to talk about this baby mama. So on record, in the Philadelphia, you guys go look this up for yourself. You just got to know how to look, okay? Because Umar has many different aliases. So you got to be careful about that too. Umar Johnson, Jermaine Shoemake, Jermaine Johnson. The list goes on and on and on. I have him with at least 12 aliases. And scammers, they usually do that. They have different aliases. They'll have AKAs, different names. You know, they'll call themselves different names. Princey Fatunde. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. So, but this is all online. This is all public record. You guys can look this up for yourself. The point that I'm making is that Umar has at least 3 baby mamas. He doesn't claim that third baby mama because that third baby mama was in her early 20s when he impregnated her, and he was in his early 40s. See, all right. So be clear about that. That being said, like I said, Umar, he's a scam artist. Okay, Umar, he's a deadbeat. He's a baby mama creator. He don't take care of his kids. He's a scam artist with this FDMG school scam that he conceptualized in 2004. See, he claims that he started the groundwork in terms of building. He started the process of building this imaginary school, FDMG, back in 2005. Okay, we're in 2025. It's been 20 years. He's collected millions of dollars. Literally, it's millions. I can prove it. I've already proven it. Bare minimum, $2 million. My best estimate, 2.6, 2.7. But bare minimum, I can prove, and I've already proven it, $2 million. Okay, we can say all of that about Umar, but at the end of the day, we got to deal with the receipts. I've always been fair. Part of these receipts, too, is looking at the Umar Johnson timeline. I'm working on a document. I'm working on the segment for you members right now. Not literally right now, but I've been working on it. And stay tuned for that. I want to thank all of our members. If we have to look at the timeline, because what's interesting with what is being alleged by this white guy that his dad is Umar, that some of the things that he says actually fits within the timeline. How do I know this? Well, because I've already put together the timeline. Okay, I am the permanent researcher into Umar Johnson. Okay, and I'm working on a documentary to cover his whole life. I could literally write a book with source material to cover Umar's whole life at this point. Okay, here's the timeline right here. Many of you guys, you've seen this already. Okay, this is Umar's early childhood here in 1974. He was born in 1974. Umar's 50 years old. I believe this I was going to say young man, but the white male who's alleging that Umar is his father, I think he said he's 27 years old. Okay, but here's Philadelphia. Umar was born in Philadelphia. Okay, here's his education up here. Hart Ramp Elementary, kindergarten at Duckery Elementary, first grade. Then he moves to North Carolina to go stay with his father Jamal and his mother and the rest of the kids. At least at that time, they moved down to North Carolina. And this down here in green, this is Jamal Johnson, Umar Johnson's pappy, his daddy. This is he had a daughter in 1973 when he was in middle school. Hold on a second. 1970. No, is this right? No, this isn't right. 1973. No, this right. I gotta go change this. Yeah, I just noticed this. Let me just real quick. Let me do this just so that I can remember to go back and correct this right here. Hold on one second. What am I looking for? Shape outline. Yeah, I'll do it this way. I'm gonna weight this like that, and then I'm gonna change the color to yellow. That way I'll remember. Okay, this is something I have to change right here. Anyway, the point is that 1975, that's when Umar, wait a minute, this is correct. No, hold on one second. I'll go and I'll correct this. Okay, anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. The point is that all this in green is dealing with Jamal. Okay, he started his military service in 1975, and when Umar was 1, and he's all over the place. Okinawa, Jacksonville, Virginia. This whole time, Umar's in Philadelphia, with the exception of him staying with his father for a couple of years on base, from what I understand. And he was at Quantico, Virginia, Jacksonville, North Carolina. He was Okinawa, Japan, etc. And then he retires from the military in 1975. Okay, I just want to give this a timeline before we get into the actual video for today, just so that we can have proper context. I'm dealing with receipts. Okay, anyone can say anything about anyone, but with me, I got to go with the receipts and the research. Okay, so I just want to be clear about that. People can say things about Umar. Just because they say it doesn't make it true. They can say things that, what's up, Black Anonymous? They can say things about Black Anonymous. So just because they say something, it doesn't make it true. They can say something about Lisa, but that doesn't make it true. East B, they can say all kind of stuff about East B, but that doesn't make it true. 7A Vet say the same thing. So I just want to be clear about that. I go with the receipts I go with the research. Okay. Now, obviously, I've done extensive research into Umar. 6th grade, Meade Elementary. This is when Umar was told that he's related to Frederick Douglass by his father, which is a lie. Okay. By the way, Umar divorces his first wife in and around 1983. Okay. Then Umar and his rest of the kids and his mama had to move back to Philadelphia. And based upon the story that Umar tells, they were living in poverty. They were homeless for a while, living in homeless shelters, et cetera, et cetera. Right? By the time Umar gets to 7th grade, he's at Beaver Junior High School. Okay. And this was leading up to when Umar's in college, wherein this alleged event took place where he's allegedly sired this young white man. Okay. If that makes sense. And if this is the case, this is Snowbunny situation. Listen, if this is the case, we're talking about a Snowbunny situation. Hit the one. I don't need to laugh. This Umar Johnson saga, it's a bunch of, it's always something. We're talking about a Snow situation here, fam. It's potentially, allegedly. Hey, listen, Sweet Tea, we talking about a Snowbunny situation here tonight. We talking about abominable snowman. Girl, honey. I ain't gonna keep you long tonight, y'all. I ain't gonna keep you long. Okay. We gotta get to this. Yeah. Now I don't want to speak too much on this because I know a lot about Jamal than he thinks I know. See. So I don't want to speak on this, but I know what you're talking about. I've done the research. A lot of people don't know that Jamal, even after he retired, not to get sidetracked, but after he retired from the Marines, and thank you for your service, sir. He worked for Disney World for a while, which means that he would have to have been in Florida, which means that he wouldn't have been in Philly and dealing with all these other kids that he had with Barbara. He had a gang up with Barbara. Okay, from what I remember, he said he has 9 kids, right? But Umar says he has 10 siblings. So it will be 11 altogether. I've heard Umar say 11 siblings one time. Anyway, the point is that Jamal, at some point he starts, and I have it right here. No, I don't have it on here, but I have it in here. He starts working for the post office, and he gave, I think it was about 10 years of service to the post office, something to that effect. By the time he retires, I was going to make a point. I'm sorry. I was going to make a point. I can't remember what it was. Let's see. Jamal Johnson, he's in the military. He retires from the Marines in 1985. Yeah, this is what it was. In 1985, he retires from the Marines. He works at some point. He works in, I believe it has to have been in Florida, unless they have something in Philadelphia or something like that dealing with Disneyland. But based up, I have to go with and I can show you guys his ID because he actually shows it. It shows that he's an employee of Disney. Okay. The point is that he starts working for the post office. Now he stated that he hated working for the post office. Okay. Now what ends up happening at a certain point is, and this is in the whole Camp Lejeune, that it's related to this because there's litigation. Some of you guys may know about this associated with Camp Lejeune. Okay, I don't want to say too much because that's that's private to Jamal. Okay, but and I'm saying is private. And it's out, it's beyond the scope. That's what I'm going to say. Now, what ends up happening is that at a certain point, Jamal files a lawsuit against the post office, United States Post Office. You guys know that? How many guys knew that? Hit the one. I can pull that up and show it to you guys. It's interesting what he alleges. Very interesting. It's also interesting in terms of I don't want to say the excuse, but the reasoning by which the whole situation transpires and what Jamal claims or alleges he was going through at that time, because it's associated with Umar. I'm not going to say too much. It's associated with Umar. He loses that lawsuit. He puts in an appeal. He loses that too. Without saying too much, filing frivolous lawsuits it was actually something that was not uncommon dealing with certain people. There's so much more I can say, but I'm gonna leave it right there. The point that I'm making here is that there's a lot more that I know about Jamal than what I've said. I know he got mad. He always mad at somebody, but he should be thankful that I've had a level and have a level of grace for him and for Umar, for that matter. Okay? At the end of the day, I deal with the receipts, I deal with the facts, I deal with the research. Okay, all right. Now, let me go back to this timeline. I'm going to finish setting up this foundation upon which we're going to build a case for or against these allegations that this white man is making, that Umar Johnson is his father. Right? Just want to give the timeline so that we're clear about this. I've had Umar at a certain point, Jamal, he remarries. And I have it on record, Umar stating that and we got 1,000 people, but if y'all hit the like button, I appreciate it. I have it on record that Umar in the 8th grade, he states that he was sent off to the Scotland School for Veterans Children. And this is a boarding school. It's also, I guess you could say it's a private school. What this is the children would go and live there. And this Scotland School for Veterans Children is military. Okay, here's some old pictures of Umar's daddy. His daddy was a mechanic when he started. He became a drill instructor later on. But because of his service, and thank you for your service, sir, it afforded his children the opportunity to go to the Scotland School for Veterans Children in Pennsylvania, which it was a military school. It was a boarding school, meaning the children would live there, and it was ROTC. Okay, you guys know what that is, ROTC? Because they still have that these days. Okay, it was military. That's why when you hear Umar talk about a boarding school, this is where he's sourcing this shit from. It's related to childhood trauma. Okay, why is it traumatizing? Well, because Umar, he was shipped away by his father Jamal, even though Jamal wasn't in the home. Jamal was married and he was outside of the home. See? Jamal wasn't consistently present. I'm talking about every day present inside of Umar Johnson's life. On one hand, it's because of his military service, and thank you for your service, but also because he was a Rolling Stone. Let's keep it real. Okay? He was out there, as it were. And he divorces. He only marries Umar's mama for a couple of years. It could be less than 2 years. I'm just going to say a couple of years based upon the research. And once they divorce, again, the separation exists there again. Okay, there's already separation because Jamal, he's in Paris Island in South Carolina. He's in North Carolina. He's in Okinawa, Japan. Umar Johnson and his mama and the rest of them kids, they're in Philadelphia. Okay, he's in Virginia, etc. Again, we're talking 1980s, 1977, 1978, 1975. There's no internet. There's no, YouTube. There's no cell phones, Skype, none of that stuff. So communication was very different. I mean, you guys, if you're older, you know what I'm talking about. Communication and information, passing information along back in the day. And communication wasn't what it is today. Nowadays, I'm communicating with some of y'all on the other side of the planet, and I'm talking to y'all right now. See the difference? Oops, I should have done that. I hope it didn't show no names. Anyway, what happens is that either because I have Umar saying 8th grade, I also have him saying 9th grade. I'm going to go with 8th grade for now. When Umar was 13, see, Umar has enmeshment issues with his own mama. It's an unhealthy relationship, and that's why he still stays with his mama when he can at the age of 50. He's inside of his mama's closet. Umar's been homeless since 2019. Some of you Umar Johnson followers, you guys don't know that. Okay, he was evicted in 2019. The same year he acquired his abandoned building, he was evicted. That's why from 2019 until 2020, you see Umar, I think it's like January, February, March, April, May, June. I think it's by June of 2020. From the time that Umar was evicted, which was towards the end of 2019, until for the next year, you see Umar living in and out of hotel rooms. Hit the one. Black Anonymous, you know this. You don't see him. Remember when he flipped that phone and showed himself living in filth? That was the last residence that he had. He hasn't had his own personal residence since 2019. He received an eviction notice from that same property in 2010, but he was able to resolve it. But by 2019, he wasn't able to resolve it, which goes to show you that A, Umar didn't have no money left from school scamming. And B, that Umar had an alternative plan, which was to move into these buildings, which is why at a certain point, he started fixing up the gym. You guys know this. You guys been around. You guys know this. All of the shit that I'm saying to you all, including Umar Johnson follows, is factual. I go with the receipts. I go with the research. I can prove everything I'm saying here. Okay? Y'all remember Umar flipped that phone? That was his last residence. He'd been living in mama closet ever since, when he doesn't have a hotel motel room. But he had about a year where he had hotels where he would just live stream out of hotel motel room. See, he wasn't live streaming in this spot right here.
Male, send those FD.
Hold on one second.
Strong alpha.
See, he wasn't. You stopped seeing him live streaming in here because he got evicted out of this spot. Hit the one. Any of you guys remember this backdrop right here? You got the Marcus Garvey, the African artifacts, and I don't know who that guy is. Someone said it was Lumumba or something like that in the background. See, this is where Umar used to live stream for years. But see, he had been there since 2010. See, but he flipped that phone in this video. He ends up getting evicted out of this place in 2019, and he's been homeless ever since. He hasn't had his own residence since that time. So that's why nowadays, where does he live stream from? He has been since 2020, towards the end of 2020. I can pull it up and show you guys. He's been live streaming inside his mama closet. I'm going to show you the mama's closet in just a moment. But this was his last time he had a residence. This is where he lived at. And let's see what the conditions were. Let's take a look. By the way, the original version, you can't see everything this well because I put this. I got to just use this disclaimer because I'm always fair. What I did was I took the video. I didn't edit anything. What I did was I color corrected, not even color corrected. I brought up the lighting so that you can see exactly what's inside this room, because the original one is really, really dark in there. Because again, this was his residence, but it wasn't well lit. But many of you guys may remember Umar live streaming from this location. You don't see him live streaming from this location towards the end. I think it was September of 2019. You see him in hotel, motel rooms for about a year, a little bit over a year, and then you start seeing him inside of his mama closet. Okay, check this out.
Strong alpha male, send those resumes in. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes at gmail.com is what we're looking for.
See this?
My thing is y'all need to. What happened? I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware, so the apartment is a mess right now. Y'all don't need to see all that.
He never moved. He made that lie up on the spot.
I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware. I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware.
You lying?
I'm in the process of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware.
See this? Now, I have to correct myself. I said that it was in 2020 where he started live streaming out of his mama closet. It's actually 2021. This is the video that I have based on the research. Okay, it could be earlier than this. It wouldn't be later than this, but it could be earlier than this. September 18th, 2021. By this time, Umar Johnson is live streaming out of his mama closet. Okay, so anytime hold on one second. I found one that's even earlier than that. Hold on one second. Let's go with this one right here. This is from September 6, 2021. Okay, I thought it was 2020, but it's yeah, I thought it was 2020. It's actually 2021. I'll remember from now on, though. I won't mess that up again. Also, I'm apologize because again, I go with the research. And prior to this, what you would see is Umar live streaming out of hotels and motels, and then you also see Umar live streaming with this red, black, and green backdrop. Maybe I'll pull that up next. But just to be clear, this was Umar Johnson's residence, and as you can see, he had been here for at least 9 years. And I know where this residence is at because I have the document where he was evicted from this place the first time in 2010, but then the last time in 2019, he wasn't able to resolve it. He's been homeless ever since. Look at the filth that Umar was living in at this time. This is the person that claims to be a school psychologist. He claims to be a principal of a school, a vice principal, the most requested scholar. He's the most requested scholar living in squalor. Look at this filth. And people still to this day think that Umar is going to open up a school for black boys. He can't even keep his room clean. Look at this. Right? Just filthy. Trash all over the place. Ain't no telling what's all up in here. So let's be clear about this. This was Umar Johnson's last residence. He gets evicted from here and is unable to, he gets eviction notice and unable to resolve it in 2019. And what we find is that for the next year in about a year and a half, the next year, let's see, this was it had to have been after September, so 2019. For the next, really, it's almost 2 years. For the next 2 years, we see Umar Johnson live streaming in and out of hotel rooms, with the exception of every once in a while, he will be live streaming from this spot right here. Let me show you this. And then we're going to get to his mama closet. See this right here? See, I think this is his mama closet too, though, to be real with you. No, this is his mama closet. So I can go back. We can go back to in the timeline towards the beginning. This is January, February. This is March of 2021. This is the mama closet. Look at the chair. See this chair right here? So he was live streaming in his mama closet early 2021, at least, and it could be earlier than this. Again, what I need to, once I get to the timeline, once I start compiling all of this, I can tell you exactly, because I have, here he is, it's in February of 2023, live streaming from this mama closet. Here he is, February 8th of 2023. I'm just looking here. Hold on one second. 2023. Here's the one from February 8th. Let me play this and I'll go pull up something else. Hold on one second. See, this is mama closet. See, one of the ways you can tell is because the lighting is to his side. Sometimes it's flipped depending, because you can see how the because it's normally on his right side, but in this case, the phone it's flipped. That's why if you look at the verbiage on his shirt, it's all backwards. See, he has there's a side window over there. There's also a sliding door over there too. Okay, this is his mom. Literally, it's his mama's closet. This is where he live streams out of. Okay, and by the way, it's Section 8 housing. Okay, I have the receipts on that too, because she got an eviction. It's crazy because Umar's raised millions of dollars. Not only has he got evicted, but he's staying inside his mama closet, and she gets an eviction in 2023, I think. Okay, yeah, someone would have to correct me. I have all the receipts. I've sent it to a couple of people. I don't show the actual address or anything like that, but I've sent it to people. Anyway, let me play this because I want to see if I can find an earlier date of Umar being inside the mama closet.
Must be understood, so we do not blame gangster rap, so we do not blame football and basketball, so we do not blame the corner boys and the drug dealers, so we do not blame the single black mother, so we do not blame the incarcerated black father. Even
I got
when
it
the father's
2020
there,
in mama closet.
the 6 stages of the psychoacademic Holocaust still operate. Even when the mother is there, the 6 stages of the psychoacademic Holocaust will operate. Even if the child doesn't listen to gangster rap, the 6 stages of the psychoacademic Holocaust will.
Look, this is him inside the mama closet too, right here. This is. And see, you can hear birds outside. Remember, initially I thought that this was at FDMG, but at FDMG you wouldn't be able to hear birds outside because the windows were all boarded up. This is in 2020, so this is, let's see, January, February, March, April, May, June. This is July of 2020. Okay, so I had it right before. Okay, you start seeing him about a year after he gets evicted from the filth property. You see Umar, he starts live streaming inside his mama closet. You look at the curtains. Okay, these are his mama's curtains. It's like red lace. Okay, and he puts up a little African flag or red, black, and green, and he puts up a little Zulu thing, shield, and a little African artifact. See, what he was attempting to do, he was trying to reinvent this type of thing right here.
Alpha male, send those resumes in. FDMG resumes.
See, this was the last time Umar had his own residence. Okay, this is 2019. He gets evicted. And then by about a year later, after he gets evicted in 2019, you start seeing him live streaming inside of his mama closet. That's what this is right here.
The 4th one is optional and only.
This is January, February, March, April, May, June. This is July 26, 2020. and it could have been earlier than this that he's living inside of his mama closet. And you know what? It is, because I can see right here. This is January, February, March, April, May, May 25th. Okay, y'all bear with me because I'm actually working this out myself as I'm going through this. Here's one from February 25th, 2020. This is mama closet.
Being able to vote for somebody, they can ship it out quicker.
Yeah, this sounds like a Black Parent Training Conference.
And so now you're competing with foreigners and you cannot compete against them. You're going to lose. Structural adjustment program number 2.
I'm going to see if I can find
is the interest that you must pay on the loan. The more loans that Africa takes out, the worse off Africa will become. The more loans that Africa takes out, the worse off Africa will become.
Yeah,
the loan is the new word for colonialism. Foreign investment is the new word for colonialism. They don't use old words anymore. They use good sounding words.
Yeah.
They don't say we're going to recolonize.
Is that prior to this, in 2019, you see him live streaming inside this filthy place right here.
At
like I said before, we're almost done with this. Then we'll get to it. He was live streaming here, and then he gets evicted towards the end of 2019. It's not even towards the end. I'll in the documentary I'll have the exact dates. I have the paperwork for the eviction. It was in 2019. But then what you see is by let's see, January, February, March, April. By May of 2020, you see him live streaming
Senegal. We're going to
This is his mama's closet. But most people are unaware of this in the first place. But most people are more, they've seen Umar live streaming with this backdrop. But I can confirm it now that this is still his mama closet. You'll see Umar live streaming with this backdrop. Okay, but again, January, February, March, April, May 25th. 5/25/2020, Umar was staying with his mama. Would you start seeing him live stream? He could have been staying with her before that, but he starts live streaming from his mama closet. But most people are more familiar with this backdrop right here. Okay, this is in mama closet too. All right.
Vote on procedure, but they April the 30th and May the 1st, Albany, Georgia, on what your Congressional Black Caucus has and has not been.
Okay, so are we clear about that part of the timeline? It's going to be relevant. I'm going to show you guys why in just a moment. Once we get into this sheet, the allegations that this white guy made, 27 years old, that Umar is his father. Okay, so I just want people to be clear about the timeline right there. Real quick, just to link it all together till we get to the video. Let me go back to this right here. Umar shipped off to his Scotland School for Veterans Children in 1987-ish. I've heard him also say in 1988 when he was 14, but I'm going to go with 13. The point is that Umar has enmeshment issues with his mother because he was shipped away traumatizing, and his daddy, and he admits it. Umar admits that he's a mama's boy. He has an unhealthy attachment to his mother. His father knew that that Umar had some issues. I'm going to say this. I believe, in my opinion, that he also recognized that Umar has some mental health issues. So he decides to ship Umar off to a boarding school called the Scotland School for Veterans Children. So what Umar, when he talks about the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy, really it's a iteration in Umar's own mind of the Scotland School for Veterans Children. That's why when he talks about FDMG, it's very much militarized. He says, we're going to turn your children into black Rambos. We're going to teach them how to shoot guns. It's going to be FDMG gun club, so forth and so on. Umar was part of the color guard too, by the way, right? So the point is that this was a traumatizing event. He's attached to his mother, and his father ships him away. And from this point, for the next, let's see, the next 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 25 years, Umar, he's either here at the Scotland School for Veterans Children, okay, detached from his mother, detached from his siblings, traumatizing experience, or he's in college because he spends about 20 years in college, right? Right. So 9th grade Scotland School, 10th grade Scotland School for Veterans Children, 11th grade Scotland School for Veterans, 12th grade Scotland School for Veterans Children. And then he graduates in 1991, and then he attends college as a freshman at Millersville University. Keep this in mind because we're about to get to the receipts with the allegations. Millersville University in 1992. Umar's 18. Okay, let's go to the next segment. This is dealing with Umar's college career. 1992, at the age of 18, there's an article that was written. Umar, he basically snitched on someone who robbed the bank. We ain't gonna get into that right now. All right. But 1992, and then Umar, he starts in the Garvey movement around this time. He's given different dates: 1995, 1996, 1997, but he's not consistent because he's in college. Remember, now this is key right here. Umar, 23 years old. Okay, the allegations from the white male is that Umar is his father, and he is, and the white male is currently 27. Okay, Umar is currently 50. If we do the math, we take 50 minus 27. Then we get to in and around 1997, where Umar would have been 23 years old when he allegedly conceived with the white male's father, with pause. I'm sorry, I apologize. With the white male's mother, I apologize. Which would make Umar, we got a bunny hop situation, which would mean it's a bunny hop situation. Umar graduates from Millersville University with a double major in psychology and political science. It's 1 degree, but Umar claims it is 2. Okay. And then Umar starts in the Garvey movement. Again, he changed. I've heard him say 1997, 1995, 1996. When he said, I'm going to go with 1997. But he goes to a school for graduate school called what? Heinemann. You see this right here? Hey, I have it in the timeline. We've talked about this in the past. I can pull up the video where Umar explains this too. He goes to a graduate school called Heinemann University. But as Umar tells the story, what he says is that the financial aid situation wasn't right. We've covered this in the past. And that Umar, he realized that it would be better for him financially because he's taking out student loans. He has massive student loan debt, hundreds of thousands by this point, because he spent 20 years in college, okay, and he don't pay bills, so the interest rate alone has to be crazy. But Umar talks about how he started at Heinemann, but then he was advised that he could probably go back to Millersville, because he talked with someone at Millersville, and start with their graduate school program, and that more would be paid. In other words, he wouldn't have to pay as much. Okay, that's why if you guys look at this carefully, when Umar he graduates in 1997, but he doesn't start right away. He doesn't start back in graduate school. I covered this inside the documentary too. He doesn't start right away with graduate school. He has a bit of a hiatus because he's working out the situation with Heinemann, but then he ends up returning to Millersville University. He starts in May of 1998. Okay, which isn't common to start graduate school in May. All right, but again, he spent time at Heinemann. Remember that right there, Heinemann. Okay, Umar would have allegedly impregnated this white woman in around 1997 at the age of 23. Okay, maybe 24 in 1998. But the point is that he starts in graduate school at Millersville University in 1998 at the age of 24. He graduates with his master's at Millersville University, master's in school psychology in 2000. At the age of 26, he rejoins the UNIA. He starts his internship in the Philadelphia School District in 2000, and then from 2001 to 2008-ish, 2009-ish, Umar, he's working as a school psychologist either in the Philadelphia School District or as doing private work for charter schools, and in 2007 misrepresenting himself as a doctor, even though he didn't get his doctorate as PsyD until 2012, which goes to show you that Umar, he's a liar and he's a scam artist too. Anyway, he graduates with other degrees as well, but I want us to be clear about this right here. Now we're going to get into it, that Umar Johnson, he graduates from Millersville University in 1997 at the age of 23 with a double major in psychology, political science, and then he spends just a number of months at Heinemann University pursuing a master's, but ultimately he returns to Millersville University in 1998, May of 1998, and starts his graduate school degree process in 1998 at the age of 24. Okay, so I want to give this it's not even a complete time. I want to give this backdrop before we get into the video for today, because when I listened to many times, not many, but I listened to it quite a few times, when the allegations are made by this white man that Umar Johnson is his father, I'm looking at it based upon the receipts and the research. Is Umar a scam artist? Yeah. Is he a deadbeat? Yeah. Does he have baby mamas? Yeah, he has at least 3, only claims 2. It's probable that he has more than 3. Okay, but I go based upon the paperwork. I go based upon the research. Okay. Do I think that Umar has more baby mamas out there? Yes. Do I think he has more children out there? Yes. But I'm not putting that out there. Okay. I'm saying that I can conclusively prove, based upon child support records alone, that Umar has 3 baby mamas. See? All right. Now, let's get into the video for today. Okay, and it's not long. This was posted. Did I put the date on here? Hold on one second. Let me see if I put the date on here. It was posted 2 days ago, I believe. Okay, but let me just make sure, because I want to make sure I have this actual and factual. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chat. Hold on one second. Where are we looking here? We're looking for Umar Johnson years ago, today's live stream. We're going to look into I'm not going to tell you the title, but okay. So this was from the 27th. So this is from yesterday, based upon when I downloaded it. Actually, I think this is the 26th. I downloaded it off of Umar's Instagram page yesterday because he posted it. But from my research, this actually is on the 27-year-old white male's Bill UL8R on his TikTok page from the 20. Oh, no, that can't be right. It has to be the 20, I think it was the 27th. I think 26 or 27. I'll just say that for now. Okay, I would have to go back because I didn't put the right date on here. I know that for sure. Anyway, within the last couple of days, it's appeared online. Let's go and take a listen to what's alleged, and then we're going to go and based upon the receipts. Okay. Thanks again, Craig, for the super chat. Also, Adriana says, so Umar has a bunny baby. Allegedly. Okay, allegedly. Okay, we're going to dissect this step by step. Right. Thanks, Adriana, for being a member. Hey, Holly B says, Umar been crushing those vanilla wafers. Allegedly, okay. Yeah, the vanilla wafers. All right. Thanks, Holly B. User 225. Leonard, did you get my email about Umar Johnson gut video? Yeah, I did, but I have to go and find the actual video itself because I thought you were talking, the person who would ask, I thought they were talking about the video where Umar had the red shirt because that's the same one. He does the same thing. But I remember he has his gut all out because it had on a real tight shirt that was real young. He tried to put that t-shirt on, his gut was hanging out. But there's another one. I remember that where Umar, his gut is all hanging out too. Thank you, user 225. I got to find the video. It's going to be difficult for me to do because I didn't archive it as Umar's gut or Umar's belly. Okay. Golden Child says it's time to update your timeline. Yeah, no, it is. There's a couple of things I got to fix on there already. Thanks. And I'll go based upon the research. So things will be updated before the documentary is complete. Thank you, Golden Child, for the super chat. I got to do these quick because we got to get going here. Scott says, I'd send $1,000 to the interviewer that asks him, what's the name of the school that you, Umar, was an actual principal? Yeah. There's no online record. I haven't found it. See, do I think that Umar was a vice principal? Yes. I think he was at some point. I think he was a counselor too. I think he was a school counselor. Was he a school psychologist? Yes, he was a school psychologist. Was he a principal? It's possible. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt on that. Umar does have pictures of him sitting inside of an office with papers all over the place, looking all disheveled and shit. He does. He posted it a long time ago. He also posted this image, and it says school principal. It's like on a door, like a graphic, an old school graphics, like Microsoft Paint graphic, something like that. And it says Umar Johnson school principal. So, Scott, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to say that, yeah, it's possible. I'm not even going so far as say probable because I got to go with the receipts. I haven't seen any receipts online or offline that shows Umar Johnson as a school vice principal or school principal. Is it possible? Yes. I'm going to say that I give him the benefit of the doubt on that. But the thing is that there should be some sort of a record online or offline that one could look at. Now, what I will say, Scott, is that if Umar functioned as a principal or a vice principal, and I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm not going to say that he was. I'm not going to say that he wasn't. I'm just going to say I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt because until I see the receipt, I can't believe this guy. He's a habitual liar. He's a pathological liar. I will propose that if he was a vice principal or a principal at any point in his life, that it was for a very short period of time. Because y'all see how Umar act anyway. He ain't got no, he crazy. He just be acting belligerent and crazy. Can you imagine him inside that type of role? Dictating to people, yelling at people, telling people what to do. Megalomania, he got to be the HNIC, power control. He don't know how to delegate. That's part of the reason why he ain't got nobody working with him on this school scam in terms of getting this shit going and popping, hot popping, big papa. It ain't popping off. See? Yeah, all the people that was around back in the day, they're not around anymore because Umar doesn't know how to delegate because he can't relinquish power to anyone else because he's a megalomaniac. He has to have all power. It's a narcissism. He has to be all powerful. That's why he calls himself Black Jesus. Okay? We got 1,400 people here. We ain't done these numbers since COVID. Okay? It's always something with this Umar Johnson shit. Anyway, I'll propose that if he worked as a vice principal, as a principal, that it was for a matter of months. Okay, not a year, not years. It doesn't even fit with the timeline. There's no way because he was working as a school psychologist up to 2010. So, see, Umar, and I could pull it up, but we ain't gonna do that right here. Umar, he told on himself because he posted that he was working as a school psychologist for a decade. But if you guys look at the timeline, if he worked as a school psychologist for a decade, which I have on record, he worked for about 9 years. Okay, let's give him 10. We'll give him 10. We'll give him a decade. But at the same time, on another post, he says that he was a school principal. How are you working as a school psychologist for all that time? I think he said 10 years. How are you going to work for a school psychologist for all that time? And at the same time, you're working as a school principal? You can't do both at the same time. Unless there's a gap while you were working as a school psychologist and it wasn't for 10 years. And that during that gap, you only functioned as a vice principal or as a principal for a very short period of time, which I contend, I would propose that that's more likely. Bottom line, Umar, today he still claims to be a school psychologist, and he's talking as if he's still working as a school psychologist, that he's been working as a school psychologist for the last 25 years. That's what we haven't recently. He said some shit like that. No, he worked as a school psychologist from about 2001 until about 2008. He gets fired by the Comparative Charter School for fucking up there. Okay, and then he starts by 2010 at the age of 36. He gives up. He says it. He gives up his career as a school psychologist, but he wants to quote unquote empower the people. And he starts on the lecture scene in the Black conscious space. He struggles with that. That's why he gets an eviction in 2010. Here we go. And then by the time we get into 2011, he's put on child support on 2010 too, by the way, 2011-ish at the age of 37. But that same year in 2011, he's still 37. That's when he appears in Tariq Nasheed's Hidden Colors, and that's when you start to see Umar build momentum. Then by Hidden Colors #2, you start to really see him build up traction in the social media space. And then he blows up so that by the time we get into 2014, he starts the St. Paul's school scam. A lot of you Umar Johnson followers don't even know what that is. By the time we get to 2014, he already has a base of people who support him, largely due to Tariq Nasheed, not because he's a school psychologist, because he wasn't functioning as a school psychologist, even though he claims that he's been a school psychologist for 25 years. He's a liar. He's a pathological liar. How you traveling all over the world, you're a school psychologist. This clown don't even know when the school year starts or ends. If you're a school psychologist, you will know when the school year starts or ends because you'll be working in the school as a school psychologist. But he's traveling all over the world. He's over in Africa. He's over in Europe. He's over in Madagascar. He's over there. I mean, he all over the place. Australia, China, Japan, kid you not. But what you should be, if you're a school psychologist, that's during the school year, all this stuff, all this traveling. How are you going to be doing all that if you're a school psychologist? Because he's not a school psychologist. He hasn't been since in around 2010, 2011-ish. See? Anyway, if he functioned as a principal, it would have been for a very small period of time, short period of time, a matter of months, not a year, not years. Right? Thanks, Scott. Lewis X says, well, apparently Umar was a postman too. He delivered in all weather, especially in the snow. You know the stories and songs about the postman. Allegedly, okay? We're going to get into this. I know. We're going to get into this, Lewis Luck. All right. Thank you, Lewis Luck, for the super chat. What's up, dear World? Christian says, make sure you hit the like button, fam. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for saying that, dear World Quiz. He has a great YouTube page. He covers Umar's from time to time. He does great work. Y'all check him out. Dear World Quiz. He's solid, brother. Okay, nice beard too. And see, when I grow my beard in, it's all gray, and I'll be looking like 80 years old. So I can't do. No, yeah, you got a beard. Yeah. One day I'll grow it out, but y'all gonna see me. You can be like, "Who is this old? He old?" Okay. Thanks, dear World Quiz, for being a member too. I appreciate you. Okay, TV Veta says, I'm in the process of relocating to my mama's closet, and you're right. See, when Umar flips that phone, it goes to show you how much of a liar he is. Because he flips the phone and reveals that he's living in filth, and people went off on him on that. Okay? He was living in filth. So what does he do? This is after he acquired his abandoned buildings. What does he do? He says, oh, I'm in the process of moving. He never moved. He said, I'm in the process of moving to Wilmington, Delaware. He never moved. To date, That was it back in 2019. He hasn't moved. It's 6 years later. He still ain't moved. What did he do? He moved into his mama closet. See, what happened was he was able to go and do all of those speaking engagements and lecture engagements. So you see him for about a year. It's not even a year, but it's for, let's just say a year. For about a year, you see him live streaming inside of hotels and motel rooms, not where he had those little African artifacts. We flip the phone and shows he's living in field. And then you stop seeing him then there, and you start seeing him live streaming inside of mama closet with the lace curtains and stuff. That wasn't his place. What kind of grown ass man gonna have some lace curtains? You see what I'm saying? I'm talking about a heterosexual. You guys get my point, okay? That ain't happening. That's his mama closet. But then he sets up that other thing with the backdrop, which most people see him these days in, even these days, and now this month he's back in his mama closet. Look, it's crazy. This guy been in the mama closet. How you gonna be inside your mama closet? Look, here we go right here, because we're trying to finish with this video, right? We've been trying to get through these videos. When he went off on his baby mama and his daughter and talking crazy and reckless, where was he at? Look, this is mama closet. See the backdrop? We're still, and maybe we'll try to get through this other video. I think it's this one right here. Is it this one? I can't even remember at this point. I think it's this one. This is from the 20. This is from a week ago. Look where he's live streaming at from a week ago. See, where's this at? This is mama closet. In fact, if you look over just to the side, you'll see a little bit of the lace red curtains. Y'all see that hit the one? I'm on the case. I'm on the case. Does anyone see that hit the one? You can kind of see a little bit of that red lace curtain inside of Umar, his mama closet. See? What's up, Black Wolf and Black Anonymous? I'm on the case. Yeah, you see it. You see it right there? Uh-huh. That's right. I used to love watching Matlock. Me and my wife, we was living in Atlanta. We used to watch Matlock all the time because that's where it's based out. In fact, I remember because on Matlock, he would get hot dogs down in Atlanta. It's in mama closet. Psycho Nito, you've been here from the beginning. That's his mama closet, y'all. When Umar live streaming right here, this is his mama closet. He been live streaming for mama closet since 2020. That's crazy. 2000, yeah, 2000. Did I say 20? Yeah, 2020. First, it was that lace, the red lace over there. And now he set this up right here. He also has it where he has like this African artifacts, a Zulu shield and a red, black, green. It's a damn shame. This guy done raised, how's it going, Mr. Divine? This guy done raised millions of dollars on this school scam, and he's staying inside the mama closet. He inside the granny pantry. What's up, Katie Star Seeker? Salute, Jonathan, kid, sir. Yeah, you can see it over there. Yeah, I used to watch Perry Mason a long time ago. Okay, but I used to watch the Matlock. What's up, FDMG? I used to watch Matlock, and he would always say, I want a hot dog all the way. And I was like, what does that mean? But that means he wants everything. He wants the relish. He wants the ketchup. He wants the cheese or whatever else they put on down in Atlanta. So one day, the neighbor across the street, her husband was telling me the story how one time she got real mad at him because she was pregnant and she wanted a hot dog and told him I want it all the way, but he didn't get the hot dog all the way. And he brought a regular hot dog. He said she was so mad at him. Anyway, so where are we at here? Real quick, can I do one other thing before we get to the video today? And I'll finish up with these super chats. I want to show you all, because one of the things you can tell is the chair that Umar Johnson is sitting in. This is his mama closet chair. This is the closet he has inside his mama closet. Let me see if it comes up here. Yeah, this is it right here. All right, check this out real quick, y'all, because this was some of you guys may remember this hit the one. This was a monumental moment in this Umar Johnson saga where we really start putting the pieces together. This video right here. Now, Umar, you see him sitting in this bum ass chair. Okay, he's live streaming Okay, you can see the light coming from that side of the face. He's live streaming inside the mama closet. You can always see this bum ass chair inside the mama closet. You see the backdrop. And then what happens is there's a knock at the door. Okay, watch this. Y'all, some of y'all remember this from the Cookie Crush chat from back in the day. Hit the one. This was crazy. He's sitting in this. Hold on one second. Where is it at? I think I'm almost there. Did I skip it? There it is. Here it is right here. Missing an arm and shit. You see this bum chair? Now, what most people don't realize about this is that there's a knock at the door and it's a caseworker that's coming to check on Umar's mama. Again, she is disabled. She's wheelchair bound and she's on Section 8 housing. Umar's not supposed to be living inside his mama closet because it's Section 8 is for her. But Umar, he's been homeless since 2019. He's been jobless since 2010. Talking about he wants to save the black race, but he can't even get his own place to stay. He rents vehicles with donors' money. See, just look at him. See, now watch this.
Excuse-moi.
There's a knock at the door. See, he opens up a little. It's a side closet. It's not even a door. It's one of them sliding barn doors. I even gave an example of it. You know, guys know what I'm talking about. It just collapses. You push it this way. It's on little rails, and and it just slides over like that. Well, that's where he's at right here. It's a side closet, and he got his bum ass chair in here. I'm not going to play all this. I just want to play all this. I just want to be clear that this conversation that's being had in the background, you can kind of hear it if you listen closely. But you have to listen very closely. What I did was I took this and I put it in my audio editing software, and I was able to raise the volume and reduce the noise that starts to there you go. See that? You need to change that. That's what you call it. Black people, we got to do better. Anyway, what I did was I lowered the what they call the noise floor, or is it raised? But the point is that you can hear the conversation clearly. And what's happening is the caseworker, Umar, introduced himself as I'm Umar Johnson. I'm her oldest son, and he starts to explain why he's there. They've extended her hours of care. Remember, Umar claims that he's the primary caretaker. He's a primary caretaker while he's claiming to the IRS that he's putting 60 hours a week on FDMG, these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware, while he's traveling around the world. He's the primary caretaker too. How's that possible? Okay, he's a con man. He's a scam artist. But the other thing is that they ask for the mama. They're not there to talk to Umar. He says that she's not there. But once this conversation is over with, and I'm not going to get into all the details of the conversation. I may explore it inside the documentary. Umar tells the caseworker that his mama's not there. But once the caseworker leaves, Umar shuts the door, locks the door, and then you hear him talking to his mama. And that's when we realize that Umar, all that time, he had been living inside the mama closet. So he just opened up the door. Okay, they have this you can barely hear it, but what I did was I was able to raise the volume and get the noise out, and you can hear the conversation relatively clearly. All right. So the conversation goes on for a while. Umar returns to the chair. He talks to his mama too, even though he told the caseworker that the mama wasn't there. That's concerning in and of itself. But watch what he says about this chair, by the way.
Brothers and sisters, the work never ends. I'm not getting rid of my chair. I love this chair. This chair has been with me for almost 20 years.
I can't remember when this video. Let me just check real quick. Let me just do this one time. Let me see if it'll come up if I have it dated. I don't think I have it dated. I have it downloaded though with the date, but I didn't archive it with the chair. The only reason I'm able to find is because I put chair on here. Yeah, I can't tell you what year this was. My best estimate, it had to have been after 2019, probably 2020. It could have been 2020 or 2021. If we go back 20 years, we're talking about he's had this chair for about since around 2001, 2002. So he's had this chair allegedly since he was a school psychologist. See, but that's why the chair looks so bummy and broke down like this. You see this? Missing an arm and shit. You guys see him. He still live streams using this chair. 20 years. That's crazy.
I was sitting in this chair when I took over the conscious community. I was sitting in this chair when I became King Kong Consciousness. I'm not giving up this chair until the chair gives up on me. I'm not giving up on this chair until this chair gives up on me. I'm not giving up this chair until this chair gives up on me. It is sacred. See, there's certain things we have to understand. It's not about money all the time. And it's not about the look. You got to.
Yeah, but you always talking about get on your cat. Well, you can't do that anymore because they shut you down for fraud. But you always talk about donations. What are you talking about?
Get out of that. How are you going to be an activist for African liberation and you worrying about how things look? You're not sitting in the chair. I'm sitting in the chair. This is my throne. This chair is for the Prince of Pan Africanism. Stop worrying about my chair.
Why, if it's a throne, why I got one arm on it? And it looked like that all the pleather done fell off the side. This poor chair. I know it's funky too, okay? I know it's funky.
Now, the chair at the school will be nice because it's a school. It's a place of business. I want to be professional. But when I'm getting my think tank on, when I'm strategizing, when I'm organizing, when I'm philosophizing, let me sit in my chair.
I wonder if he was in this chair when he made the school announcement video. Y'all want to check real quick? I know we got blowed off, but I don't give a shit. Cookie Crush Tat's undefeated. We're going to get to the bunny hopping allegations, family. Hold on. We're going to get to it. What I'll do is after this live stream is over with, I'll put a little timestamp in the chat room, and I'll pin it to where we start dealing specifically with the allegations that Umar was bunny hopping in college and got a white woman pregnant, and her son came out allegedly yesterday saying that Umar Johnson is his pappy. Umar Johnson shit is nuts. And it don't stop. You guys know it don't stop. Let's go to February of 2019. See, at this time, he was at his own residence. I don't think that he was, no, he would have, let's see.
Extraordinary, so your bus's commentary, a little.
We might not be able to tell because he ain't sitting back and he ain't sitting on the arm either, or at least one of the arms. Yeah, we really can't tell in this video. I mean, again, he's had the chair for 20 years. It's probable that this is the chair that he's sitting in, but I can't tell because where the camera's at, you can't see the chair at all. All right. Anyway, this video right here is very, very important.
Let us continue.
For research purposes. Again, he was standing inside his mama closet and he spills the beans. He doesn't mean to because he's having a conversation with the caseworker, and she states what organization she's from. And someone emailed me and told me exactly what the organization name was because they were from Philadelphia and they recognized what she was talking about. They were the caseworker was doing a welfare check on Umar's mama, and that's him inside of his mama closet, and that's the funky chair. Okay, so just some things to think about with this whole Umar Johnson saga. Umar, he's smoking mirrors. I mean, how are you the most requested scholar and you stand inside your mama closet at the age, and he still stays there at the age of 50? Okay, because again, this video right here is from a week ago. Okay, same chair. Yeah, this is a Black parent teleconference. I normally don't cover these because people be telling all their business. But that's the same old beat up, broke down chair still inside his mama closet today. That's crazy. It's nuts. In 2025, he's 50 years old. All right, let's get to it, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I gave the timeline just so that we have context for all of this. And just to reiterate here, remember Heinemann, okay, Heinemann University, 1997. Umar was there for just a short period of time, a matter of months for graduate school. He leaves Heinemann and then he enrolls back at Millersville University, and he starts graduate school at Millersville University in May of 1998 at the age of 24. Okay. By the way, Umar was in college for for 20 years altogether, starting in 1992 and then graduating from PCOM in 2012 with a PsyD, a doctor of psychology, as he calls it. And one other thing, just to be clear about this is 20 years altogether that he's in school. Right? He claims that he has 6 degrees. He has 5. I give him credit for 5. It could be 4, but I'm going to give him credit for 5. Okay, I know he does not have 6. And it took him 5 years to get the double major. And then if you do the math on all this, it takes Umar a very long time, 20 years to get 5 degrees in total, okay, which would be 1 undergraduate degree, 3 master's degree, and 1 PsyD. It takes him 20 years altogether. All right, so we covered the timeline too. Now let's get to the receipt today. Real quick, let me do these super chats real quick, then we can get going here. Again, thanks, dear Will Christian. Appreciate you. Again, he does when he doesn't cover Umar all the time, but are off consistently. But when he does Umar videos, they're really, really good. So shout out to dear Will Christian. TD Veta, thank you so much. He got us blowed off. That's all right. Thank you so much. Goddess Noah says scholars usually write books to formally present their research. Umar's not a researcher. He hasn't done any research. Yeah, and he's not peer reviewed either. Okay. Why doesn't Umar have any books published? He doesn't. Like not even a magazine article. He doesn't. Okay. He wrote a couple of articles for Millersville newspaper, the student newspaper, but he's never been in a scholastic journal. Okay. He's never been published. He's never been peer reviewed. Okay. He doesn't have colleagues, because normally when people write books too, they have people that they work with. Sometimes they'll write books with other people in the field. Okay, they'll write the books together. And then normally whoever does the most amount of work or whoever conceptualizes this, their name will appear first, and then the next person's name, and sometimes the third person's name. Okay. Umar, you don't see him. He's not a scholar. He's not scholastic. He doesn't do research. Sometimes he throws figures out there and there's no source material. In fact, Goddess Noel, okay, Umar Johnson's daddy. Anyway, if you guys look into his 2 books that he's written, there's no source material. He's not sourcing anyone. No scholarly sources, no sources whatsoever. He's not a scholar. That's not how scholars operate. He's not peer reviewed. He doesn't operate in the field of academia, staying inside of mama closet. He doesn't have colleagues. See? Again, Umar, he's created this myth about himself. See, that he's the most requested scholar, but he's not a scholar, and he's not most requested anything. Okay, is he a social media influencer? Yes. That he's a black activist. He's not a black activist. Most of the stuff when he talk about black people, he's talking shit. Listen carefully to Umar when he talk about black people. He's always talking shit. That's what he's a professional shit talker. He's supposed to be on an art of dialogue based on what he's saying today. That video probably won't be coming out for a while, but I guarantee he's gonna be talking shit about black people. I guarantee it, because that's what he do. He's not a scholar. There's nothing scholastic about him. He know how to run his mouth, but that's not scholarship. See? You don't write a book and you're supposed to have a PsyD and you're this big time school psychologist for 25 fucking years. He's such a liar. He said 25 years. You're gonna write 2 books and they're gonna have no scholarly sources. That end up yourself. Anybody, if you in the world of academic, even if you went to high school, you can't do shit like that. But this guy's supposed to be the most requested scholar. He's supposed to be Big Papa. He's the school principal psychologist and the school vice principal. And he can't even write a book, a scholastic book, or article for that matter. But he still claims to be the most requested scholar. See, Umar, he's created all these fictions about himself, and a lot of his followers believe that shit because he says it so many times. It's mind control. Okay? He's always lying. He's spinning narratives about his baby mama, about his daughter, and all this kind of shit. That's what he does. And he's fooled so many people. Some of y'all used to be fooled by him too. It happens. I've been fooled by people too. Right? But see, at the end of the day, you got to deal with the facts, and you got to deal with the research, and You got to deal with the receipts. And I have all the receipts on this guy. He's a charlatan. He's a con man. This guy listen, this guy talks so much shit about the black church. And yet I have him on record dozens of times asking black people, Christian black people, to find him a church to speak at. All he do is talk shit. But he'll talk shit about the black church, and then what does he do? He calls himself the Black Christ. What kind of man? This is a charlatan that we're doing. We're dealing with someone that he got a gang of screws loose up here. He's nuts. He's delulu. He's living in a delusional state. In fact, I have him on record talking about how Jesus was born on his birthday. Damn, pimp. How's that possible? See, that's the thing. If you're going to say something like that, Umar's birthday, August 21st, but he said there's another Bible that was the Eurasia Bible that was written. I think he said something like that. Eurasia? I don't know. It's, rice bunny. I don't know. I can say that. The Eurasia Bible, and that Jesus, in the Eurasia Bible, Jesus was born on August 21st. And that which happens to be Umar's birthday. But even if that's true, let's just say that that's true. Okay, Christmas should be on August 21st. You shouldn't say, my name is Umar Johnson, a.k.a. Jermaine Shoemake, and Jesus was born on my birthday. Damn, what? No, what you should say out of respect is that, it just so happens that I was born on Jesus's birthday, right? But not Umar. See? Because he believes that he's the Messiah. I have him on record saying that shit quite a few times. He called himself the Black Messiah, and then he calls himself the Black Christ. What kind of man? Okay. So he's created a lot of fictitious characters that he's presented to his followers, and some of them believe that shit. It's like a cult. And they believe that he's some scholar who writes books and formally presents his research, and that he's peer reviewed, and he has books that are published, and that he also has articles that are published by reputable institutions and organizations. None of that's true. And no, he's not the Black Christ. He's a bum from Philly. If Jesus saw him, he probably said, come on over here. Let me turn this water into wine. Let me make you some bread. I got some manna for you. And Umar eat it all up too. He wouldn't share. Anyway, thanks God is Noel. Umar, he wild. This is Common Sense says a tiny house developer should come out with an Umar line. Mama's closet. It's nuts. Well, real quick, because we're going to use some common sense. We're going to go into Umar's delusional world, his fantasy land. It's called head movies. Okay, that's what Black Dot called it. Okay. Umar, if you are the Black Christ and you are the Black Messiah, why are you living in your mama closet? He ain't got no respect. No respect. Okay. By the way, I'm not Christian, but I got respect. Okay. When I pray, I'll say Jesus, all that. But I'm not a Christian formally going to church or anything like that. I have respect. But Umar, if you are the Black Christ and the Black Messiah, why are you living inside your mama closet? Jesus wasn't living in mama closet. Umar called himself the Black Moses. Moses wasn't living inside of mama closet. When he parted the Red Sea or whatever it was, was he living in mama closet? No. When he went up to the mountaintop, did he go up to his mama closet? Real quick, I don't mean to go off real quick. We got to get into the show. I know it's been an hour and 20 minutes already. But Umar said that he's a descendant of Frederick Douglass too, which is not true because his daddy, Jamal, who lied to him about it, took a DNA test and it came back that they're not related to the Bailey line, which is the Frederick Douglass line. The bloodline. There's no blood relationship. There's no marriage relationship. Through marriage, there's no genetic relationship whatsoever. Okay? But Umar, let's assume in your fantasy land delusional world that you're a descendant of Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass was not living inside of Mama closet. Can you imagine Frederick Douglass living inside of Mama closet? Umar said that he's a descendant of Harriet Tubman. I can pull it up and play it for you all. Hit the one. He related to everybody, ain't he? Listen. I was going to say Mahalia Jackson. I'm sorry. When she was doing the Underground Railroad, was she living inside her mama closet? Now, they might have been hiding in some closets, though, the underground. I'm sure there was some of them had slaves had to hide in the closet to get free. If I had to get free and I had to go live inside a closet, I'll live in the closet. Some of them had to stay in the barn, some of them in an outhouse. I get it, but you got to do what you got to do good to get to the freedom. Give us free. Give us free. Listen, they were not living in a mama closet, getting to the freedom. That's my point. He said to send a Harriet Tubman. You lying? He said to send the Booker T. Washington. Booker T. You probably send the Booker T. for the WWF, WWE. Cut it out. They dropped the M-bomb when he was talking about Hulk Hogan. Y'all remember that? One last one. Okay. Umar claimed that he was a descendant of Pharaoh Ramses. You mean to tell me that Pharaoh Ramses was living in their mama closet? They don't even have closets in the pyramids, Umar. Okay, all right. I'm going too far. I just want to get into the mind of this guy. Thanks, this is common sense. No, I'm just using some common sense. I know it's all ridiculous, but Umar, he's painted this whole fake narrative about who he is. And yet at the end of the day, Umar is living in his mama's closet. Yeah, it would have to be a tiny house developer too, by the way. Okay, thank you. This is common sense. FDMG Ghana sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, we're going to get going here now. Black Wolf says, just a shout out to the OG Super Queens and the new Cookie Crush chat subs and members. Yeah, thank you to everybody who's a member. I'm working on the next segment of the documentary. Thanks to all the Cookie Crush chat. Thanks to everyone who subscribed. I know I don't be asking people to subscribe, but if you don't mind, I don't think I'll ever get to 100,000 subscribers. I don't think I ever will. It's been a dream of mine. But I probably never will. That's okay. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all coming on through. We got about 1,400 people in the building. Thanks to everyone. Okay. Thanks to the moms for handling business. All right. Thanks to Black Wolf. Thanks for all your support. Thanks for the super chat as well. And of course, all the super queens. I wrote a song for y'all too. I never produced it, but I wrote a song for you, your Cookie Crush chat super queens. All right. Thanks, Black Wolf. It goes something like this. Are you a super queen? Da-na-da-da-da-da-da-da. Are you a super queen? Something like that. Da-na-da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah. Thanks, Black Wolf. Lewis X says, with all the Umar controversy, I wouldn't be shocked if Malik Yoba came out and revealed Umar was his special. Don't do that. He came out and revealed Umar was his special advisor, allegedly, and flew to Africa together. No. Don't do that. We ain't gonna do that, okay? Looks like that. Malik Yoba been tripping for a while, but I remember back in the day he was on that show. I used to love that show. What was it? New York Undercover? What was it called? New York Undercover. Wait a minute. Then the Latino guy, he was in the Michael Jackson video from that dancing, real zesty dancing. I'm not gonna be like that. I'm not gonna be mean. I'm just saying. New York undercover, huh? Okay. And I had a crush on the Latina lady because she was fine in the mother. Y'all remember what I'm talking about? She was fine. She probably look good to this day. Let me go look. I can't remember her name right now. New York undercover. They got another lady on here. That ain't the one I'm talking about. Oh, that was the lady that was above everybody. Her name was Luna Lauren Velez. Yes. She's 60 now. Wow, she's 6 years old. She was married from 1993 to 2015. Let's see how she's looking today. She's still fine. Yeah, she's still fine. Yeah, but I had a crush on her back in the day. Yeah. Okay, let me stop. Let me stop. You see, I get blown off. Okay, apologize. I apologize. All right. Thanks, Louis Luck. You take it too far there, sir. Louis Luck also said the funniest and interesting thing is when Judge Joe Brown punked him, Umar was timid and reverted back to a kid when Joe was yelling at him. Yeah. See, Umar's not used to dealing with real men. I'm talking about what Umar would classify as a masculine man. See, that's why Umar, like if Umar ever came on the show, and you're welcome to come on whenever you want to, Umar, but if Umar ever came on to this show, see, he would be quieted down real quick because I'll put him in his place. See, I've raised kids. Umar, he's little Jermaine. He's like a little boy. He gets both with people that he can bully. He try to punk people, and there are people, and he knows who he can punk. He knows who he can bully. He thought that he could punk me. He thought that he can bully me too, but the shit didn't work. Obviously, here we are in 2025. Umar will not speak my name. He was calling me a gay, and I was a quote unquote booty bandit. What kind of heterosexual man talk like that in the first place? What crazy? You're not gonna see me as a heterosexual man walking around talking about booty bandits. Who talks like that? You supposed to be a school principal, a school psychologist? That's nuts. See, where I come from back in the day, we didn't talk like that. We didn't talk about all that other stuff like that. We just let people be how they were. We would make jokes, but we're not talking. It was taboo. It's different in 2025. I get it. But where I come from back in the day, no. Now, I had one of my good friends when I was in the 6th grade. He was very feminine. I remember he gave me his because he liked to play with dolls and shit, but we didn't care because even my family, he was like a distant relative. We didn't trip off of that. His daddy was in the military, so he was gone all the time, and his daddy would give him like toys that boys would play with. He gave him a Megatron. Remember Megatron, the Transformer back in the day, transform into a gun? He brought that to school and gave it to me. He's like, I don't play with this. I said, oh, I'll take it, shit. Because we grew up poor. We didn't have nothing like that growing up. So I was like, I'll take it. But I took it home. My mama saw it because it was a gun when I transformed. She's like, no, you can't have that. Go give it back. I said, why? Because it's a gun. That's how my mama was. She was like, no, we ain't playing like that. I said, okay. So I took it back and gave it to him, right? But he was my friend all the way through the 12th grade. See, by the time we get into 12th grade, because he was a dancer, real good dancer too. By the time we get into the 12th grade, he started having boyfriends and shit. One of his boyfriends used to get on my nerves. I couldn't stand that dude. Lenon, how you doing? I said, man, leave me the fuck alone. I think they still together. If I saw him today, I would give. I'm not his boyfriend because he used to get on my nerves real bad. But my old school friend from the 6th grade, if I saw, I'd give him a hug. I don't care. But see, back then we didn't talk like that, and we didn't. It was taboo, and we didn't. It's like you just don't talk about it. Okay, he's your friend, whatever. But just don't talk about it. You see. So what kind of man Umar would even be talking like that? See, it's just really, really weird. The point that I'm making is Umar thought that he could punk me. He thought that he can bully me, that he can call me names, call me gay, all this other shit. But at the end of the day, what is taking place? See, he didn't realize it. He didn't realize that I wasn't the one. See, and I would put him in his place, and I know exactly how I would do it. See, if Umar ever came on, because he would probably try to act up all belligerent and shit. It just don't work on me. See, I'm the kind of person that is. If you want to act a damn fool, I'm going to put you in your place. And when I put you in your place, you're going to stay there. I don't play games like that. I just don't. Okay, not with no dudes. It's just not going to happen with me. See, Umar, he was a serious miscalculation, but that's why to this day, he's not going to say my name. Okay? Because what'll happen is his followers, they're going to come up over here and there's going to be a conversion rate because they're going to see the truth. I deal with the facts and the receipts. Anybody could say anything about anybody. See, Umar could say that I'm gay, but he can't prove that because you can't prove a lie to be true. See? Just like the white guy now, we about to get into it, is claiming that Umar Johnson is his daddy, but anyone could say anything about anyone. But what do? We're going to look at the receipts and we're going to look at the minimal amount of research that I've done, which is enough to prove the case. Okay, we're going to see. Yeah. Judge Joe Brown, he will run his mouth too. And he ain't going to be punked by nobody. And so Umar was up on there and Judge Joe Brown was talking over him, just like Umar be trying to talk over other people. And Umar couldn't get a word in. And he was like a little punk. Oh, well, Judge, I'm not sure. Are you saying that, yeah. Anyway, thanks to us, son. Vava Voom, become a member. Thank you so much. Barry says that chair smells like backwoods and Lysol. You try to spray Febreze on it, that Febreze jump right off. That Febreze couldn't even take it. You know that chair funky. He said 20 years. That's nuts. You know them old beat down chairs. Them chairs don't last that. They're not even designed to last that long. They're designed to last about 3, maybe 4 years, and the stuff start falling off. I bought this chair recently, and it's already got some little things, splits right here already for the armrest. See, he's had that chair for over 20 years. He still got it to this day, so it's been about 25 years now. That's nuts. Quarter of a century. It smells like backwoods and chicken shack shit. All right, thanks, Barry. So hope you're doing all right. Kiara says he's had a more consistent relationship with the chair versus his kids. You're right about that. He spent more time in that chair than he has with his own kids. Damn. He spent more time in that chair than he has in being employed. He spent more time in that chair than he has committed to a black woman. He spent more time in that chair than being married. That's a good point right there. But you know what, Kiara? That chair is really a remnant of Umar living in filth. Let's be real about this. Remember he flipped that phone? He might have been sitting in that same chair. Let's go real quick. Let's go and take a look. Let's go see. Chair. No, I'm looking for the wrong thing. Let's go see where he flipped the phone. And then we're going to get it. I got like 3 more super chats to read, then we're going to get into it. Thank you all so much for your patience. I wasn't even planning on live stream today. Let's go and look at this one more time.
Strong mail, send those resumes in. FDMG resumes at gmail.com.
You can't really
FDMG
see it.
resumes at gmail.com. FDMG resumes.
Boy, I tell you, every time I see this is nuts.
At
He got a big back TV back there. You see that big back TV in the corner? That's nuts.
Mail.com is what we're looking for. My thing is
my thing is
y'all need to. What happened?
Yeah, you really can't see the chair.
I'm in the process of relocating
He
to
lying.
Wilmington, Delaware, so the apartment is a mess right now. Y'all don't need to see all that. I'm in the process
It looked like it's missing the arm though, right? Y'all see that?
of relocating to Wilmington, Delaware.
Yeah.
I'm in
I
the
think this is the
process
same
of
chair.
relocating to Wilmington, Delaware.
She'll start sniffing.
I'm in the process of relocating
He lying.
to Wilmington, Delaware.
Yeah, you really can't tell. But there's no arm rest on, at least on that side. You can't really see the other side. But I would propose that it's the same chair. There's no way to tell it though. Tell for sure. All right, let me do these other super chats. Then we get going. Thank everyone so much for your patience, and thanks everyone who's sent in super chats. That chair lost an arm. that chair lost an arm in the Civil War. that chair was in the Civil War, Vietnam. I mean, shit. I just spent a couple of days in Iraq, Iran. All right, what's up, Iceman fam? I saw your comments on the King Kong Conjure video because they posted the video of Umar at them trap bandos. I was cracking up. Shout out to Iceman Vamp. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thanks, Kiara, as well, and thanks, Barry. Barry also said that chair looks like it just dodged. Oh no. And that chair looked like it just dodged a drive-by. Yeah. It looked like it's been abused, though. Real talk. It looked like it's been all abused. All right. Thanks, Barry, for the super chat. D says Umar and the chair are common law. Yeah, 25 years. Yeah. It's been 20 because he still got the chair, but that video is 20 years, but it's about 25 now. They're common law spouses. Yeah, at this point. All right. Thanks, D. Umar gonna marry the chair. Barry says, "Oh, come on, why not just a bum? Why drag Philly into this madness?" I know. I apologize to everybody for Philly. I'm gonna stop saying that he's a bum from Philly. I'll just say he's a bum from Pennsylvania. I'll generalize it, okay? I'll say he's a bum from the East Coast, okay? I'll generalize it that way. The main, because I looked at the analytics, the most in terms of the regions in the United States of America, I get most viewers from New York, which I didn't expect. And then second, I get secondarily viewers from Philadelphia. But part of it is because Umar's from the East Coast and he's from Philadelphia. And there's a lot of people who's interested in Umar simply because he's from Philadelphia. And there's people in Philadelphia, they know, they may have in the past, they knew about Umar in terms of all the shenanigans way before I started to research the guy. In fact, there's people who've reached out to me from Philadelphia and they've talked about how Umar, he's always been a problem in Philadelphia and he doesn't have any inroads into the community, grassroots or otherwise. So that's just where he's from. But in terms of being activist, he hasn't done anything in Philadelphia. See, real quick, then we're gonna get to it. You would think that Umar, if he's this great black psychologist, he would have to have a base of operations, but you never see Umar inside of an office. There is a picture with Umar inside an office where I think he's claiming to be a principal or vice principal, but I haven't been able to confirm that. I could show it to you guys, but I haven't been able to confirm that. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but that was many, many years. It's over a decade ago. But you would think that if Umar has, as he claims to have been a school psychologist for 25 years, that he would have had a base of operations somewhere in Philadelphia, but he doesn't. Why not? Because he doesn't have any inroads into the community out there. He doesn't. He never has. See, he was causing problems in Philadelphia with the UNIA from way back in the day. Here we are all these years later. You would think that Umar, he's traveling all over the world to do lectures, but why isn't it that he doesn't have lectures consistently in Philadelphia? Well, because his reputation precedes him. I'm just going to say it like it needs to be said. People in Philly don't fuck with Umar. They don't. And he doesn't have a base of operations in Philadelphia, even though he stays inside the mama closet and she stays in Philadelphia, Section 8 housing. But I'm gonna try to abstain from saying he's a bum from Philly. I'll say he's a bum from Pennsylvania. Okay, out of respect to the people in Philadelphia. Okay, Barry. All right, thank you, Barry, for the super chat. Jonathan says, "What kind of head movie Pan African pastor pineapple mess?" Yeah, it is. It's a big mess, and it's always something with this guy. It's always something. The most recent thing is him going off on his baby mama. It's just crazy. It's like it's got to be in the top 3 in terms of his rant. He went on for hours. At least it was about 2 hours of him going off, plus the other videos. So it's probably closer to 3 hours of Umar lying and going off, talking reckless about his baby mamas and talking reckless about his daughter and just going off, talking about the baby mama's husband and one of the baby mama's husband and one of the baby mama's secret lovers and all. It's a big mess, but Umar, he's messy. Okay? He was messy growing up. He was messy in college. Okay, he's messy today living inside of mama closet. He's messy with this bum chair. See, he's a messy. It's a messy, just mess. Okay. Thanks, Jonathan, for the super chat. D says, Umar put the chair together. He's a carpenter. Amen. Yeah, he sure is. And Jesus was born on his birthday. Okay. All right, 2 more that we get going here. Dave, what's up? Dave says that New York undercover actress has a twin sister. I didn't know that. If you were a strong alpha male, you could have 2 Chudo fudge queens. Now, why you say Chudos though? That's not like that, because look, I think isn't she? I think she's what you call it. They don't do Chudos. They're Chudos from Mexico, right? Because I thought that she was. New York undercover actress. I thought she was from what's that island called? I can't even remember right now. Out there, Puerto Rican. She's Puerto Rican. Yeah, she's Puerto Rican. I don't think they do churros in Puerto. I mean, I'm sure they have them, but I thought churros is from Mexico. I could be wrong. She's an American actress. Her most notable television roles was Maria La Huerta on Showtime's. She was in Dexter too. I didn't know that. She was also Detective Nina Moreno on Fox's New York Undercover. That's what I remember her from. Dr. Gloria Nathan on HBO's prison drama Oz. I remember that. And Elena on ABC's comedy drama Ugly Betty. She also starred as Rio Morales in Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. That was a cartoon, right? That's why I didn't know, because we took our son to go see that. I thought that was a cartoon, right? Yeah. That's why I don't remember seeing her, because it was a cartoon. Spider-Man's Across the Spider-Verse in 2023. Maybe that's the one that we took our son. He was so happy to go see that. Yeah, so it says in the early 1950s, Velez's parents moved from Puerto Rico to Brooklyn, New York, where she and her identical twin sister, Lorraine Velez, you're right, yeah. And she has 5 other sisters and 1 brother. Her father, a New York City Police Department officer, eventually bought a house in Far Rockaway, Queens, and moved the family there. The twins staged improvised plays and acting for the family. That's awesome. Family and participated in nearly all their high school drama productions, such as Fiddler on the Roof. I remember that one. After graduation from Beach Chanel High School in 1982, they received scholarships to attend the Alvin Ailey. Oh, wow. They went to Alvin Ailey because she could dance too. Attend the Alvin Ailey Dance School. Okay, you don't get no better than Alvin Ailey. They went on to study acting at the Acting Studio in New York with its founding artistic director, James Price, protege and personal friend of Sanford Meisner. Lauren also studied Shakespeare with Michael Howard. Yeah, wow, I did not know that. Yeah, I'll tell you though, I had a crush on her. It was a bad crush too. I ain't gonna lie. Let me go look at her twin. Okay, yeah, twin finds it. And yeah, they're both 60. Okay, which makes sense. All right, thanks, Dave, for super chat. I appreciate it. Okay, let's get going here. Dave says, when Umar pops down in that chair, you smell the funk of 40,000 years. Like he talked about. Yeah, they talked about in Thriller. Trying to tell y'all. Let me tell you one last thing. When they filmed Thriller, when Michael Jackson, after they put on the costume and he would do all the dances, he would have to go sit down and rest. You know what chair he was sitting in? That's right. That's what he was sitting in. When was Thriller 2, by the way? Let's go and look. It's got to be in the 80s, right? Yeah, premiered in 1983. Yeah. So, yeah, you're absolutely right about that, Dave. The funk of 40,000 years. We used to play that as kids to scare the shit out of us. Because we turned the lights off. We had a record player and put it on, the vinyl, and we put it on that part, and we just wait till he starts talking. We get scared with the lights off, till he starts laughing at the end, and then we would run out the room. Yeah. All right, thanks, Dave, for super chat. Okay, let's get going here, everybody. All right, thank you all for being patient. And then also, excuse me, little success from catfish to casserole, from black nationalism to NASCAR, from black coffee to plenty of creamer, a black nationalist journey to diversity. Yeah. All right, thanks, Louis Luck. Now, real quick, the allegation is that Umar Johnson is the father of a 27-year-old white male. And the white male, we're going to watch the video now, we're going to get into this, alleges that Umar is his daddy and alleges that Umar was dealing with his mama when Umar was in college. Okay, now remember, the key word is, we got to want people to remember, Heinemann in 1997 when Umar was 23 years old, based upon the timeline that I was put together. Okay, thanks to us for that. Here we go. In fact, let's take a quick reset. Okay, what we're going to do is let's just do a quick reset. I ain't even going to play the whole thing, but I'm going to need a moment just to get all these videos off of here so that we can focus. Okay, I got to get these off of here too. Yeah, and Umar has at least 3 baby mamas. His baby mama number 1, 2002 to 2021, baby mama number 2, 2011 to 2025, which is current, and baby mama number 3, 2015 to 2007. He doesn't talk about this baby mama number 3 because Umar was in his mid 40s when he impregnated her, and she was in her, he was in his early 40s and she was in her early 20s when she impregnated when he impregnated her based upon online receipts. Okay. All right, let me get all this off of here, and then we're going to get going with this. All right, so let's get this out of here. Matter of fact, let me play this, and then I'll do it while I play this. Here we go. What's up? Excuse me. I'm sorry, I had to clear my throat. What's up, Gabrielle? A lady? 10 square, T square, math, science. We about to get into it. Thank y'all for your patience. Happy mess. Barry's in the building, family. Courtney, Aries Phoenix, Patrick, yes, and down.
Want cookies. Crush. Crush.
How's it going, Dre? D Mills in the building. Derek. What's up, Identity with Hell? Yeah, I think we're helping around for a long time. King Kong Closet. What's up, Quincy? What's up, Ari? Nature Center for Meditation, Play, LD. How's it going? Right on, Gabi. I appreciate you. Orlando's in the building. Aki. What's up, Laurie? Get it, please. What's up, Ike? Unicorn and Junior. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, if y'all hit the like button if you're enjoying the show so far, I'd appreciate it. There is a poll. I'll update people on that just a moment. All right, what's up here? Okay, let's get to it. Okay, so we're going to play the allegations video, and then I'm going to pull up the receipts that I have based upon the research that I did today. And again, I go with the research. I go with the receipts. Okay? And again, there are times where I speculate, and I'll tell people that I speculate, or I'll say in my opinion. But if I don't issue a qualifying statement, or if I don't issue a addendum, it's not even a word, there's a word, I can't think of the word, then understand that it's based upon the receipts and it's based upon the research. Okay. Let me update where we're at with the poll question. I'm gonna read the poll question too. I don't think I've done it during this live stream, but let me do that first. We already got 586 likes. Thank you guys so much. Our goal is always 500. Let's see if we can get to 700 by the time we get done with this live stream. Okay. We're going to be here for another hour. I know I said we ain't going to hold you long, but it is what it is. Oh, wow. We have 1,625 votes so far. The question is, the poll question, do you believe that this man is Umar Johnson's son? Okay. And when we say this man, we're referring to this individual right here, who's alleging that he's Umar Johnson's son. Okay. So that's the question, the poll question for today. As of right now, 46% say yes, and 54% say no. I'm going to give you guys my answer to this poll question a little bit later on, okay? But before we do that, let's go ahead and get into the receipt that was posted yesterday by this man who is a white male, 27 years old, who is claiming that Umar Johnson is his father. All right, shout out to the Cook Crush chat. Cook Crush chat's undefeated. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, someone said they haven't voted yet. That's okay. You can vote now if you want to, because I'm going to actually close this poll before we finish with this live stream, and I'm going to start another one to see what the difference is based upon the receipts that I provide. Okay, and the minimal amount of research. You don't even have to do much. Okay, because a lot of people don't even know who this guy's name is. Real quick. He has an Instagram name. He has a YouTube. He has a YouTube page. I've already downloaded all the videos on there, all the videos on this Instagram. He has a TikTok. I think that's where he initially posted all the download videos off the TikTok. But he has other things because he raps. He raps. He's a decent rapper too. I have to say he's a decent rapper. Anybody want to take a guess at what his government name is? What's his government first name? We gonna say that. What's his government first name? Anybody in the Cook Crush chat? You want to take a guess? All right. I just want to see. Okay, some of you guys may already know because you may have done some research. But anybody want to just take a guess on what this 27-year-old white male's no, stop. You guys need to stop. See, that's the problem. That's the nobody said Jermaine. You guys, come on, don't do that. Come on now. You guys gotta stop. Cookie Crush chat, please stop. Black blocks and I'm serious now. Blue one, they said his name is Jermaine Brad. Okay. No. That's actually a good guess. Matter of fact, that's a really good guess, though, Sweet Tea. Anybody want to take a guess? Let me see if anybody figures it out. Nobody said Randy. That's why the Cookie Crush chat's undefeated. Everybody said Jermaine. It's not Jermaine. Somebody said Shamar. Don't do that, Bushy Barbie. Y'all crazy. No. It's not Jermaine, because if it was, I would have told you already. How's it going, Crystal? It's not. What in the world? It's what I said. It was Jermaine Jr. No, it's not Jermaine Jr., Jimmy. Cut it out. Okay, nobody is Jerome. Nobody knows. It looks like no one knows. No one's done the research, but I've already done the research. Who said Randy and Chad? No, it's not Marshall Mathers. He can rap though. I give it to him. He can rap. He got bars. No, King Kong Jr. No, that's not his name. Okay, let's get going here. I'm gonna tell y'all what his name is. Why people keep saying Chad? Why people keep saying Chad? Okay, he's a troll, but it's Akbar. That's crazy. Black Wolf, come on now. His name is not. It's not Akbar. It's not Traquan. It's not Traquan. Okay, stop. His name is Jermaine Jamal. Jermaine Jamal Johnson. They call him 3J. Yeah, that's his rap name. It's 3J John Tito J. His name is not Keyshawn. All right. No, it's not Magnesia. It's not Raheem. Oh, shit. Kiara done figured it out. This guy's name is Lenor. No, I'm just playing. No, it's not. It's not Lenon. All right, I'm gonna tell y'all what his name is. Hey, Didi. Yeah, someone said Shalimar. It's just crazy. His first name, government name, is Malcolm. I'm not joking. I'm gonna give you. No, it is not. No, that's too wild. It's Malcolm. I'm gonna provide the receipts later. No. It's Malcolm. Y'all, some of y'all think I'm bullshitting. I'm gonna provide the receipt later on. Okay. Yeah, it's just crazy. It's out of control. Crazy. His name is Malcolm. Y'all think I'm bullshitting. That don't look good for Umar. They don't look good right there. All right. Somebody said Malcolm Jamal Johnson. No, I did it with hell. We know you like the Snowbunnies, but you're not the pappy. Cut it out. Okay. Now, that being said, we'll get to the last name later because I've already done. I'm sweating. Y'all gotta be rolling today. All right, let's get into the receipt, shall we? We got about 1,400 people here. There's a poll question. Do you believe that this man is Umar Johnson's son? Right now, we have almost 1,700 votes. 46% say yes, 54% say no. Okay. I'm going to close this poll out at a certain point and repost it, and then we'll see if the numbers change. Okay, I'll take note of what the percentages are for the yeses and the no, and then we'll repost it and see if the numbers change based upon the receipts that I'm providing. Okay, the research that I've done. I did minimal research, but it's enough for me to prove my case. Okay, we got 618 likes. If you haven't hit the like button, you're enjoying the show, go on and hit that like. It'll only take you about 1.5 seconds, maybe 2 seconds max. I appreciate it. Okay. All right, here we go. Let's get into the receipt. This is from yesterday. And this is the individual who's claiming that he's Umar Johnson's son. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, what if I were to tell you that Dr. Umar is my father? I repeat, Dr. Umar is my father. So story time. So boom, here's what happened. In 1997, my mom was interning for a psychology professor at Heinemann University.
Okay, he says 1997 at Heinemann. Remember, Heinemann University. Let's go and look at the timeline. See? Let's take a look. Here we go. (1997), right? Umar would have been 23 years old. Remember, he graduated from, I talked about this earlier. He graduated from Millersville University with a double major in psychology and political science. And then he went on to start, he starts at the Garvey Movement, but then he starts graduate school at where? Heinemann University. You guys see this? Now, I have this on the timeline, right? So as of right now, we have to say Malcolm. Okay, Malcolm, he's leading 1-0 over Umar Johnson. Okay, let's keep track of this. We're gonna go step by step. Okay, look at the nose. Yo, wow. Let's get back to it. Here we go.
And Dr. Umar was Jermaine. Ladies and gentlemen, what if I were to tell you that Dr. Umar is my father? I repeat, Dr. Umar is my father. So story time. So boom, here's what happened. In 1997, my mom was interning for a psychology professor at Heinemann University, and Dr. Umar, who I know as Jermaine, or Dad, of course, was one of her students.
Or Dad? How do you know Umar, though, if he's never been in your life, though? This is critical thinking here. Let's keep going.
So from what my mom told me, Dr. Umar had just been kicked out of, what was it, Milford University. Yeah.
Okay, I think he means to say Millersville University, because I looked it up. I couldn't find a Milford University in Pennsylvania. There may be one, but I couldn't find it. But based upon my research, let's go again. We dealing with the facts in the research. If we look at the timeline again, we see that Umar, he prior to Heinemann, where this 27-year-old white male is alleging that Umar was dealing with his mother, basically bunny hopping. That was in 1997. Umar was 23, but this is after he graduated from Millersville University with a double major in psychology and political science. So when he's saying whatever he said, I think he's saying Milford. I think he means to say Millersville University. Okay? That's all in the timeline. Right. So to be fair, we can say at this point that Malcolm, he is now it's 1-2. Or excuse me, 1-1. That's the score. 1-1, Umar. This makes sense. And we're going with the receipts here. Okay, Malcolm 1-1 for Umar. I need to rephrase that another way, but you guys get the point. All right, let's go back to the video.
Because financial aid was of, what was it, Milford University. Yeah, because financial aid was no longer covering him, and apparently.
All right, now this is factual because Umar's told this story. However, Malcolm could have simply watched enough of my videos to know this information, or he could have watched videos where Umar talks about this, and we've talked about it in the past. However, that is factual. Okay, so we're going to say Malcolm. I'm sorry, Malcolm. He's up 2-1. Right? Because I'll look with the facts. With the facts, let's keep going.
He was flunking his classes there, so he went to.
Okay, no, that's impossible based upon the timeline. Umar graduates in 1997 from Millersville University, so he wasn't flunking his classes. And if he went to Heinemann, he wasn't there long enough to be straight flunking his classes because he was only there for a couple of months before he decided to return to Millersville University. I actually covered this inside the documentary. So no, Umar was not flunking his classes. That's not the premise behind which Umar goes back to Millersville University. Umar went back to Millersville University for financial reasons, not because he was flunking classes. So now we got Malcolm 2-2. Okay, so the score is now 2-2. I go with the facts. No, I'm not coming to Jermaine's defense. I'm going. You guys know I don't defend Umar. I'm coming with. We're going based upon the research, and we're going based upon the receipts. Okay, we're going to go point by point on this. Right now, it's tied. Malcolm 2 to Umar 2. Right? Is there another way I can phrase that? Let me know in the chat room, okay? Because it kind of looks funny. All right, here we go.
Heinemann University to pursue his career instead. Flunking his classes there, so he went to Heinemann University to pursue his career instead.
Okay, that's not true because he graduated. Now, I've already covered this, but he graduated from Millersville in 1997. He goes to Heinemann for just a little short period, and then he goes back to Millersville. But it had nothing to do with him flunking class or anything like that. Okay, so that's not factual.
So at the time, my mom had dreams of opening her own psychology firm because she's always been into social work and stuff.
Okay, he's claiming that his mother wanted to open up her own psychology firm. Okay, but who's his mama? Does he give the name of his mama? Well, I have all that information. We're going to look into that a little bit later on. Right now, we're just going to leave it at 2-2. Okay, we're going to leave it. Yeah, that's the best way. Matter of fact, if y'all can post it, and I'll just, if you can do it that, why you got to put the buddy? Ike, or if you can keep track of the score, I'll tell you what it is, and then you post it with that because I can't put in the little icons like that, the graphics on my end because I'm live from StreamYard. If you can do it, and I'll just put it up every single time. Let's do it that way, okay? Ike, if you can, I appreciate it because I think that's probably the best way. Yeah, something like that. That's cool. But I like this one right here. Thanks, East B. Anyone, if you can just post it, and I'll actually pull it up on the screen. That'd be easier for me. Thanks, Kiara. Yeah, we had 14. Well, we're about to get to 1,400. We had 1,399. Yeah, if y'all hit the like button, I would appreciate it. Yeah, shout out to Cook Rochettes, undefeated. Okay. All right, let's go back.
Heinemann University to pursue his career instead. So at the time, my mom had dreams of opening her own psychology firm because she's always been into social work and stuff like that. And she actually felt bad for him and helped him pass his grades by giving him the answers to tests and shit like that.
No. We're going to give a point to Umar. Okay, so what's that, 2-3? Okay, we're going to give a point to Umar. You don't graduate with a double major in psychology and political science at the age of 23, and then you're failing classes, so then you go to Heinemann? See, he graduated in 1997 with a double major in psychology and political science. See, this guy, the 27-year-old white male, he's alleging that his mother was working at Heinemann and that she was helping Umar and she was giving him answers to tests and this trying to help him out. See, because he was failing. No. Okay. Now, is it possible that Umar went to Heinemann and he was struggling with coursework? It's possible. But if he's struggling with coursework at Heinemann, he's only there for a little bit, a short time period. But the reason why he leaves is because of financial reasons. That's a story that Umar tells. And this white male, and I don't mean to say it that way, but this white male who's alleging that Umar is his daddy, he actually alludes to this too, that it was partly because of we've talked about this as partly because of financial reasons. then which one is it? Is it because of the academics or is it because of the financial reasons? Well, no, based upon my research and based upon the story that Umar tells, again, Umar, he's a pathological liar, but I give Umar credit for this because what's the likelihood? Again, here's common sense critical thinking. What's the likelihood of Umar Johnson in 1997 graduating with a double major in psychology and political science? Okay, it's a lot of work to do the double major. It's not 2 degrees, it's 1 degree. Umar counts it as 2, but it's a lot of work that you have to do in order to get a double major as opposed to just majoring in one thing or even majoring in a minor. You do the major in a minor. You understand what I'm saying? But Umar, he graduates in 1997. So what's the probability that Umar's failing classwork? Furthermore, what's the probability of Umar failing classwork at Heinemann while he's trying to do some graduate school work? Because he had already graduated for the undergraduate. See what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Malcolm, he's at 2 points. Umar is at 3 points because that doesn't make sense for different reasons. Furthermore, how likely is it for Umar to be struggling academically at Heinemann, but then he spends the next next 5 years, next 5 years picking up 3 masters and a PsyD. It's highly unlikely that Umar's failing classwork and all that stuff. It's highly unlikely because he wouldn't get to the point where he acquires a PsyD, right? Okay. So as of right now, the score is 2-3 in favor of Umar Johnson. Someone said, Lenon, where are my ears? They're right here. I have small ears. Yeah, I have very small ears. Okay. Thank you. Ike. Okay, so 2-3. I'm gonna lead us up here right here. Okay, for now. Well, no, let me take it down so we can see this. So it's 2-3. Okay. Here we go. Let's keep going.
So they both been into social work and stuff like that. And she actually felt bad for him and helped him pass his grades by giving him the answers to tests and shit like that. So they both fell in love with each other.
Okay, listen. She's giving him answers to tests. Yeah, but again, critical thinking. She would only be able to give him answers to tests for classes that she's involved with, right? But that's also against the law. So is this guy dry snitching on his mama? We give Umar another point. I don't believe it. If she's a graduate student, like a teacher's assistant or something like that, but Umar wouldn't be in all of just her classes, right? Thank you, Ike. Umar winning this. And then they fall in love. Okay, is it possible? Yeah, but let's see how they fall in love, shall we? What's up, information? Shout out to information, man. You see this, boy? It's always something. Okay, let's go back.
And helped him pass his grades by giving him the answers to tests and shit like that. So they both fell in love with each other from what I know, and they started to hit it off. And apparently at the time she was living about a 7-minute drive from campus. So one of the nights he came over actually for his weekly cheat sheets is when I was created. And that's
so once a week he would go to her house, which was 7 minutes away. This sounds like some shit Umar would say. 7 minutes away to go get the cheat sheet. And one of the times when he was getting the cheat sheet, that something happened, a little this, a little that, one thing led to another, and milk was spilled. What they call that, baby gravy? What the fuck? What is baby gravy? See? I ain't never heard no shit like that. Cook Crochet, you ever heard of baby gravy? This is the Friday night that Umar up there put that baby, getting that baby gravy spilling all over them. Boy, this is wild. What is baby gravy? I don't have 5 kids. I ain't never heard nothing about no baby gravy ever in my life. That sounds like, listen, I figured, hey, maybe it was some Thanksgiving because, you had the baby. You can't give them the regular gravy because the baby can't handle the regular gravy. So you got to make up some baby gravy for the baby. Yeah, that's what Adriana, that's what what's her name? I can't remember her name right now. The young lady that was dealing with Shannon Sharp, and she said she wanted that gravy baby. She want that baby gravy. That's what she said. What was her name? Unseasoned consciousness. What in the world? That y'all need to cut it out. Was her name Gabby? Yeah, but you know what her last name is, though, right? See, Zuniga. Shannon, you should have known better, sir. You should have known better. Her last name is Zuniga. Come on now, sir. You should have known better. She want that baby gravy, and her last name is Zuniga. Come on now, stop. You guys got to be kidding me. She was like, I want you to put that big black baby in me. What kind of shit? You should have known better, sir. Her last name is Zuniga, and then she wants you to put that big black baby in me. They in that freaky shit, that slave talk freaky shit. I want you to put that big black watermelon eating baby in me. Oh, no, stop. See? And Shannon was like, oh yeah. And then they keep going. I want you to put that big black fried chicken watermelon eating baby in me. It is John Stark. Oh yeah, baby. Yeah, that's what I like. I want you to put that big black watermelon eating, fried chicken eating, Underground Railroad walking, talking, sleeping black baby in me. And listen, Shannon Sharp, he loved that chick because he's from Atlanta. He's from Atlanta. He should have known better. Listen, if her name is Zuniga, you should have already known, bro. But look at you now. See, it ain't worth it. I want you to put one of them big black watermelon eating, fried chicken eating, slave dungeon sleeping, Underground Railroad, King Kong, black babies in me. What kind of shit? You guys know that's crazy. See? Anyway, Shannon Sharp, you done disappointed the whole race. You should have known better. All right. That's what I'm saying. No, don't do that, because this is part of a comedy skit that I put together, but I ain't gonna never do it. Yeah, he was warned too. She told him, what's her name told him? She said, don't get with these young ones, because the baby gravy, that's more than enough. Come on now. But she talking about she want a big black baby. And so I was like, what kind of shit? Listen, I have 5 kids. I ain't never had my wife say, I want you to put a big. Oh my God, that's crazy. Listen, black men, if you ever dealing with a woman, I don't care if she white, Asian, black, I don't give a shit. If she say she wants you to put a big black baby in her, you better run, sir. I wish my wife would. You want me to put a big black baby in? What you talking about? Yeah, I want you to put a big black fried chicken watermelon. What the That's crazy. My wife better not. I don't have 5 kids. You black men ever heard a woman talk to have any woman ever talk to you like that? How she wants you? I don't care if she black, white, Asian. I don't make me no difference. She talk about she wants you to put a big black baby inside her with the what did she say? The Thanksgiving chicken turkey sauce, whatever she said. All right. Yeah, that's crazy. I ain't never heard that. All right, I'm done. I want you to boy, I tell you, if my wife ever says something like that, it's time to divorce. I'm sorry, dear. I love you and everything, but I ain't into all that slave talk. I want you to put a big black watermelon fried chicken butter biscuit eating baby. I said no. Okay, let's get going here. Let's get back to it. Shout out to the cooking question. Here we go.
So they both fell in love with each other, from what I know, and they started to hit it off. And apparently at the time she was living about a 7-minute drive from campus. So one of the nights he came over actually for his weekly cheat sheets is when I was created. And that's all my mom pretty much told me.
No, I don't believe it. He doing like this with his hat too? I don't believe that at all. Okay. Okay. I don't believe that at all. Okay. He's conceived. Umar went over there. She was, she wanted a big. Who said some shit like that? That's crazy. This is a slave talk. You know what I'm saying? But I think Shannon get off on that slave talk. He like that shit. Like I said, he from rural Georgia. I lived with my wife and I lived in Atlanta for about 2 years. It's different out there. I'm from California. I mean, there's racism out in California too, but I'm telling you, something about that South like that, and especially the rural parts, you start to
from campus. So one of the nights he came over actually for his weekly cheat sheets is when I was created. And that's all my mom pretty much told me. So my mom announced she was pregnant to him. But here's the plot twist, right? As soon as she announced she was pregnant, he announced he was going back to Milford.
Okay, I think he's saying Millersville. And he did. He went back to Millersville. So we're going to give this 27-year-old white male, okay, Malcolm, we're going to give Malcolm a point right there. Can you post it for me, bro? Okay, we're going to give Malcolm a point there because it's factual. I can show you on the timeline. It's right here. Okay, I go based upon the receipts and the research. Okay, this timeline was put together way before this guy comes out with these allegations. But you see, Umar, he graduates from Millerville in 1997 at the age of 23. And then he starts at Heinemann. I apologize. He starts at Heinemann, but then he leaves Heinemann. And this would have been when Umar, he allegedly impregnated Malcolm's mother. Okay. Heinemann in 1997. But then in 1998, he starts graduate school fully at Millersville University. So he does, in fact, go back to Millersville University. Okay. So we're going to give him a point for that. Okay. Ike, you got it? Where's Ike at? No, I think it's more than 3-3, right? No, I think it's 3-5, right? Yeah, how's it going, guys? Little Princess, y'all hit the like button. Shout out to the moms too. Cook Course Stats Undefeated. I thought it was 3-3. Is it 3-4? Okay, I'm gonna go with Ike. Ike, are you still here? Yeah, I thought it was 3-5. Okay, we're gonna go with 3-5. Okay, so 3-5. If you can keep track, okay, Ike, because I'm not keeping track anymore, but I'll put this up every single time. So yeah, 3-5. Okay, so right now. Malcolm he's at 3. Umar's at 5. Umar's winning this. Okay? Here we go.
Told me. So my mom announced she was pregnant to him. But here's the plot twist, right? As soon as she announced she was pregnant, he announced he was going back to Milford. He used her pretty much to pull his grades up to go to Milford University while she was.
Okay, now I've already stated that that's highly unlikely, and we've already given Umar a point for that. So we can't give a point for something that's retold. Okay, so we're gonna leave it right there, 3-5. Okay, that it just doesn't make any sense. He's not gonna be again. I don't want to rehash it. Let's keep going. Here we go.
Was actually in love with him. But anyway, when he found out she was pregnant, he became really angry. He told her she was pretty much ruining his life and was tried to make her get an abortion and stuff like that. And
okay, we're gonna set aside. Excuse me. Hold on 1 second, everybody. Let me replay that because we're going to set that issue, one of those issues or two of those issues aside. Okay, listen carefully. I'm going to be right back. Hold on 1 second.
Actually in love with him. But anyway, when he found out she was pregnant, he became really angry. He told her she.
Okay, we're going to look at that right there. Umar's winning this. Well, thanks, Eastby. Umar's winning this right now. However, based upon Umar's behavior towards his other baby mamas, right? And based upon Umar's behavior in the SETI rant, his behavior in the rants against his baby mamas and his daughter, his rant against Tariq Nasheed, Umar's general behavior and how he goes manic and 0 to 2,000 in a matter of seconds because he doesn't have emotional control. If this is true, if Umar impregnated this woman, and if when the woman Malcolm's mother allegedly tells Umar that she's pregnant, would it be likely that Umar would go off? And the answer to that is yes. So we're going to give a point to Malcolm right here. It's highly likely because that's how Umar is. It just makes sense to people. Now, I'm not passing judgment. I'm just keeping score right now. I'm not passing, a judgment. I'm not saying that this is his son. I'm not saying that it isn't his son. I'm saying that based upon Umar's behavior that we've observed here in the Cookie Crush chat for years now, and based upon stories that his daughter alleges that his oldest daughter alleges that Umar was abusive towards his mama, her mother, physically abusive. Furthermore, remember that Umar tells the story himself when he goes to one of the baby mamas, actually both of the baby mamas, but when he's dealing with one of the grandmothers, I think it was for his second baby mama, that the second baby mama had to call the police because the second baby mama was saying she didn't feel comfortable because Umar escalated, was going crazy, yelling and shit, and she felt as if he was a threat, a physical threat, so she was going to call the police. This makes sense to people? So based upon the receipts that I can show dealing with Umar Johnson's behavior, if in fact, we're just going to say in fact, even though this is all alleged, if in fact this white woman told Umar that she was pregnant with his son, Malcolm, it's highly likely that Umar would have responded in a manner that is indicative or reflective of how he responded in other situations dealing with women, his baby mamas. So I'm going to give a point right there to Malcolm. Okay, so where we at with the points? Okay, Malcolm's at 4. Bear Cub, Umar's at 5. So it's starting to listen. I don't mean to be like that, but Malcolm, he's doing a comeback like the Minnesota comeback here in the fourth quarter, like the Minnesota Twins. Excuse me, Minnesota Twins, Minnesota Wolves did on the Lakers. Okay? Minnesota Twins. One of my favorite players back in the day was Kirby Puckett. I used to play for the Twins back in the day. Okay, we have 700 likes. Let's go for 800. Let's go for 800, family. Okay, I think we could do it. That'd be awesome. Okay, y'all, that's undefeated. Appreciate y'all. Okay, so where we at? 4 to 5? Yeah, 4 to 5. Okay, Malcolm is closing in. Okay, we just going based upon the receipts. I'm not saying one way or the other, but based upon the story that he's telling in Umar's behavior in the past, who he called Umar, Umar calls the evil vegan. Thank you, Gabrielle. It's highly likely that would have occurred if this is a statement of fact, as I'm playing it right here. Let's go.
But announced he was going back to Milford. He used her pretty much to pull his grades up to go to Milford University while she was
I don't believe that at all. Okay, again, we already covered that.
Actually in love with him. But anyway, when he found out she was pregnant, he became really angry. He told her she was pretty much ruining his life and was tried to make her get an abortion. And
okay, we're going to set us. Well, you know what? Yeah, we're going to set that part aside. We're also going to set aside about Umar saying that she's trying to ruin his life, because Umar has stated shit like that in the past about women, right? See, we can give Malcolm a point there for that right there, because Umar, he's done that. He's talking about how these black women and they try to destroy your life, black men, and these black women need to shut up because they're always telling the business, and with a conscious stripper, she trying to sabotage, she trying to destroy my life. Same thing. Remember, Umar, we really should give Malcolm a point. Okay, not on the other issue that he's bringing up, because that's beyond the scope, but on the issue of Umar talking about how in this case, a white woman is trying to destroy his life. I think that we should give him. Do y'all think we should give him a point? And the reason why I'm saying that is because Umar tells a story about how his first baby mama alleged that he beat on her, and that by her alleging that it would have destroyed his life. There would be no school. He wouldn't be a school psychologist, no school principal, no vice principal. There wouldn't be, he even said in another video, there wouldn't be no FDMG. We was talking about how the domestic violence type of situation. That was another video. We're going to give him a point on that. Okay. So as of right now, we're going to say 5 to 5. Okay. So it's even. It's even right now. Okay, we're not even halfway through the video. Okay, we're going point by point. Okay, now I'm not going to give a point for the other issue that he's bringing up. Okay, because that's beyond the scope. I'm saying based upon Umar's behavior and statements that he's made about black women, I would think I think it's logical to say that he would also say that about white women if he felt as if they're trying to quote unquote sabotage or destroy his life. See, he never wants to hold himself accountable for anything. Okay, but we're gonna give Ike a point right now. It's tied 5-5. Let's go.
Pregnant, pause. He became really angry. He told her she was pretty much ruining his life and was tried to make her get an abortion and stuff like that. And he became very defensive over the whole thing. So my mom, on the other hand,
yeah, I would see Umar being defensive, but that speaks to this issue of Umar, what we talked about earlier, where Umar he's always claiming that women are trying to destroy his life. Well, that's being defensive. So we're not going to give him a point for that. That's kind of like restating something, but in a different way.
He became very defensive over the whole thing. So my mom, on the other hand, was a little older than him at the time, and she was lower middle class, but she
I'm going to give Umar a point right here. You guys want to know why? Would she have been older than Umar? Yeah, she would have been. The real question, he says a little older, but the real question is, it's not even so much the older part, because again, she was working, Umar starting as a graduate student, but she was already a graduate student working, allegedly, as like a student aide, or not a student aide, but as a professor's aide, that type of thing, based upon the story that he's telling. We're going to give Umar a point right here. You guys know why? Because I'm getting ahead of myself, but you want to know why? Because Malcolm's mother was not lower middle class. Her father was a senator. One could argue, okay, well, just because they're a senator, maybe the senator wasn't supporting his mama not only did undergraduate school, but she graduated from Duke University. See, I'm getting ahead of myself. I've already done the research. Umar winning this right now. 5-6. Okay. Now I'm going based upon the research. This is what I found. Okay. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. See, and I didn't spend months. Okay, I spent maybe a couple of hours max, not even a couple, maybe an hour. Okay, but I know how to get the receipts. His first name is Malcolm. So he said lower middle class, right? That's highly unlikely if your daddy's a senator. If that's, yeah, I think it's her, or is it her father? His father? Wait a minute, hold on. Or was it her father's father? Because I got the receipts already set up. We're gonna get into this in just a moment because I already have it on the other screen. Okay, I thought it was her father, but it could have been her grandfather. We gonna see. But the point is that it's highly unlikely that she's lower middle class, because that's right next to lower class, right? It's highly unlikely that she's lower middle class if she her father or grandfather is a senator and she graduates from Duke University. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Loyalty. We're gonna get deeper into this. I'm getting a little head. Yeah, Jonathan. I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but I just want to throw that out there for y'all just to sit on for a moment. Right. What's the score? Right now, Umar's winning this. Okay. Again, I'm not a defender of Umar. We're going point by point, and I've always been fair with Umar. I've been fair. Okay, but I think Umar's winning by what, 1 now, right? Okay. Let me know in the chat room. Real quick, let's take a quick break. Let me get to these super chats real quick. I apologize for not handling it like I normally do, but I want to get into all this. I spent so much time running my mouth at the beginning. Okay, we got 1,400 people in the. If you're enjoying the show, hit the like button. Make sure you vote too. Okay, vote, because I'm going to repost the poll again towards the end of the show, and we're going to see whether or not the numbers change. Okay, because Malcolm was into bunnies. Did you talk about? Are you talking about? No, people said that about Malcolm X. Now, when he was younger, he does admit that he was dealing with white women, but I highly doubt that once he gets into the Nation of Islam, that he was dealing with white women. People don't say all kinds of stuff. Malcolm's my dude. That's my guy. Respectfully. But yeah, this 27-year-old who's alleging that Umar is his father, his name is Malcolm, which is very interesting in and of itself. Okay? Lewis Suck says, from catfish to casserole, from black nationalism to NASCAR, from black coffee to plenty of creamer, a black nationalist journey to, yeah, that was really good though. Catfish to casserole. Black people eat casserole too. Cut it out. Black nationalism to NASCAR. Oh my God. you wild. Okay, let me get to these other ones real quick. We're gonna take a quick break real quick. What's up, Sasha? How you doing? It says, I always knew Big Funky was a Snowbunny color. Allegedly, right? We're going based upon the receipts, Sasha. Okay, we're going based upon point by point. Right now, Umar's winning this, though. Okay, he's winning over Malcolm. Okay, not Malcolm X. We talk about this other Malcolm. Okay. Thanks, Sasha Love, for the super chat. D says Malcolm will inherit his father's share. Oh my God. It'd be wild if, like, in a week or so, Malcolm is live streaming inside Umar Mama closet in the same funky chair with the backdrop. That would be wild. Okay, thanks, D. Miss Independent says highly likely low literacy plus zero research skills. No, you're right about that. Dealing with Umar, he doesn't have research skills. I mean, that's proven even over time that because he throws stuff out there, and you know that it's not research based whatsoever. Umar's not a researcher. He's non-functional in that. I know how to research, especially online. Okay, if there was a certification for like as an online researcher, that would be something that I would do because I can do that really good. I've been doing it for a long time. Umar doesn't have research skills. Literacy, I will say this, that he does not come across as someone who has 6 degrees. He doesn't. Okay, he has 5. Okay, at best. Okay, but 6 he doesn't. I already know that as a fact. He says 6, but let's say for the sake of argument here, Umar has 6 degrees. He doesn't come across as someone who is highly literate, someone who has extensive research skill or highly developed research skills, or someone who's a scholar. In fact, he's never come off that way to me. He never has. See? So I see your point. I do see your point. Thank you for the super chat. Information Man says, I think this white dude is lying. Okay, yeah. But now listen, I'm not saying one way or the other yet. I just want to go point by point, and then we're going to tally up the score. I'm going to tell people what I think, and I'm going to provide receipts because I have newspaper articles we're going to look at. Yeah, man. Now, Information Man, you're an honorable man. Okay, I have a high level of respect for you. You're also fair. Okay, I'm fair too. I'm fair. Okay, am I defending Umar? No, I'm going step by step, point by point, and at the end of the day, we're going based upon the research and we're going based upon the receipts, and that's the honorable thing to do. Okay? All right. Thank you, Information Man, for the super chat. A lady says, Puffy, Shannon, Kanye, now this. Who's taking down black men? Yeah. It's a conspiracy. And we can't put Kanye on there because Kanye is Kanye. Okay. Shannon, listen, Shannon should have known better. Her last name was Zunika. Come on. You should have known talking about baby gravy. Come on. That's any woman ever tells them. Listen, there ain't no man out there, especially no black man. If a woman say, I want some of that gravy, that baby gravy inside me, you're going to be like, what? What kind of P. Diddy freak off? Okay. And Puffy, listen, there ain't nothing we can say about Puffy. He was gone a long time ago. That ain't nothing new. The Shannon Sharp shit is more recent. Hey, but Puffy, he been doing this, he was freaking off and all this other, they said fish was involved. They had trout and lionfish and sharks and shit. How you gonna have sharks in the bed? Them poor sharks flipping around and shit. They said he was bringing in exotic fish. I ain't lying. He was on that freak off shit for a long time. Them poor fish. That's wrong. Y'all know I'm serious about it. He had the fish coming through, right? He had blowfish, snapper, trout, bass. Somebody said he had alligators in the bed. I don't believe that. That's too far. Okay, the sharks, I can see sharks. Seahorses, no, I guess they too small for all that. It can't do that. All right. No, seriously, literally fish. No, seriously, that's what they were saying. Dolphins. Oh my God. The sharks had lasers and shit. I said, damn. What kind of shit free? What's up, Ruben Rivetta? What I heard was he even had what them fish called halibut. They said that they had the halibut with a thong on. So, oh my God, don't do that. Fish can't consent to that. Don't put a thong on a fish. What kind of free did he? All right. We ain't even gonna get to the electric eel because he was putting out. Let me stop. Yeah, there was some scrimps involved. All right. What's up, CM LaCour? The mermaids. What's up? The free willy freak-offs. That's what they call it. It's bigger than these fish. And all the fish, they would call them Willie. So he called him Willie. So he had a special freak-off with the fish. He called all of them Willie. It don't matter which one it is. He only had one of them at a time. So they call him Free Willie freak-offs. Boy, y'all crazy. Okay. Let's get back. Jaws and draws. P. Diddy, what you doing this weekend, sir? Draws and okay. That's crazy. All right, let's get back to it. We got a little blowed off. Let's get back to it. What's the score, by the way? Thank you, lady, for posting this too. 755 likes. We're going for 800. Okay, so if you're enjoying the show, go and hit that like button. I appreciate it. Can someone update me on the score? Okay, thank you, Ike. So right now, Malcolm has 5, Umar has 6. Okay, let's keep going. Here we go.
He became very his life and was tried to make her get an abortion and stuff like that, and he became very defensive over the whole thing.
Oh my God, y'all tripping. What did I just click on? Frederick said, poor Ariel. Oh my God, y'all crazy. Yeah, somebody said jaws and draws. All right. Crazy. Here we go.
Tried to make her get an abortion and stuff like that, and he became very defensive over the whole thing. So my mom, on the other hand, was a little older than him at the time, and she was lower middle class, but she was cool to have a baby.
Did someone say a turtle? Don't do that. Them poor turtles, they was hiding their shell and shit. It was like, let me stop. That's too far. Here we go.
It was more of a tradition in our family. So Dr. Umar, who they called Maine at the time, I'm guessing because his name is Jermaine.
That's factual. Did you guys know that? That's a point. That's a point for Malcolm. Back in the day, they used to call Umar Jermaine. They used to call him Maine because he even posted. He said the main man Jermaine. See, I don't remember what this is a long time ago. I don't remember what year it was, but I remember seeing that in one of Umar Johnson's posts, long time ago. So we're going to give Malcolm a point on that. Okay. No, it's true. Now, Bridget, I've never told people that. So, but when I heard him say that, I said, no, that's true. That they used to call Umar Maine, like main man, because he said Umar, he actually reiterated that at a certain point. Yeah. So it's Umar. For those of y'all who don't know, okay, and thank you, Tori, for that. Umar's original name, his birth name, was not Umar ibn Rashad, no, Umar Rashad ibn Abdullah Johnson. Most people know Umar as Umar Johnson. Okay. Umar's original name was Jermaine Shoemake. His mama's name is Barbara Shoemake. The question becomes, okay, well, why didn't Umar have his father's, why did Umar change his name? Well, Umar didn't change his name, because I've heard people say that. His father changed his name. See, Umar's original name was Jermaine Shoemake. It was not Jermaine Johnson, although Umar has used Jermaine Johnson as an alias. Remember, Umar's father, his name is Jamal Abdullah Johnson. Abdullah Johnson. That's how they say it. I say Abdullah. Okay, Paula Abdullah. But Jamal Abdullah Johnson is not Jamal's given name. His last name has always been Johnson. But Jamal Abdullah is something that he adopted later on in life. Well, with Umar, his name is changed. In fact, let's go look at the timeline. Now, I just want to point this out. Here you go. If you look on the timeline, in 1981, again, Umar, he's actually born not as Umar Johnson. I need to change this too. He's born as Jermaine Shoemake. Again, his mama is Barbara Shoemake. He's born in 1974. However, in and around 1981, when Umar's in the second grade, he's about 7 years old. Umar, his mama, and his father marry. And that's when Umar moves down south. Okay? And he's staying on a military base with his father. So in and around 1981, 1982-ish. Okay? And by the time Umar's in the third grade, he's in school in North Carolina. And this is when Umar's father changes his name. Umar tells a story. Remember the alien story? Okay? He tells a story about the alien visitation. But it was in and around this time that Umar's father marries Barbara, and that's when his name is changed. And not just Umar, but his siblings, their names are changed too. So that's when Umar is named Umar Rashad ibn Abdullah Johnson. Okay? But prior to this, his name was Jermaine Shoemake. And later on, when Umar gets into college, they used to call him Maine. He actually tells that story. I have it in my notes. This is an older video, but Umar tells that story, and he made a post about that too. He said something like Jermaine or Umar, Jermaine the main man Johnson or some shit like that. But the point is that what Malcolm is saying there is true. So we're gonna give him a point for that. Now, I don't even know what the score is at this point. Ike, if you can update me, I'd appreciate it. All right, let me do these other super chats, then we're going to get back to it. We'll pick back up where we left off. Umar looked like an Obatala baby gravy shake. Okay, because they're better than baby gravy. I said, what in the world? Thanks, arrogant pupil. Hope you're doing all right. Yolanda, how's it going? Yolanda says, clap cheeks for cheat sheets. That's a wild story. No. Okay. But we're going step by step. We're going point by point. But it's a crazy story that, is it possible? Yes. But that Umar was quote unquote clapping cheeks, and she was helping him to cheat so that his grades would get up. But again, that would be against the law. You see, and Malcolm's mother would have also, she would have had, again, he said that she's not much older than Umar. We're going to get into that a little bit. I don't want to get too far ahead, Yolanda, but we'll get into that in just a moment. Okay. But yeah, clap cheeks for cheat sheets. That's wild. Thank you, Yolanda, for the super chat. I got yours, a lady too. Thank you so much. She introduced Jermaine to the Macaroon. No, let's not go there. Umar will talk about the Macaroon one time. He was talking that freak off talk. Thank you, D. Hamobu, how's it going? Says, is there any physical evidence like a picture or email correspondence or list of students in mother's class or something Umar left? Yeah, that's a good question. All right, we can ask the question, because again, I'm about receipts, right? Anyone can say anything about anyone, but are there receipts? Has Malcolm provided any receipts up to this point? Did his mama put, because she was lower middle class, right? Did she put Umar on child support? So it's more likely that if she was lower middle class, that she would put Umar on child support, and that they would have done a pregnancy, not a pregnancy test, but what do they call that? They find out who's the pappy. You know what I'm saying? Like Maury Povich, that would have happened too. Is there any documentation? I haven't seen it. Again, anyone can say anything. And if this story is true, then there should be some receipts to back it up. Now, to be fair, is it possible that Malcolm has these receipts? It's possible, but he hasn't shown it, at least not up to this point. The other thing is that could he fabricate some receipts? Yeah, he can do that too. He can do that. People done that with me, right? I remember they fabricated what was it? Text messages, and what was he like over the phone, and also hired a gay guy off of Craigslist to say that I was in a relationship with him. So people can make shit up. It's possible. The point is that just because someone says something doesn't mean that it's true. Okay. So again, I'm not saying that this is Umar Johnson's son. I'm not saying that it's not Umar Johnson's son. I'm going point by point to see what's true and what's not true. But again, excuse me, I spit. But this is an important critical question that Umar is bringing up here. If someone is going to make a claim, then it's not just what they say. There should be some evidence and proof to back it up. Now, real quick, just to show you how I operate, I have audio of a woman claiming that Umar SA'd her. You guys know that? Hit the one. I have the audio. Have I ever played it? No, I haven't played it. I don't think I've ever played it. No. Kukra said, y'all been here for a couple of years, or since I started. I remember when I first started, they didn't have super chats and none of that stuff. When I first started covering Umar, I don't think I've ever played it. At least if memory serves me correctly. Now, I could pull that up and play it right now for you guys, and you guys would be shocked. I don't even think anyone else has it. I mean, there may be something, but I have it. However, I don't have a way of corroborating what the woman was alleging. I mean, is it possible? Yeah. Do I think that it took place? Yeah. I think it's probable, given Umar's sexual debauchery and the way he be talking all this sex talk, and he's abusive. His daughter alleges that Umar beat on the mama. I wouldn't put it past him. That's the point. But I don't have a way of corroborating that. So therefore, I can't state that as a fact. I could play it for you all. Okay? I have it. The point that I'm making is that there should be, at this point, if Malcolm is 27 years old, that means that there has to have been 27 years that have passed. Actually more, because pregnancy too, right? 9 months of pregnancy. So let's just say 28 years. There should be some sort of receipt associated with all this. Okay, a text message between Umar and his alleged baby mama, who would have been a Snowbunny. Okay, Malcolm's mama. Okay, there should have been, at least at some point after 28 years, right? Now the question becomes some sort of email correspondence, a list of students in the mother's class, a record of his mother as a professor's aide, or as a professor, or any of this type of thing. Okay, or as someone who has established a firm that's like dealing with psychology, what have you. Okay, now does this exist? Okay, we're gonna get a little bit further into this, but it's a very good point right here. Let me read this one more time. Is there any physical evidence, like a picture or email correspondence or a list of students in his mother's class or something Umar left? And I haven't seen any of it. Okay? But we're going to go point by point. Okay? Thank you, Amobu, for the super chat. Giannis says, hey, just came in. What happened? It's a whole lot. Okay. If you didn't get the thing is, at the beginning of this video, we were talking about other stuff. It was related, but we kind of got blown off. But you got most of it if you've seen the video that I'm showing, if you've seen it from the beginning. Okay. I keep pausing it and then I rewind a little bit. But there's a white male who's 27 years old who's come out and he's alleging that Umar Johnson is his father. And then we're going point by point. Someone let me know what the score is. Okay, as of right now, I think it's either even or Umar's up 1. Okay. Thank you for Super Chat, Giannis. What's up, Seth? Seth says the only way they're going to get Umar's DNA is from an Obatala shake or paraphernalia. Yeah, no, but you know, Seth, because his other baby mamas, they've done this. They did a test, paternity test. That's what it's called. I forgot about it earlier. Couldn't remember, but they could just do a paternity test. You would think that after 27 years that Malcolm's mother would have done a paternity test. And let's say that Umar hasn't been absent and he hasn't been paying child support. Well, that doesn't mean that they can't retroactively get that child support, which would be crazy amounts of money. If she's lower middle class, see? I don't know if the child could do that. Like if the child, if the parent, if their parent was absentee and wasn't supporting financially, wasn't doing no child support. If a child, as they come of age, if they can do that retroactively, I would think that the parent, the mother or the father, depending on the situation, would have to do that. I'm not quite sure, but you would think that after 27 years that there should have been some sort of filing to these regards, which speaks, it goes back to what was said earlier with the Hamobu. There should be some sort of documentation or record of any of this. I haven't been able to find it, and Malcolm hasn't produced that. Okay, but we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. All right, but we're gonna get deeper into this. Okay, we're just scratching the surface. Thanks, Seth, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Matt said he's slick, has Umar's face. Well, he's definitely slick because some of the stuff he's saying is suspect, right? He has Umar's face. Well, I don't know. You know, that could be deceptive. That you know, someone can look like someone, don't mean that that's the baby or that's a baby or that's the baby daddy or baby mom for that matter. Now, when Umar's daughter came out, there were people who said that she looked like him, and I was like, well, I don't know. I can't go based upon that. I go based upon receipts. And I remember because I'm always fair. When I first started covering, I was saying that she's alleging that, but then Umar actually admits that was his daughter. So at that point, I have to say, okay, that's his daughter. Okay. Thanks, Matt, for the super chat. Parby says, I'm a professor. The PsyD program is rigorous. A typical supremacy response to a highly educated African American. His mother responsible for Umar's academic achievements is preposterous and offensive. Yeah, I was kind of alluding to that earlier. That's why I gave Umar a point on that. And you're right. A PsyD program, it's rigorous. I'm amazed that Umar even got through it. Again, he was kicked out of PCOM. That's why it took him so long to actually get the PsyD. He was in college for 20 years altogether. He got kicked out, and he inevitably he was able to get back in. But yeah, you're right. It's absolutely it's rigorous. Getting any degree is rigorous, but a PsyD it's rigorous. The notion that Malcolm's mother was helping Umar academically while he was at Heinemann, it doesn't add up. Okay, it's not reasonable. It's not logical either. Again, even within the timeline, it doesn't make any sense because Umar had already graduated by that time from Millersville University with the double major, which is more rigorous than if he was just to get a regular old degree. Okay? A double major. Okay, he didn't do a major and a minor. He did a double major. It's one degree though. Umar claims it is two. So it just doesn't stand to reason. Right. And of course, someone could argue that, okay, well, as you continue on, that the workload gets more rigorous. And so maybe that's why Umar was struggling. But if he was struggling, then how is it possible that he goes to Millersville and he's able to pick up 3 master's degree over time? It couldn't have been that rigorous if he was able to do that, or even 1 master's for that matter. And finally, he goes to PCOM for the PsyD. It takes him, I think it was 4 years altogether, if memory serves me correctly. But again, he was kicked out at a certain point. Let me see here. He graduated from PCOM with a master's in 2018. He doesn't graduate from PCOM with the PsyD until 2012. So yeah, roughly about 4 years. Yeah, it's not reasonable. That's why I gave Umar a point on that. I'm being fair. Okay, so I'm a professor. The PsyD program is rigorous. Typical supremacy response to a highly educated African American. His mother's responsible for Umar's academic achievements is preposterous and offensive. Yeah, that's why I don't believe it at all. I don't believe that at all. That she was there and she was giving him, cheat sheets to help him, for whatever time that Umar was there at Heinemann, a very brief period. And based on what Umar says, it just doesn't make sense. Doesn't stand to reason. And then it also limits this notion that Umar had the intellectual aptitude or the academic skills needed in order to graduate with 3 masters after this alleged incident, 3 masters in a PsyD. It doesn't stand to reason. So that's why I gave Umar a point on that. Okay, good point too, Par B. Thank you for the super chat as well. James, what's up, James? Says the video of Umar stating if he goes to law school, his fathers would do his assignment. He didn't say that. Umar did not say that if he goes to law school, his fathers are going to do his assignments. That's not what he said. What he said was, and shout out to James too, because he's the one that sent me this shit yesterday. I clicked on it and it said it was taken down, but I don't know what was going on. But no, it's still up there on Umar Johnson's Instagram page. Shout out to James. What Umar said was that if he goes back to law school, because that's how he phrased it, that his fathers are going to pay for it. And I think he said it was going to cost $200,000 or something like 300. I can't remember what he said. Some crazy amount of money that he says, and that is his father's going to pay for it. That's what he said. All right. Thanks, James, for being a member. And thanks for sending me the video too, because I wasn't even planning on live streaming today. So y'all thank James. Parby says dissertation research and defense are required to earn a doctorate degree. I guess his mother was there as well. Ridiculous. Looking to be yeah. That's a good point too. Like I said, the rigors of even getting a master's, 3 master's degree, and then going for the PsyD, he has to produce a dissertation, and that's to pass. Umar had problems with getting it passed, though. Part of the reason was because a lot of his assertions in the dissertation was race-based. Like he was making all this, and I have someone who knows about all this stuff. I can't say too much, but y'all just gonna have to trust me on this. That part of the issue was that Umar, he had become, as part of the reason why they kicked his ass out, he had become more and more militant. And he wasn't always that way either. He wasn't. He tries to act like it these days, but it's more of a minstrel show than anything else. But he became more and more militant, and he was making assertions in his dissertation that were like race-based. And some of the shit he was talking, you can't find his dissertation online either. That normally you can find it online. But the thing is that there are people who have speculated. I don't mean to go off on this, but there's people who speculate that the reason why he took it down was because his dissertation was the premise for his first book. In other words, that's not uncommon too in the world of academia, that people use their dissertation as the premise of their book or books, right? And there are people who argue that was the case with Umar, and that's why that a person who produces a book based upon their dissertation, they would want to take the dissertation down. They don't want people to have access to it because then people wouldn't be interested in buying their book. This makes sense. It's more of a financial thing than anything else. But anyway, it doesn't stand to reason. Okay, dissertation, research, and defense are required. Umar had a trouble defending his dissertation. Okay, but for at least the reason that's one of the main reasons that I outlined before. To earn a doctorate degree, I guess his mother was there as well. No, by this time, her mother would not have been there, so it doesn't make any sense, and it's ridiculous looking to be relevant. Okay, we're gonna get to that in just a moment. Well, it's not in a moment. We're gonna get to that too. Okay, we got to be fair. All right. Thanks, Parby, for the super chat. Tori says, so there's a delinquent child support file under Maine Johnson. No, not that I've seen. Okay, I haven't seen it. There is a child support docket in Philadelphia for someone whose name is Umar Abdullah. Okay, it could be Umar, but I haven't been able to verify that. Okay, and if that is Umar, then that would be his 4th baby mama. He has 3, and that would be his 4th child at least. He has, based upon my research that I'll confirm, he has 3 baby mamas, okay, and 3 children. Is it possible that that's Umar? Yeah, but I haven't been able to confirm it, so I just don't put that out there. Okay, but it is on record in the Philadelphia child support system. The person's name is Umar Abdullah. But like I said, Umar has different aliases, including Umar Abdullah. Okay. Thanks, Tori, for being a member. Okay, real quick, Dave says, I don't want to ruin the story, but apparently Umar stole a new leather desk chair from her home. No, that didn't happen. That's wild. And first of all, real quick, he loves that chair. He still has it to this day. He's had it for about 25 years, and it's part of the flipping of the phone filth situation. He's a hoarder. He don't like to let shit go, and that's Umar. Right. Thanks, Dave. And then Parby says Umar is problematic, but these comments serve the narrative of the DEI crusade against certain people. He has been watching your videos. Yeah, he definitely has. Umar's been watching these videos. He's watching this video. He's watching this video. Okay. Remember, I said this the other day. In all of my research at Umar from birth, like I've done extensive research, and the first video that I found of Umar that appears online, it was from in and around 2005, and he was a school psychologist at that time. And he's giving a talk, and he's slim. I can show you guys, but this is the earliest video that I've been able to find of Umar. In fact, let me just show it because it ties to what we're saying here, what you're saying here. I know that Umar watches these videos because in all of the years that I've researched Umar, I've never heard him say anything about he has cousins who were gangbanging, like thuggish. Okay? I've heard Umar say things like, oh man, I did not mean to do it. Let me see if I can undo that. Okay, there we go. I've heard Umar say things like, I got, these street thugs, the phone call where he was talking, the Goonie Goons and all this, the fake phone call. I've heard him say he had goons in Chicago, like 20 goons waiting there on deck. They're ready to do that, handle the business, etc. I've never heard Umar say that he had cousins who were gangbangers. Okay. But I've talked about that for years. Now, I never gangbanged, but I had plenty of friends because the school I went to was off of Skyline. It was called O'Farrell. O'Farrell was there from 6th grade through 9th grade, and then then a new campus was built for that school, and that was called the San Diego School of Creative and Performing Arts, SDSEPA. I went there from 10th grade through 12th grade. It was a performing arts school. And what ended up happening was a lot of the people who were thugged out and shit at O'Farrell, a lot of them was my friends, they left them at that school. It was off of Skyline. Skyline was Eastside Piru. I had cousins who was Eastside Piru. I had some relatives, closer relatives. I ain't gonna say too much that they was out there in them streets. That's what they was doing. So it wasn't no big deal. I've been talking about that for years. It's nothing. It's no big deal. Many of y'all got family members that's gang banging now. Some of y'all got family members. Some of y'all was gang banging shit. Let's be real about it. But I never heard Umar tell a story about how he had friends who were gangbanging or friends or family members, cousins or whatever. But see, I talked about it recently, and then Umar does a video where all of a sudden he got cousins, like I've been saying, that are gangbangers. They was trying to handle that. You cut it out. You ain't gangster. You went to a military academy. They wouldn't know what you talking about. It was a boarding school. Everything provided for him. Clothes was provided for him. Food was provided for him. Everything was provided for this guy. See, that's why he's so lazy today. In part, that's why. The point that I'm making is that Umar, because he watched my videos, he heard me say it time and time again, and not that often, but I've talked about how I had family members that was gang banging in the streets. That all of a sudden now he has cousins that are gang banging in the street. Just like when his daughter said that she wants to take acting classes. Y'all remember that? Then the next day, Umar says that something about how they want him to have him acting in some movie or some shit. Cut it out, Umar. He watches these videos. Real quick, this is the video. This is the earliest video that I could find on Umar. And if someone has another one that's earlier than this, please let me know. And this was in around 2005, could be 2004, 2005, 2006. I think it's 2005. And let me just show you guys, you can tell there's just such a huge difference in terms of Umar. And thanks, RB. Check this out.
Abdullah Johnson, and I'm a member of the organization founded by the Right Excellent Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, the Universal Negro Improvement Association.
Remember, he resigned in 2005 because he was trying to scam them out of money for a building fund. Okay.
I belong to the Philadelphia division. By trade, I'm a school psychologist. And in the city of Philadelphia, I'm the youngest of only 4 black male school psychologists, although Philadelphia is the 5th largest school district in the city, in America, I'm sorry. I actually happen to be a relative of that man hanging on the wall, Frederick Douglass.
He lying. He ain't a relative, but he didn't know back then. His daddy lied about that, but I don't know. It was probably about 4 years ago. About 4 years ago, maybe 5 years ago. His daddy did DNA test because the Bailey family, that's the ancestral line of Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass' last name was Bailey. Excuse me. I apologize. They were going at Umar because, and they put out Black Anonymous has this on the Black Anonymous blog. The Bailey family was speaking out against these claims, these false claims that Umar was making. Umar, he built his career off of, in part, he built it off of this idea, notion that he's a descendant of Frederick Douglass. He's built his career off of Hidden Colors too, by the way, even though he don't want to give Tariq Nasheed any credit, right? The point is that the family, they actually issued a statement on their official website, and they were making it clear that Umar was not related. And then years later, Umar Johnson daddy, he does a video and he does a post. I can show it to y'all. I can show you the post. I don't have the video. Where he admits that he's not related. They're not related to Frederick Douglass. There's no DNA connection. There's no familiar bond, whether that is through genetics or through marriage. This makes sense to people. But Umar, he was told this lie when he was a child. In fact, I'll tell you exactly when he was told this. This was when Umar was in 6th grade, 1985, at the age of 11. His daddy told him that he was related to Frederick Douglass, which is not true. Okay, but Umar was speaking this in 2005, which is understandable because the truth about their lineage didn't come out until much later, right? In more recent times.
Whose real name was Frederick Bailey, but he changed it to Douglass when he escaped to slavery, which is my family's name. He's actually a blood cousin. But I just...
No, he's not. Okay, the point is, I've researched Umar, and this is the earliest video that I've seen of Umar, which is in around 2004, 2005. Out of all the videos that I've seen, thousands of videos that I've seen of Umar, I've never heard Umar state that he had cousins who was in them streets like that. In fact, I can pull up a video where he was talking about how these thugs on the corner, they need to be murdered. That's what Umar said. Okay. All right. Thank you, Par B, for the super chat. Let me do this other one. We get back to it. Tori says, so there's a delinquent child support file under. Oh, okay, I got that one earlier. Yeah, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. Okay. I got this one earlier. Thanks again, Par B. Yolanda says, you have to get Malcolm on the show, Lenon. That'd be wild. He's welcome to come on up. I already sent him a link. I sent him a link. I got his email. I ain't gonna say too much, but I got his real name. I got his mama information, his daddy information. Y'all gonna trip in a minute. Hold on. It gets wild. It gets really, really wild. He raps. He got some skills. He got some skills. But remember, he said his mama was lower middle class, right? Okay. Thanks, Yolanda. And Parby says, not Umar. I was referring to Malcolm. Okay. Let me see. Umar is problematic, but these comments have the narrative of a DUI crusade against certain people. He has been watching your video. Oh, okay. I agree. Okay. Now this is getting ahead of myself, Par B, because I'm going to say this. Matter of fact, I'm going to say this for later. But it's true that Umar has been watching this video, these videos, but it's also quite possible that Malcolm has been watching these videos. Okay, I'm getting way ahead of myself, but I got you. I think you already know. You already know what time it is. Okay, let's go. Let's get going here. Thank you all so much. Cook That's undefeated. We still got 1,365 people in the building. Let me give a quick update on the poll. We got over 2,000 votes. I think that's a record. 2,080 votes. Do you believe that this man, meaning Malcolm, is Umar Johnson's son? 45% say yes, and 55% say no. At a certain point, I'm going to keep note of this. I'm going to end the poll, and then I'm going to repost the poll with the same question and see if people's opinion have changed. Okay. Again, I've always been fair with Umar. I'm going based upon the receipts and the research, and then common sense too, critical thinking. Okay, because that's what we do here. All right. Let's get back to Malcolm's story here. His allegation,
pretty much ruining, and was tried out. She was pregnant when he found out she was pregnant.
Okay, real quick, where are we at on the score? Ike, are you still here? Anyone in the chat room? I can't remember what the score is in the chat room. Let me know.
Became really angry. He told her she was pretty much ruining his life and was tried to make her get an abortion and stuff like that. And he became very defensive over the whole thing. So my mom, on the other hand, was a little older than him at the time, and she was lower middle class, but she was.
Okay, she would have had to have been older, but we're going to come back to that, because remember, Umar was just starting as an undergraduate, but she was already as he was starting as a graduate, but she was actually working to a degree at least for the university as an assistant, a professional assistant, if that makes sense to people. Yeah, please, if someone can update me on. Okay, there it is. So it's tied. Okay, we are tied right now, 6-6. Okay, Malcolm has 6, Umar has 6. Okay, we're going point by point here. Shout out to the Cook Crush chat. Hamobu says an idea from the chat. Malcolm could contact Umar's daughter and they could take a DNA test to see if they are siblings. Yeah, there are different ways that he can go about doing this. He could actually do a DNA test on one of these DNA websites, and ultimately it's going to come up because Umar Johnson's daddy did that. That's how Umar Johnson's daddy found out that they weren't descendants and they didn't have any relationship or genetic relationship or otherwise to the Bailey family, the Bailey bloodline. So they're not related to Frederick Douglass at all. Okay. Now, if he was, he takes a DNA test. If he was a descendant, it would have come back, because that's what happens. It'll show you to say you have, there's a 50% match in DNA. There's a 25% match. There's a 12% match. There's a 6% match. There's a 3% match. There's a 1.5% match. It'll give. I don't think they go about points like that, 0.5 in the decimals, but that's how it works. So if Malcolm wanted to, if he believes that Umar Johnson is his father, he can just go on one of these websites, and in particular with the website was ancestry.com. You can go on ancestry.com. They'll send him a kit in the mail, and he can do they use a saliva, and then you send it back to the lab. They'll do a DNA test based upon the saliva, just like how they do. As a matter of fact, they be arresting people on that shit because they could get it. They get the database from ancestry.com. There's other ones too, but in terms of criminal investigations, there's people that they got hemmed up because of that. Okay, and it don't even have to be the person who committed the crime. It could be a relative of that person, and then there's DNA evidence, and they do the research for that DNA in the database, and they say, okay, it has to be someone from this family, and it could be any one of these 3 brothers or any one of these 4 brothers. And so now they got 4 suspects that they can look into, and they go one by one, and ultimately they find the person which one it was. See? So we're in 2025. Malcolm could simply he can contact the daughter, but he could just take a DNA test. And it's going to come back. If he does ancestry.com, it'll come back whether or not he's related to Umar Johnson's daddy. And if he's not related to, if there's no genetic connection to Umar Johnson's daddy, well, then there can't be a genetic connection to Umar Johnson. See, it makes sense? Yeah. All right. A good point, Homo. Okay, so for the record, right now it's tied. Okay, Umar's at 6, and I was going to say Jamal. I was going to say Jamal. Umar's at 6, and Malcolm is at 6, and Malcolm is the 27-year-old white male who's making this allegation that he is Umar Johnson's son. Yellow Man, what's up, Yellow Man? Says, sorry, was coding, but I'm here. What up, Quick Question? Yeah, well, you missing the classic, okay? But make sure you handle the business first. This will be archived. Thanks, Yellow Man. Get that coding on. That's my Cash App right there. I don't promote my Cash App, but I do have a Cash App link and a PayPal link listed down below inside of the description for this video. And thanks to everyone who sent in super chats or super stickers so far. I appreciate it. Okay. And thanks, God Little Princess, for handling the business too. Yolanda says, if he converted to Islam, his name would be Malcolm Ibn Abdullah Johnson. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's wild right there. Yeah. If Malcolm allegedly, who was alleging that Umar Johnson is his pappy, his daddy, if he converted to Islam, his name would be Malcolm Ibn Abdullah Johnson. That's crazy. Boy, that'd be wow. That's a good one right there. Thanks, Yolanda, for the super chat. That is wow. we gonna get further into this, okay? Because I got some newspaper articles on Malcolm, and we're gonna get into it just a moment. Thanks, Yolanda. He's also on Spotify with his rap music, and he's on Google, not Google. He's on YouTube Music, if that's what it's called. He's on Spotify. He's on some other stuff too. We won't look into that, but I'll show you guys where you guys can find all that information, because I have one page to pull up and show all of that. That was really interesting too, right there, Yolanda. His name would be Malcolm Ibn Abdullah Johnson. Okay. All right. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, let's get going here. We're gonna get back to it. Okay, right now it's 5-5. It's tied. Okay, we're gonna pick it right back up where we left off. Here we go.
It's cool to have a baby, because it was more of a tradition. and stuff like that, and he became very defensive over the whole thing. So my mom, on the other hand, was a little older than him at the time, and she was lower middle class, but she was cool to have a baby, you know, because it was more of a tradition in our family. So Dr. Umar, who they called Maine at the time, I'm guessing because his name is Jermaine, not Dr. Umar, wasn't having that, so he disappeared.
Yeah. See, now, real quick, part B, you're right. And I think Malcolm has been watching these videos. See, I do. I think he's been watching at least some of these videos.
Maine, not Dr. Umar, wasn't having that, so he disappeared. She tried to reach out many times since then.
Okay, listen. Umar disappears. She has to reach out to him. I'm going to give Malcolm a point. If this story is true, it's highly likely that that's exactly what happened, because that's what Umar has done with his other kids. This makes sense? Am I saying that this is Umar Johnson's son? No. Am I saying that it's not Umar Johnson's son? No. What I'm saying is that if these allegations are true, and that if Malcolm is Umar's son, that it's extremely likely, it's extremely probable that Umar abandons Malcolm, because that's what he's done with his other kids. See what I'm saying? Yeah, so we're going to give Malcolm a point here. Malcolm is leading now 6-5. See, I had to clear my throat. This is consistent with Umar's behavior of abandoning his kids and disappearing, right? Remember, Umar disappears in and around 2010 from his oldest daughter's life. He wasn't consistent anyway, but he totally disappears by the time she's 10 years old. And remember that that's when, in and around the time that Umar, he starts as a Black conscious speaker, and then he starts to travel more. He starts to get more lectures. Hidden Colors helps him to blow up. Hidden Colors 2 helps him to blow up. And at a certain point, he's just traveling all over the world, much more than what he's doing now. His schedule is really, really light nowadays. But the point is that this would be consistent anyway, that Umar, because he has a history of this with the other 3 baby mamas and other 3 children that he had, even though he claims 2 children and 2 baby mamas, that he has a history of this behavior. So I'm going to give Malcolm a point right there. And if I'm right about this, he's up 1, right? Is it 7-6? Okay, yeah, 7-6. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna get deeper into this. All right. Where we at on the likes? So we already got 800. Wow, let's go for the record. 900. Let's go for 1,000. Can we break a record today? Can we get 1,000 likes during this live stream? Let's see if we can make that happen. Okay, because that will be a record. We got 1,300 people, over 1,300 people in the chat, or at least watching, maybe not in the chat. We got 2,140 votes so far. Is it possible for us to get to 900 and get to 1,000? Okay, let's see if we can make it happen. Okay, we're gonna see. Okay, I think it's an outside chance to get 1,000. We should be able to get to 900. Okay, but if we get 1,000, that's got to be a record. Okay, let's get back to it. Here we go.
Have a baby, you know, because it was more of a tradition in our family. So Dr. Umar, who they called Maine at the time, I'm guessing because his name is Jermaine, not Dr. Umar, wasn't having that, so he disappeared. She tried to reach out many times since then. All she knew pretty much, because he used to tell her, is that he was from North Philly. So after that, like a few years passed by, and she'd moved back in with my grandparents in Delaware. This is around
I could find this information out. I just didn't get that deep into the research. He's saying that her parents were living in Delaware. Her parents were living in Delaware. Is it possible that they were? It's possible. I just don't think it's true, but I can do the research and find out. I could, because I have their information. I just didn't go that. I didn't go those extra steps. Okay, we're not going to issue any points on that one way or the other. Okay, but it's interesting that he's saying Delaware because that's where Umar it has these abandoned buildings. See, I'm tempted to give Umar a point on this, but I haven't done the research to find out exactly where his grandparents, where they were living, and I could find out. It would probably take me about maybe 20 minutes, but I don't have time to do it here. It just doesn't sound. I mean, I can see East Coast. I can definitely see New York, somewhere in New York, but specifically Delaware, I don't know. Yeah, James G. I don't believe this shit. I don't believe that right there. But I know it's close to Philly. But the thing is that if this, we would have to say that her parents were living in Delaware. I would have to do the research to find out. I don't think so. Is it possible? Yeah, it is. That's why I can't issue a point either way on that. I'll tell you right now, I don't believe it. Right? I mean, I should give Umar a point on that. Should I give him a point? See, the thing, I can't give him a point because I haven't done the research to find out if that's true or not. So I can't do it based on that. I can't give him a point, but I'm tempted to. Okay. Where we at? Where we at on the likes? Y'all let me know. I think yeah, I'm not gonna give a point on that. Yeah, I know it's close to Philadelphia, but the thing is that that would assume, we would have to assume that the parents are from Delaware based upon what he's saying. Okay? Yeah, I know. Yeah, but I'm not gonna give Umar a point on here, even though I'm kind of tempted to do so. I'm not gonna do it. Okay. Boy, that would be some wild shit right there, Frederick. Maybe Malcolm's grandparents sold him those. That's wild. Okay, we had 900 likes. Can we break a record today and get to 1,000? See, I think we did 1,000 before, but that was for a marathon, one of the marathons, which I do every once in a while. You know, like if it's Christmas or if it's Thanksgiving. But those marathons be like 12 hours or some shit like that. But this right here, we would break a record right here if we can get to 1,000. Okay. We need 100 more likes, family. 100 more likes. Yeah, Crystal. Yeah, I need to see the receipts. Okay. We're going to go step by step here. Okay. Yeah, his TikTok name is Billy You're 8. Or I have it all downloaded. 8 Jermaine. We're gonna look at this in a little bit. Jermaine Johnson. Yeah, he put Jermaine Johnson on. You're right about it. I already downloaded all of it. Okay, where we at with the score? Someone let me know. And let's keep going here. Here we go.
You know, because it was more of a tradition in our family. So Dr. Umar, who they called Maine at the time, I'm guessing because his name is Jermaine, not Dr. Umar, wasn't having that. Go. So okay, he disappeared. She tried to reach out many times since then. All she knew pretty much, because he used to tell her, is that he was from North Philly. So after that, like a few years passed by, and she'd moved back in with my grandparents in Delaware. This is around 05, 06. I was
2005. 2005. That's when Umar conceptualizes FDMG. That's when Umar leaves Islam and he leaves the UNIA, puts in his letter of resignation. Umar was at PCOM at that time, which is in Philadelphia. That's in around 2005. I'm just looking at the timeline here.
After that, like a few years passed by, and
yeah, information, man. Listen, it doesn't appear that way to me, but this could be. Let me do this. And I really should have done this earlier, but now that you bring it up, remember that Umar Johnson is the darkest. I shouldn't say it that way. His skin color is darker than his siblings. And remember that his father is his grandfather. His great grandfather Cicero was a white Cuban. That's why Umar Johnson's daddy is the complexion that he is. If you look at Umar Johnson's oldest daughter, she has lighter skin than Umar. So genetically speaking, okay. But let me just pull this up. I just want to show this to people and get you guys feedback on this. Since you brought this up, information man. Here we go. Right. And then I'm gonna take myself off, and I'm gonna take Information Man's comment. But you bring this up right now. Let's go ahead and look at this. Okay. So this is a picture that's with the arrow pointing to it. This is a picture of the video that's sourced from the video that we're watching now. Okay. This is Malcolm, who is alleging that he's Umar Johnson's son. This is Umar Johnson from about a year and a half ago, I would think. Okay. And then you see a picture, the black and white picture. That's a picture of Malcolm when he was a child. Okay. And he put that picture on there because he has his hair braided. Okay. We're going to come back to that later. And then the picture that I have of Umar over with the snow bunny on his shoulder. I'm just playing. I should have done that. But with the snow bunny on his shoulder, that's a picture of Umar in and around the time that he would have allegedly impregnated Malcolm's mother. Now we can look at the pictures and say, do they look like, does he look like he's black? No, but remember Umar Johnson's grandfather was a white Cuban. It would be his great grandfather, I believe. I would have to go and look it up. I have it all inside of my notes. And that's why if you guys look at Jamal Johnson, he has lighter color eyes. He has a lighter skin tone. But genetically speaking, is it possible? Yeah, it's possible. But you guys can look at the picture. But the thing is, you can't go by pictures. Listen, Jamal has the cheekbones or type of cheeks that Umar has. He has the eyebrows that Umar has. There's people who allege that he has the eyes that they're similar. The nose doesn't look the same. Okay, he can grow a beard, etc. I'm going to give you guys later on. I'm going to give you guys my perspective on this. Okay, but since you brought it up, I just want to go ahead and show that picture. Some Bridget said, I need to see his hairline. All right. Yes, same hairline. Okay. All right. There's some people are saying it's possible. Some people are saying absolutely not. Okay. Now I'm going to go based upon the receipts. Okay. We're going to keep going. All right. Let's keep
back
going.
in with my grandparents, and this is around 05, 06. I was
2005, that she moved back with their grandparents, because again, he's alleging with his grandparents, he's alleging that that she was lower middle class, and that at a certain point she has to move in with to her mother and father's place, and they happen to be in Delaware. But wait a minute, her father, I'm getting ahead of myself. Is it father or grandfather? Well, I'll see in just a moment, a little bit later. Is a senator. They would have money. She wouldn't have to be moving in. She wouldn't be lower middle class either. Makes sense? Okay. Keep that in mind. Here we go.
This is around 05, 06. I was 6 or 7 at the time. So anyway, she went back to
I did the math on that. He would have been 6 or 7.
her professor, who she was interning for, the one who she was with Dr. Umar with at the time, at Hahnemann, who never knew about me, and made up a whole story about how she opened her own psychology firm, asked for his contact information because she thought he'd be a good candidate to work at her firm, because
that would be in 2000. What did he say? 2005? Or did he say 2007? I got to go back because it's getting convoluted here. I don't believe this shit right here.
At the time. So anyway, she went back to her professor, who she was interning for, the one who she was with 05, 06. I was 6 or 7.
05 or 06. Yeah, Umar, he wasn't giving out his phone number like he does, because based upon my research, he wasn't giving out his phone number like that.
At the time. So anyway,
because I was going to say, well, she could have probably just looked at him online and see, but he didn't have a social media presence like that back in 2005, 2006. I'm just trying to give Umar the benefit of the doubt, right? What's the score, too, by the way? Because I think I'm going to have to give Umar a point in a minute.
She went back to her professor, who she was interning for, the one who she was with Dr. Umar with at the time, at Hahnemann, who never knew about me, and made up a whole story about how she opened her own psychology firm.
So then she lies to the professor about how she's going to open up a psychology firm, and that's how she tried to get information about Umar? I don't know.
For his contact information because she thought he'd be a good candidate to.
Yeah, but if they was knocking boots, I don't mean to say it that way. If he was putting that baby gravy in her, wouldn't she know some of his contact information? And she loved him. I don't know right there. I'm tempted to give Umar a point on that one. There's a white woman too? Shit. And white women don't play games like that. They don't play games like that. You the daddy. I'm going to know where you at. I'm going to get this child support money up, family. It don't make no sense. Should I give Umar a point on this? Might have changed his number. He said he had it for 20. Yeah. That's wild. I need to get some merch. I've been thinking about it. I want to say baby gravy on it. And just say on there, I got that hot fire baby gravy. No, I didn't mean to say my baby gravy is hot fire. Oh no. Frederick said Malcolm is lying like his pops. No. Damn, y'all mean. Y'all don't want to give Umar no points. Yeah, this part right here don't make no sense. But I ain't gonna give Umar a point on this one because it has to be. Oh no, you couldn't crush chat. Y'all need to stop. Don't do that. I can't read this shit. Y'all, boy, I tell you, y'all crazy. He Fatune Jr. Okay. Let me read Bridget comment because Bridget he's been around a long time. Why did he contact Umar with his mother instead of coming on social media? Yeah. He should have known we would be side-eyeing this, especially with no receipt, because that's how we do. That's what I'm saying. I've always been fair with Umar. I can pull up the audio where the woman accused Umar of SA. Do I believe her? Yeah, I do. But I can't verify that. I would have to be able to verify that. I have to see receipts. Okay, do I have receipts of Umar paying women after he has sex with them? Yeah, I have receipts on that. Do I have Umar promoting I can't remember what it is, the down there with Father Baba Khalifa scamming and shit down there? Yeah, I can pull it up. I can pull Detroit school scam. But that's because I have the receipts to back it up. Okay, but if I was gonna say Jamal again, if Malcolm, if he's going to make these allegations after 27 years, that he would have some receipts to back it up, but he hasn't provided any receipts. Okay. Someone said Malcolm is an AI. Boy, that's wild. Thanks, Bridget, too, by the way. Okay, let's keep going. Here we go.
Work at her firm because they were both working in psychology together. So she contacted his landline.
All right, he's saying that they were both working. So his mother would have to be a psychologist to some degree, right? Okay, keep that in mind. Boy, this about to get crazy. Keep that in mind. He's asserting here
about how she opened her own psychology firm, asked for his contact information because she thought he'd be a good candidate.
Yeah, but he also said that she made that up. Okay, so I don't know. It's not adding up.
To work at her firm because they were both working in psychology together. So she contacted his landline and she was able to reach my grandma and my
Wait a minute. She contacted his landline. I didn't get this when I watched it. I watched it a couple of times too. She contacts Umar's landline, not his cell phone. And she got the landline from Umar's professor. But she was intimate with Umar. Wouldn't she have his landline? I know it's years later, but so what Malcolm is alleging is that she was able to get, his mama was able to get Umar's landline and call and was able to get to talk to Umar's mama, Barbara, which would be Malcolm's grandmama. I don't believe that shit. I don't believe that at all. I'm giving a point to Umar. I got to. because the shit it's not adding up. It's not adding up. It just doesn't make any sense. I'm giving a point to Umar. Someone, I don't know where we're at with the score, but if someone can update me on the score, Ike, if you're still here, please, if you can just stay with us, my brother. Okay. If you can update the score, I'm going to give Umar a point on this because it doesn't add up. It doesn't make any sense. Okay. It's even. Okay. Thank you, Ike. It's even. 7-7. Okay. We're getting, it's like a baseball game. Okay. We're getting, it's like the 7th inning now. 7-7. It's the bottom of the 7th. Okay. Thanks, Ike. 7-7 at this point. Let's keep going. Let me replay this because it's just I didn't catch this the first time.
Knew about
the other time that I
and
watched
made up a whole story about how she opened her own psychology firm, asked for his contact
So she made it up.
information because
So she's not only is she cheating by giving Umar the answers to tests and shit. And that's how Umar impregnated her, because he would go over to her house 7 miles away from the school, from the college. But she also lies to the professor to get Umar's contact information. Nah.
she thought he'd be a good candidate to
Wow, we might get to 1,000. This is gonna be a record. We need 53 more likes. We still got 1,300 people in the building. We're what, about 947 likes. If you haven't hit the like button and you're enjoying the show, please go and hit that like button. Let's see if we can get to 1,000. That'll break the record. And we'll break a record today. Yeah, what landline? Was it Umar moving around? Well, he's saying in 2007, right? Is that what he said? I thought he said 2007. Again, Umar, he was stable back then because he was working as a school psychologist. See, it would make more sense if she just looked him up as a school psychologist, right? Because she would have known what field he was going in, as opposed to lying to the professor. That's why I got to give Umar a point right here. It's even, right? 7-7. I gotta give Umar a point right there, because it just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Yeah, I thought he said didn't he say 2007? Let me rewind this. I'm gonna let real quick. I'll let it go. Let me
found out she was pregnant. When he found out she was pregnant, he became really angry. He told her she was pretty much ruining his life and was tried to make her get an abortion and stuff like that, and he became very defensive over the whole thing. So my mom, on the other hand, was a little older than him at the time, and she was lower middle class, but she was cool to have a baby, you know, because it was more of a tradition in our family. So Dr. Umar, who they called Maine at the time, I'm guessing because his name is Jermaine, not Dr. Umar, wasn't having that. So he disappeared. She tried to reach out many times since then. All she knew pretty much, because he used to tell her, is that he was from North Philly. So after that, like a few years passed by, and she'd moved back in with my grandparents in Delaware. This is around 05, 06. I was 6 or 7 at the time. So
saying 2004, 2005, 2006, Umar would have been sedentary at that point because he was working as a school psychologist. Wasn't living in the mama closet. He was working as a school psychologist. That's a good question right here. He would have had a landline. Again, this would have been back in he probably would have had a landline. Plus, you know how he back on technology anyway. But 2000, what do you say, 2006, 2007-ish? 2005, 2006, 2007, somewhere around there? Okay, let's keep going.
Anyway, she went back to her professor, who she was interning for, the one who she was with Dr. Umar with at the time, at Hahnemann, who never knew about me, and made up a whole story about how she opened her own psychology firm, asked for his contact information because she thought he'd be a good candidate to work at her firm because they were both working in psychology together. So she contacted his landline.
Is he saying that the mama was a psychologist? Because Umar would have been working as a school psychologist. I have that on the time. That's why I think this guy's he's seen my videos. Is he saying that the mama lied about being a psychologist? Or is he saying that the mama was really a psychologist? Because he said that that the mama lied to the professor. I don't know. It gets very convoluted. Let's keep going.
And she was able to reach my grandma, and my grandma gave her the address. So
that would have been Barbara. I don't believe that shit. I don't believe that at all. That's why I had to give Umar a point on that. But 993 likes. Y'all let me know if we get to 1,000. Let me know. That'd be a record. That'd be a record today. I've given Umar a point, so it's all even. Okay. We need 6 more likes, fam. Let's go.
My mom then actually got me braids. And if you don't believe me, you could watch to the end and actually see me during that day.
So the mama gets the address from Umar's mama, his grandmama, and then the mama gets some braids to take him to go see Umar. Y'all want to see the picture of the braids? Boy, this is some wild shit. I mean, it's kind of offensive, to be honest with you. See, it's y'all know what I'm saying? It's a bit offensive that this white woman that allegedly Umar put the baby gravy in. Oh my God. That when she get the information on Umar, the first thing she do is go get her son's hair braided. This is some wild shit. Y'all know I'm not an Umar Johnson defender. I go based upon the receipts. I go based upon the research and critical thinking, family. Where is this picture at? I know because I put the picture in the Hold on once. Oh, I know where it's at. It's okay. Let me pull it up right here. Here it go right here. I don't know, y'all. It's starting to sound like what's that white lady was acting like she was black? This started to sound like her. Y'all remember what I'm talking about? we got to 1,000 likes, y'all. Man, we broke a record today. You know what time it is. Let's go.
Bells about a bell, calling for the dreaming. To the rest step of this bed, that nigga who's screaming. Did it from money and alcohol, the feed of the best five ball, the jump, it's a star. To the body, the rhythm died, the college, the champion, that's right. Like a slow jam. It's West Side, so you know that I'm bad down to no man. Put them there, put it up, bomb beat from Dre. Look at the leg from Oakland to West Side. The back down. Show me love. Inside about it. West Side.
All right, y'all showed me so much love today. Thank you so much. Okay, I appreciate y'all. We broke a record today, 1,000 likes. Okay, thank you guys so much. I appreciate y'all. Thanks everyone who sent the super chats. You sent the cash out to PayPal. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to the Mods. Good Quartet's undefeated. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. All right. Wow, we got 1,000 likes, y'all. Incredible. We can do it. I didn't think we was gonna get to 1,000. I thought we might get to 900. We still got a way to go. I know I said I wasn't gonna keep y'all long, but yeah, it is what it is. I got some time today. Okay, let's get back to this video right here. It gets so convoluted, and it but what's the score? 7-7, still 7-7, or Umar's up 8-7? Which one? I can't remember now. I thought we were at 7-7, but I thought I gave Umar a point because this right here don't make no sense.
Who never knew about me and made up a whole story about how she opened her own psychology firm, asked for his contact information because she thought he'd be a good candidate to work at her firm because they were both working in psychology together. So
this is a classic episode too, by the way. And we have these every once in a while. We get a classic. This is an instant classic. Let's keep going.
She contacted his landline and she was able to reach my grandma, and my grandma gave her the address. So my mom then actually got me braids. And if you don't.
So she contacts Barbara. Barbara gives her the number, Umar's address. But see, remember that the phone number, see, here we go. The phone number that the professor allegedly gave was a phone number to Umar's landline, not to his mama's landline. See, if his mama, meaning, here we go. If Malcolm's mama calls the landline, Umar's landline, Umar Johnson's mama wouldn't answer. Who would answer the phone? Umar would have to answer the phone. Umar's mama happened to be there? See, it sounds like to me that Malcolm has been watching my videos. And as I've talked about many times in the past, that Umar stands tied in mama closet. But he wasn't living in the mama closet back then, and then mama was living with him. Umar had his own place back then. Hit the one. This makes sense? Hit the one. That's what I'm saying. That's why I had to give Umar a point, because it doesn't stand to reason. And see, if Malcolm watched some of my videos, my more recent videos, not even more recent videos, where I talk about Umar standing inside the mama closet, he's going to assume that he could call the landline and that Umar's mama would answer. But that's not the phone number that the professor would have allegedly given Malcolm's mama. This makes sense? They would have given Malcolm's mama Umar Johnson's phone number. And when the mama called that number, Malcolm's mama called that number, Umar would have answered. Not Umar Johnson's mama, because Umar Johnson's mama didn't live here. Umar had his own place at that time. You see? Now, y'all want to see the picture that Malcolm shows with the braids?
Don't believe me, you could watch to the end, and I braids. And if you don't believe the address, so my mom then actually got me braids. And if you don't believe me, you could watch to the end. And I.
Okay, well, let's take a look at this. Actually, it's kind of offensive. Okay, as a black person, it is. Here you go. Yeah, Umar winning this shit right now. This is the chair that make that squeak on people like Lenon, let loose. No, I normally do. I don't get, because I'm old, but I didn't do that right there. Yeah, Umar winning this right now. Umar's up 8-7. Okay. I could. Well, I was thinking about getting some birds. Say hit the one. Someone said they look alike. Yeah, but see, this is the braid thing. And see, I don't like this. I don't know. Some people are probably won't see how this could be offensive. But it's a bit offensive as a black person, because the notion that somehow it makes you black because you get cornrows, and that's the evidence to prove that Umar Johnson's your daddy. Am I tripping on this right here? Maybe I'm tripping. That somehow if you get cornrows, that it makes you black, or it makes Umar your pappy. I don't know. You see what I'm saying? The other thing is look at the face, because we're gonna get into some other receipts in a little bit. Okay, just remember this face. This is when he was a kid, allegedly around the time that this is the picture, and the mama decided to take this picture, and he decides to get the cornrows put in because she gonna go confront Umar with, and not that she talked to Umar, she just got the address from Umar Johnson's mama. She got Umar's address from Barbara, who picked up the phone for Umar's landline, but Barbara wasn't living with Umar. Umar had his own place. But she get the address, and Barbara just give up the address like that. And then Malcolm's mama says, okay, well, we're going to go see Umar, and let me get your hair braided in cornrows. Really? That's some bullshit right there, y'all. Come on now. Because that's your daddy. Because you black. We're going to go ahead and get you. Matter of fact, on the way, we gonna pick up some fried chicken. Let me stop. We gonna get some watermelon, the kind with the seeds in it. We gonna get some butter biscuits. Stop. Matter of fact, we gonna go ahead and get you a little dashiki. You can put dashiki on, and we're not gonna get you a kufi because we want him to see we're gonna see the cornrows. Okay, let's stop. Umar winning this shit. Okay. He winning this shit big time. All right. We gonna get some Kool-Aid, the red kind. He gonna put a whole bag of the sugar in it. Remember the sugar that came in that? Anyway. Okay. Yeah. Grandmother answered Umar's number, a white woman who graduated from Duke, right? And has a senator as a dad. It's either a dad or a grandfather. Have to find a black man's number from, come on, man. Umar's behind would be, yeah, you absolutely right about that. Them white women don't play that shit. See, black women they try to work with you. Them white, but nah. I was gonna drop an M-bomb. Nah, you ain't I'm gonna get that money. You a school psychologist too? It don't make no sense. Someone said extras. Yeah, you should have said the great kind. That's what you should have said. They would have put him on child support immediately. Okay, AJ, I don't play. I'd put on I do the research. Okay. What's up, arrogant people? Captain Edwards in the building. Anonymous Christians here. I thought that was what you call it, but I misread that. I need my glasses. Shout out to everyone inside the Cook Chat. Yeah, you're yeah, wow. Yeah, I take care of my kids. Yeah. Someone said something I was gonna pull it up, but here it is, Ray. What's up, Ray? Ray says if the paternity test comes out positive, party. Boy, that will be wild. Yeah. Okay. Let's keep going here. Okay, we're almost done with this video. I'm gonna pull up some receipts and then we start widening this down. But this is the picture with the cornrows, and this is, I guess, Malcolm is trying to allude to the notion that this is the evidence that Umar Johnson is his father, and that in this story, Malcolm's mother, I should tell you guys her name, but we'll get into this in a moment because it'll be easier to say. But Malcolm's mother, again, got the cornrows put in before she went to Umar Johnson's address unannounced. Okay, because he doesn't say anything about that. That his mama talked to Umar, talked to Umar's mama, Barbara, and said, "Hey, listen, we're gonna stop by at this point in time." Okay, so it just doesn't make sense, and it really it's a bit offensive that he uses the cornrows as, this is the evidence that somehow he's Umar Johnson's son. Okay, it's just going too far with the shit. Anyway, let's get back to the video.
It's in Delaware. This is around 05, 06. I was 6 or 7 at the time. So anyway, she went back to her professor who she was interning for, the one who she was with Dr. Umar with at the time, at Hahnemann, who never knew about me, and made up a whole story about how she opened her own psychology firm, asked for his contact information because she thought he'd be a good candidate to work at her firm because they were both working in psychology together. So she contacted his landline, and she was able to reach my grandma, and my grandma gave her the address. So my mom then actually got me braids, and if you don't believe me, you could watch to the end and actually see me during that day. And when we pulled up on him, he was pissed the fuck off.
See, so they just pull up on him. Okay, I gotta have all the point in a minute. So what do we have? Umar 7-6, right? Umar's up 7-6, but they just pull up on him. How much longer? How much later is this? Because he's saying that Umar impregnated his mama back in 1997, but he's saying that this is around 2005, 2006, right? So like 9 years later. Yeah, here we go with the pull-up team shit. Okay. Okay, yeah, Umar's up 8-7. I gotta give a point out just a moment. I got to, because it's been too long. Anyone in the chat room, the timeline with this, because it's not like it's a year later and gets him, because look how old he looked right here. Okay, he looked like he about 12 or 13, right? So this would have to, I mean, maybe he looked about 11, maybe. Okay, let's just say we're gonna just go with 11. Okay, someone said he's 13 in that pic. Okay. I'm going to go with what Ike is saying, and we can rewind it, but let's go with what Ike is saying. If he's 13 and Umar impregnated his mama back in 1997, then this would have to be in 2010. That doesn't fit with the timeline. He's saying 13 years later that she does this. That don't make no sense at all. This also means that his mama, 12 or 13 years later, goes back to talk with the professor from 1997 to get Umar's contact information. I'm giving Umar a point. We got to give Umar a point on that one. Okay. Okay. We'll be at 7 and 9. Is that with the point I gave to Umar? Umar gonna win this. It does what it look like to me. It doesn't make sense. Why would she come back to this when he's 13? In around 13, that's 13 years later. She goes back to get. That's nuts. That don't make no sense. Okay, Umar's winning this right now. Okay, so let's keep going. Here we go.
With this woman, she was about 5, and when we pulled up on him, he was pissed the fuck off. He was standing with this woman. She was about 5'5", caramel.
I'm giving Umar another point. Okay, somebody, where we at? Umar, it's the 8th. It's the bottom of the 8th. Umar, he's rallying. He's handling this business. She happens to be 5'5". Caramel, here we go. Caramel complexion too. Umar winning this shit. Is it 7 and 9?
Complexion and a red dress.
In a red dress. 5'5", caramel complexion in a red dress. That's too far. That's just you taking it too far, sir. We're almost done with this.
The fuck off. He was standing with this woman. She was about 5'5", caramel complexion and a red dress.
Okay, he said that Umar gets pissed off. I can see that. I'm gonna give Umar a point on that. I mean, I'm gonna give not Umar. I'm gonna give Malcolm a point on that because Umar, that's how he is.
Braids, and if you don't believe me, you could watch
that braid shit's crazy
to the end and actually see me during that day. And
during that day, that's wild.
When we pulled up on him, he was pissed the fuck off. He was standing with this woman. She was
okay, 8 to 9. Cause see, I could see Umar getting pissed off, but this other shit, we already gave Umar a point on this. She was 5'5", probably thick in the thighs. She was caramel complexion, and she had a red dress on. Come on now.
About 5'5", caramel complexion and a red dress. They both cursed us out as soon as we got out of the car, talking about the next time we went to North Philly, she was gonna have her ass whooped. And he actually said something mad funny. He said, "You and that Pop-Tart stay the fuck from around North Philly." He called my mom a devil and said she wasn't the earth of his soil to bear.
Woo, shit. I got to give 2 points on that because that sounds like some shit Umar say. Let's give him 2. We're going to give Malcolm 2 points on that one. So he done caught up. Listen, Malcolm is winning this shit right now. What is it, 10 to 9? We got different numbers. We all over the place. He called her a pop. He said that Pop-Tart. What is that supposed to mean? That's crazy. Dude, that's what I got to give you. I'm giving him 2 points on that because that sounds just like Umar. Don't it? Let me replay that part. This shit's crazy. It's some wild shit, boy. Pop-Tart.
And when we pulled up on him, he was pissed the fuck off. He was standing with this woman. She was about 5'5", caramel complexion and a red dress. They both cursed us out as soon as we got out of the car, talking about the next time we went to North Philly, she was going to have her ass whooped. And he actually said something mad funny. He said, "You and that Pop-Tart stay the fuck from around North Philly."
He called him a pop star. That's crazy.
He called my mom a devil and said she wasn't the earth of his soil to bear his seeds. Like, what?
Yeah, see, that's why I gotta give him 2 points on that one, because that sounds just like Umar. Get pissed off, the earth of the soil, all this kind of shit. So I think Malcolm's winning right now. Yeah, I think he's at 1 point. Let's keep going.
What the fuck? How could she possibly be the mother of his child when she's not the earth of his soil that's supposedly bearing his seeds? Whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean, right? We never saw him again. And I'm pretty much, I'm 27 years old. You heard my birthday just passed, and my pops hasn't reached out to me. He hasn't contacted me.
He's saying Umar's his pops now.
Nothing. Like, on God, come to Delaware, or I can come to where you at so I could take.
Come to Delaware? Why would he go to Delaware? Are you saying you live in Delaware? We're going to get to that in a little bit.
A DNA test, and we could settle this whole shit.
See, so the idea, you going to take the DNA test? That sounds like Umar though talking. We can settle the setting rank. We can settle this whole shit. We just come to Detroit. We gonna debate. It's as if he's suggesting that the mama moves in with her parents in Delaware, and that it happens to be Delaware, which is where these abandoned buildings are, quote unquote FDMG, and that Malcolm still lives in Delaware. But if Umar's always all in Delaware, why would he need to come to Delaware? See what I'm saying?
Right. We never saw him again. And I'm pretty much, I'm 27 years old. You heard my birthday just passed, and my pops hasn't reached out to me. He hasn't contacted me, nothing. Like, on God, come to Delaware, or I
He ain't gonna say on God. We got the braids. Now he's saying on God. Listen. I'm tempted to give Umar a point right now, but I ain't gonna do it. It's just too much. You know what I'm saying? Too much.
can come to where you at so I could take a DNA test and we could settle this whole shit. And maybe take me to the Gucci store and show me some loafs or something.
Did he put this video up? Okay, all right. We got through the video. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chat. Cookie Crush chat's undefeated. But we're not done. We're going to go through some receipts. I did some research into all of this. What we're going to do now is we're going to close out this poll. I'm going to ask the same question again because I want to see if there's a change in the percentage based upon what I'm going to show you guys here in a moment. Okay. So I did a little bit of light research. I can go back and do some more research if I really felt it necessary. The poll question is, do you believe that this man, Malcolm, is Umar Johnson's son? Okay. So let me type this out. Do you believe that, and I'm going to say Malcolm now, Malcolm is Umar Johnson's son? Okay. If you guys haven't voted and you want to vote, you're going to have to need to do it right now. Okay. I'm going to leave it up for about 30 more seconds. We have 1,400 people in the building. We've broken a record with 1,000 views during this live stream. We have done 1,000 views during a live stream, but it was for a marathon. Okay. This isn't considered to be a marathon. This is a record, okay, for a regular old live stream. I'm going to close this poll out here in about 15 seconds, okay? We got 2,421 votes right now. The question is, do you believe that Malcolm, this man Malcolm, who's 27 years old, is Umar Johnson's son? Okay. Really quick, I need to switch out my earbud. Let me do that now. Miss Casey said I should do a t-shirt that says this y'all's principle. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to close this out now. Okay, here we go. I'm going to close it. Here's the final tallies for this. The question again, do you believe that Umar Johnson, that this man Malcolm is Umar Johnson's son? 55% say no, 44% say yes, with 2,400, over 2,400 votes, okay, which is a record too. Okay, records have been broken during this live stream. So let me just note here, 55% say no, and then 44% say yes. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up the same poll. And what we're going to do, make sure you get your vote in. Okay. We're going to see if these percentages change. Okay. I'm going to start this poll right now. Make sure you get your vote in. Do you believe that Malcolm, I'm just phrasing it different. Do you believe that Malcolm is Umar Johnson's son? Okay. Here's the poll. Go on and get your votes in now. I just want to see if there's a change. Again, the previous a poll with the same question, 55% said no, 44% said yes. Okay, we're going to do this again to see if these figures change. Now, I did a little bit of research into Malcolm. Let me do a screen share. And before I do this, let me just make sure I don't have nothing that I shouldn't have up here. Okay, we're good. We're going to start with a screenshot of Malcolm. Here we go right here. Okay, this is Malcolm right here. The video that we watched, it was posted on his Instagram page. Wait, no, his TikTok page. Okay, you can see the video right here. It's gotten 6,580 views. He has older videos on here too. Okay, I've downloaded all this. We're not going to take the time to see it. You can see he was in the hospital recently. Hopefully he's doing a lot better. Okay, he was in the hospital. He does rap. I'm not going to be playing his music, but you can find all of this online. But this is the TikTok page where he posted this video. Okay, let me do something here because I got to see if I can get this other earbud going. See, I don't even think I need it because I think we've covered everything in terms of videos that we're going to actually watch. Okay. All right. So this is TikTok page. You guys can look this up. His TikTok page is Bill U L8R. It's like later, really. Bill you later. Okay. And then he has Jermaine Johnson on here. Okay, again, this is a screenshot. Here is his Instagram page. It's Infamous Billa, his rapping name, if you will. He also has, it's called The Rebirth. I didn't actually look this one up. Okay, maybe I should. Okay, matter of fact, let me just do that just to see what he has on there because I don't want to put it up here without looking at it first because I ain't no telling what might pop up. Oh, it actually goes to a picture, so it's not an actual page. It's just a picture. I just want to make sure because I don't want nothing crazy popping up. Okay, so this is his other Instagram page. This is for his music. And this is him in a music studio. Notice how he has a T-shirt that's New York. Okay, but I thought he was in Delaware. Okay, Broadway. Isn't that New York? Okay, why is he saying that he's in Delaware? Real quick, where we at with the points? Because it was, listen, we got to get into this. This is him in the studio again. This is him standing on the bed. I don't necessarily know why. Let's click on this. It's in West Village. That's where it says. Is West Village in Wilmington? Or is West Village in New York? Y'all tell me. I don't know. I ain't from out there. Where we at on the score? Because I'm about to give Umar a point. This says Harlem World, Lenox Avenue Division. But I thought he said that he lives in Delaware. Okay. Shouldn't we give Umar a point? Let me know, Quick Question Chat. I think Umar gets a point for this. That's New York City, ain't it? Chelsea. But you look back there, you can see the big building right there. That's New York City. Yeah, we give Umar a point. So it's 10-10. It's tied. We're in the ninth inning now. Yeah, it's all New York locations. This is from this is from his Instagram page for the rapping and stuff. See this? It's tied 10-10. This is downtown. Now I can't tell if that's New York or not because I don't know. But some of y'all flew out from out there. In terms of the people who watch my videos, most people are from New York, and then Philadelphia is second. See how he's dressed too, real hip hopish. Okay, we gonna get into this a little bit. Hold on. This is his music video. I ain't gonna play the music, but that's New York City, right? See how it says Malcolm A up here? His last name is Abbott. It's not Ifatunde. It's not Johnson. His name is Malcolm Abbott. This is a nice shot though, right? And he's on iTunes. He can rap. I give him credit. He can rap. He can down. Okay. Is he Slim Shady? No, but he can rap. I give him credit. Why I say slave on? Oh my Lord, what in the world? Yeah, this is part of the music. I ain't gonna play the music. Y'all can check all this out later on. Malcolm Abbott, by any means necessary. Good Lord. Now you got to say Atlanta. What he got on? What in the world? Would the men be wearing this with the thing all on their nutsack? Wouldn't, because the women be putting the thing and they be just say shit on their backside and say pink or some shit like that. Is that what we doing now in 2025? This said Harlem. He in Harlem? I don't know. Maybe that's how they dress in Harlem. I don't know, or Atlanta, but the little thing on your nutsack, I'm sorry, where I come from, we don't do shit like that. Again, they was calling me gay and all this shit. No. I ain't saying nothing. Listen, I don't know. Maybe it's a different time in 2025, but where I come from, we ain't trying to put the signatures on the buttocks or on the nutsack. Any of you men my age, do we put the thing on a nutsack? We don't do that. I'm sorry, this pink too. I don't play that. I'll be watching these videos of this guy in Chicago. Is a Muslim guy. He have his own shop, like it's a gas station where people come in to buy snacks and shit. And it's in the hood. The people be coming through and they ask for a lighter. He'll give them a pink lighter and people be go crazy. The men be going crazy. Because we don't do that. I know it's a little petty, but we don't. Listen, in general, black men, we don't wear pink. I'm sorry. Okay. Some of y'all do it, but that's fine. I'm not judging. Okay. In general, we don't wear pink. And we don't wear clothes that got signage on the nutsack. We just don't do that. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm just saying. I know I'm older, but it's a different time in 2025. I'm not judging. And here's another one of his music videos. This guy got skills too. He can rap. He good. This is a infamous Billa or Billa, something like that. It's probably Billa. This is New York. Okay, that's him right here. This is from November 14th, 2023. They did good with in my opinion, they did good with the cinematography for this too. Yeah, here you go right here. That's him. He got a little drink. He's smoking a joint, a big ass joint too. He got some skills too. Y'all check it out when you get some time. I give him credit for that. I ain't gonna give him a point because he can rap, but I'm just saying. All right. Now, it's about to get crazy, y'all. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chat. Real quick, this is his album cover. Let me just show this, just in case if y'all want to go look it up. And look how it says New York. It does not say Delaware, and it doesn't quite fit the narrative that he was spinning earlier. It doesn't quite fit, and it really doesn't fit in a moment. Okay, this is from 2023. See, because people could argue that he's doing this so that he can get attention for his album, but his album this was going back to 2023, so that wouldn't make sense. But this is the album cover, unless he has a newer album out. Infamous Billa. Okay, Bill You Later. And it's called Grimy Wealth. Interesting, he using the term wealth. 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 Okay. Let's go to the next receipt. Again, this is the picture of him with the cornrows back in the day. And yeah, that is him. He's just older now. See? But keep this in mind. Here's his YouTube page. I've already downloaded everything off of here. He has music videos going back over 4 years ago. His most recent was 8 months ago. Not much activity, 35 views. He did get one for 413,000 views. Okay, this is the video that I showed earlier. And they did good with the cinematography. He can rap. He can rap. Here's 20,000 views. 3 years ago, 941 views. 3 years ago, 436. You guys can take the time to look at this when you have some time. Okay, this is mainly he's doing his music videos. He does have just his music without the music videos, without video. Dope Dealer, infamous Billa, The Plug. Okay, kind of like gangster shit, right? Batman Crime Scene, kind of like gangster shit, right? Heartless, kind of like gangster shit. See, he's been at this for a while. Dope Man, infamous Billa. Doesn't this sound a little gangster to y'all? A little street hood, right? He from North Philly. He was in the Philly, right? Then in Delaware, going down Billa to the top with the money and the bling bling. Say this, look, what's that, an a.k.a? Demons, just, you know, gangster shit. Infamous Billa. All right. These are some of the album covers and images associated with his music. This one called Horny. 5 think of the 1,000. All right. Okay, you guys can look at this when you have some time. He's on SoundCloud under Malcolm Billa Abbott. I wonder if his middle name may be Billa. It's possible. But his name is, for sure, I know that it's Malcolm Abbott. All right, y'all seeing all this? Let me go ahead and look at this poll, see where we at with the poll. Because I would think that the numbers would change, right? Do you believe that Malcolm is Umar Johnson's son? 37% said yes, and 63% said no. It's about to get crazy, y'all. Here we go. Let's go to the next receipt. I want to show this. I know I showed it earlier, but I'm going to go ahead and show it again. This is Umar around the time where he allegedly impregnated Malcolm's mother. Okay, but who's Malcolm's mother, though? Because Umar says that she's lower middle class, that she was like a professor assistant at Heinemann University, and she was helping Umar because he was failing in stuff, but he wasn't at Heinemann, but for a couple of months. He ends up leaving and going to back to Millersville University. Okay. But while he's at while he's at Heinemann, where Malcolm Abbott's mama works and is a graduate student, they end up having Umar has an affair with her because she's helping him and giving him the answers to tests and shit. They're basically cheating, and he would go weekly to go get this information so he could cheat on tests and shit. And it just so happened that during one of these rendezvous, a little thing happened, and Umar put a big black baby inside her. Let me stop. Okay. But the point is that this would be in around this time. Umar would be like this right here. Okay, it's really like a year later, but we're just gonna go with this picture right here. But who's the mama though? He said she's middle class. She was into psychology. But is that true? Well, I did a little bit of digging. It's going to get crazy now, y'all. It's going to get real crazy. What's the score before we get into this? Okay. Because listen, real talk, Umar about to rack up some points. Can somebody, Ike, are you still here? If you can update me on these points, family. Then we gonna get it. Kiara said score is 10, 2 for 99. Yeah, it's the game. It's the game. Thank you, Kiara. What's up, Deacon? Says, check out my Umar song On the Ground. What in the world? I haven't heard that yet, Deacon. If you can send it to me to my email. Okay. All right. Thanks for the super chat. What's up, Mr. Controversy? Salute. Say, okay, then if you got 1,000 likes, you can send our SC back now. What is that? You can send our super chats. You can send our super chats back. I'm not. YouTube doesn't allow me to send it back. Okay. Next time, make it 10. Shout out to Mr. Controversy. He's been around a long time too. This is some wild shit. Okay. This is the instant classic. Okay, we got over 1,000 likes. Okay, that's a record right there. Thanks, Mr. Controversy. Urea, the one says Bunny Johnson 1,000K. Yeah. But it's about to get real crazy now. I have some receipts I want to show you all, and it's gonna blow y'all's mind. Okay. Thanks, bro, for the super chat. This was crazy right here. Yolanda earlier says, if Malcolm converted to Islam, his name would be Malcolm Ibn Abdullah Johnson. That's wild. And then Hamubi says, point to him. He's willing to take a DNA test. Yeah, I mean, he's saying that. Okay. But let's look into the mama first. We're going to look into the daddy too. Uh-oh. Here we go. See, like I said, I always go with the research and I go with the receipts. Anyone could say anything at any given time, but where are the receipts? Bona fide, not speculation, not painting narratives. Because people done that with me. They still do that shit with me. Okay? Not speculating, not making up shit. Okay. We're talking about legitimate receipts. Well, I got some legitimate receipts to share with you all. Okay. I've always been fair with Umar. Okay. Let me see if I posted the. Okay. It's tied. We're at the bottom of the ninth now. It's 10-10. Thank y'all so much. Cook Crush That's undefeated. Okay. All even. But now, we had 1,100 likes. Y'all handling. Thank y'all so much. We breaking records. Okay. Okay. 10-10. Let's go look at Malcolm's mama. Remember he said that she was lower middle class? Okay. Here we go. New York City man, wife, both sentenced to month in prison in college admissions scam. Don't worry, I have the receipts. Gregory and Marcia Abbott. What's Malcolm's last name? Hit the one. Malcolm's last name is Abbott. Two parents sentenced for role in college admissions scandal. Some of you guys may remember this shit, right? I ain't gonna play the video. Cook Crush Chats undefeated. Here we go, Mike. Sun Kiss Melanin. Lynette. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold your horses. Hold the phone. Orlando. I'll give it shout outs because it's Cook Crush Chats undefeated. Every single time. So said Marsha. Don't do that. Don't do that, my life. That's too far. Yeah. I don't care if his daddy is Gregory. No, we gotta be fair. Yeah, look here. You remember this shit? Because this was big time in the news. This was crazy shit. What's up, Jonathan? Shout out to Gemini Thang. Yolanda. That was crazy comment earlier. Sunkissed Melanin, Sapphire, Jimmy Jamboree. Okay, it's about to get crazy, y'all. Let's get into this. This is from October 8th, 2019. Okay, same year Umar acquired these abandoned buildings, right? This is by David Lee. Okay, there's a video. I ain't gonna play the video. Let me see if I can get that over there. This is NBC News. A New York man and his wife were each sentenced Tuesday to a month behind bars for paying a college admission fixer to boost their daughter's SAT and ACT scores. Gregory and Marcia Abbott will also have to complete a year of supervised release, pay a $45,000 fine, and perform 250 hours of community service each under sentence handed down in Boston by U.S. District Court Judge Indira Talwani. The couple had already pleaded guilty in May to a single count each of fraud and conspiracy, paying $125,000 to rig leader Rick Singer for someone to correct answers on their daughter's college board exam. They paid $125,000. Where they get $125K for if the mama is lower middle class? Okay, what's the score before we keep going here? Because I'm about to give Umar. I ain't doing it yet, but I got to give Umar a point here. What's the score? I ain't changed nothing. I ain't giving no points or nothing like that yet. Okay? But what was the score? See, because if she's middle class, how is she coming up with a lower middle class? How is she coming up with $125,000 to cheat so that the daughter could get the exams, the thing hooked up? Because there was a whole scam. Those people in Hollywood that was involved with this shit. It was big back in the day, 2019. Marcia, which is Malcolm's mama, said, "My husband and I were both motivated by good intentions, but this does not excuse our behavior," Marcia Abbott told Talwani before the sentences were handed down, according to NBC Boston. Okay, it's tied right now. It's tied. Thank you, Ike. "I stand before you today extremely contrite and remorseful," she said. This is Malcolm's mama. Prosecutors had asked Talwani to sentence the Abbotts to 8 months in prison each. Defense lawyers had sought probation for the pair. The couple paid $50,000 to have a test proctor correct their daughter's ACT exam answers in 2018, and then another $75,000 to fix her SAT. Yeah, but Malcolm was saying that the mama was lower middle class, right? Gregory, the daddy, allegedly. Let's just say this would be, let's say this ain't his daddy for now, okay? We're going to say that this is Marcia's husband from later on. Oh my goodness, I wonder if I pulled that other receipt up. Can somebody remind me to pull up the old receipt, okay? Make sure I do it when I get through these receipts right here. Someone in the chat room just say, pull up the old receipt. Because I don't think I have it up here. Let's keep going. The couple paid $50,000 to have the test proctor correct their daughter's ACT exam answers in 2018, and then another $75,000 to fix her SAT. "I knew my daughter was getting some help that was outside the rules," Gregory Abbott told the judge before his sentencing. The judge ordered the couple sentences to be staggered in order to maximize the time. At least one of them could be at home with their 3 children. Okay, they have 3 children. Gregory Abbott was ordered to report to federal prison November 20th, while Marcia Abbott won't have to turn herself in until January 3rd. Gregory Abbott lives on Manhattan's Upper East Side. Damn, it's expensive out there, right? It's expensive in New York anyway, but Upper East Side, and took a leave of absence from his role as Chairman and CEO of International Dispensing Corp. Huh? This is a major corporation, and he's the chairman and the CEO. The point is, they got dough, big time. Oh, someone said it depends. So yeah, okay. I'm not from New York, so let me take that back. I thought it was expensive Upper East Side, but I guess maybe it's some places over there ain't expensive too. So I'll take that back. I stand corrected. Thank you. Quick Court says undefeated. Marcia Abbott, who we know is Malcolm Abbott's mama, and I'm gonna prove it in a moment, a former fashion editor at Family Circle magazine, lives in Aspen, Colorado. Is it possible that she lived in Delaware back in the day? It's possible, but if she's doing all this psychological shit and has a master's degree at least at Heinemann, why would she become a fashion editor at Family Circle magazine? I'm giving Umar a point. It's about to get crazy. Y'all see what I'm saying? Hit the one. Umar, he's up 10-11. He winning right now. Bottom of the ninth. Umar making a comeback. Gregory Abbott, a Princeton University alum, received some backing from his college classmate, Andrew Napolitano, a retired New Jersey judge who now works as a legal analyst for Fox News. What? The Greg Abbott I know is amongst the most honest, decent, selfless person I've ever known, Napolitano wrote on an FNC letterhead in a letter to Tawani, which was a judge that sentenced the pair. His honesty is so deep, I would entrust all that I own to his care with no qualm or hesitation. I'm not saying that this is Malcolm's father, because could it be possible that this is someone that Malcolm's mama met later? It's possible, but I have an old receipt. I want someone to remind me. The Abbotts are among more than a dozen rich parents. But I thought that Malcolm said that his mama was middle class, lower middle class. I'm giving Umar another point. I'm fair. We give Umar another point right there. There was more than a dozen rich parents caught in the federal probe dubbed Operation Varsity Blues. Parents in the scam were accused of paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to have their children's test scores boosted or to have them passed off as top athletes in order to gain special admissions to elite universities. Umar up 12-10. TV actress Felicity Huffman and Lori Loughnane were the biggest names caught up in the wide-ranging scandal. I remember this shit. Anybody else remember this? Hit the one. Huffman was sentenced to 14 days behind bars, and the prosecutor, and now if they was black poor people, they would have been in jail. They would shit. They gave him 14 days behind bars, and the prosecutor overseeing the case said he wants Loughnane to get more time if she's convicted or pleads guilty. And last week, Greenwich, Connecticut lawyer Gordon Kaplan, 53, was sentenced to 1 month behind bars. He pleaded guilty in May to a single count of fraud and conspiracy for paying $75,000 so a prosecutor could correct his daughter's ACT answers last year. Prosecutors requested a sentence of 8 months in prison for Kaplan, though defense lawyers said he deserved no more than 14 days in prison. That's crazy. Okay, so Umar's up 12-10, correct? Correct me if I'm wrong, 12-10. But wait a minute. Malcolm's rap name, if you will, is Billa, right? This was from Vanity Fair from 2019, March 20th, written by Julie Miller. Meet Billa, the rapper's son of alleged college admission scandal parents. Oh. I'm someone who hates classism, said Malcolm Abbott. That's Malcolm that we've been talking about, who alleges that Umar is his daddy, right? His name is Malcolm Abbott. He raps under the name Billa and is hoping to promote the concept of free education through his music. Here we go. You know what I'm saying? Don't get me started, okay? I only did a little bit of research. It don't take me but a minute. It took longer than a minute, but I tell you, I got enough. So his family is rich as fuck. These rich white people, not lower middle class, not middle class, not upper middle class. These are rich ass white people. Let's be real about it. This guy is the CEO in the whatever it was of a major, it's like a food packaging corporation. His daddy, allegedly. I thought Umar was his daddy, but hold on. This shit about to get crazy. It didn't take the paparazzi long last week to find the Fifth Avenue home of Gregory and Marcia Abbott, two of the parents named in the largest college admission scandal in U.S. history. They gathered there, presumably hoping for a glimpse or word with Gregory, the CEO of food and beverage packaging company International Dispensing Corp. Anyone want to go look that up? See how much that company, if it's still in business, how much is that company worth this month? Someone go look it up. Let me know in the chat room. I'm going to stay right here. International Dispensing Corp. He's a CEO. Or his wife, which is Malcolm's mama, both of whom are accused of paying $125,000 to boost the standardized test scores for their daughter. The Abbott's lawyers, not one, lawyers. Yeah, that's Fifth Avenue. Okay, I know that's expensive, right? Anyone in LA? I mean, LA. Anyone in New York? Fifth Avenue home. Y'all let me know. It's worth around $8 million. Okay. Shit. This guy been making bank. $8 million. Thank you all so much. Cook that's undefeated. Still got about 1,300 people in the building. Make sure you get your vote in for that poll. The Abbott's lawyers have not responded to a request for comment. Instead, they found another family member, 21-year-old rapper Malcolm Abbott, the middle child of Gregory and Marcia, who goes by the name Billa, and wanted to plug his new EP. It's saying here that at this time, Malcolm Abbott, Billa, who's alleging that he's Umar Johnson's son, was 21 years old, and he's the middle child of Gregory and Marcia, not Umar and Marcia. I'm going to give another point to Umar. This shit's, hold on. Hold on. No, we ain't done yet. Hold on, because I got some other shit. Hold on. Wait a minute. I appreciate it, local kitty. Hold on now. Umar's up 13-10. See, Umar was getting his ass beat earlier. Malcolm was whooping that ass, wasn't he? He was whooping that ass. Billa was whooping that ass, but Umar up 13-10. Hold on, no Swaggle told y'all. Wait a minute now. Damn, let me finish the show. Let me speak my speech. I want to go back to this image, y'all, because this is part of the problem. Okay? This white boy who come from money gonna get up here thugging and shit. Talk about he got the cornrows and shit. I don't like that shit. It's offensive. See? But he came up in a life of extreme privilege. See? But he want to play the role and he want to go at Umar. That ain't right. That ain't right. I'm not an Umar defender. Y'all know that. I clown the shit out of his ass. At least every week. At least once a week. But right is right and wrong is wrong. We're almost done. See, that's why them cornrows, But wait a minute. Y'all ready for this crazy shit right here? Blunt smoking rapper 22 appears in court for assaulting and biting his father, who pleaded guilty to paying $125,000 to get his daughter into Duke and college admissions scandal. You mean to tell me that Malcolm bit Umar? Malcolm bit Umar? Malcolm, why you bite? Don't be biting Umar. Come on. I'm giving Umar another point. A disheveled-looking Malcolm Abbott, 22, who performs under the stage name Billa, appeared in Manhattan. He appears in Manhattan criminal court Wednesday. Not anywhere in Delaware. Not anywhere in Philly. In Manhattan. Okay? He was dressed in a hooded jean jacket, designer t-shirt, and thick gold chain. He was arrested in May on a felony assault charge for allegedly pushing, kicking, and biting and striking his father, businessman Gregory Abbott. His daddy, a businessman. A judge downgraded the assault charge from a felony to misdemeanor, which is still punishable up to a year in prison during a previous court hearing in August. A deal was expected to be made today between prosecutors and the defense on Wednesday. However, the hearing was adjourned after a few minutes. This is from October 16, 2019, when initially published. The self-proclaimed rapper, son of wealthy New York City couple, not lower middle class. I'm giving Umar another point. See? But no, let me take that back. I ain't gonna, because I already gave him a point for that. Where we at on the points? I don't want to give him another point on that. Ike, where we at on the points? Because I already gave him a point for this. It's a wealthy New York City couple implicated in the college admission scandal appeared in court on Wednesday ahead of his trial for assaulting his father. Disheveled-looking Malcolm Abbott, 22, who performs on the stage named Billa, appeared in Manhattan criminal court earlier today, dressed in a hooded, blah, blah, blah. We already thick old chain, trying to thug. He was arrested in May on a felony assault charge for allegedly pushing, I already read that, with a ruler. Hold on a second. He was arrested in May on a felony assault charge for allegedly pushing, kicking, biting, and striking his father, businessman Gregory, or with a ruler inside the family's Fifth Avenue home. A judge downgraded the assault charge from felony to misdemeanor, which is still punishable by up to 1 year in prison during the previous court hearing in August. A deal was expected to be made today between prosecutors and the defense on Wednesday. However, the hearing was adjourned after a few minutes and the rescheduled for next month. And this is him right here. This ain't Umar. Come on, listen. Come on now. This is a white boy who is trying to be a rapper. He trying. That's what this shit comes down to. But he grew up in a life of privilege. See this? But he got his gold chain on. See that? See, where we come from, this is what you call a wannabe. See, that's his daddy right there with the hair, with the gray hair right there. That's his daddy, ain't it? He was arrested in May on a felony assault charge for allegedly pushing, kicking, and biting and striking his father, businessman Gregory Abbott, right. And on the right, that's him. So listen, we're gonna give Umar another point right there because listen, that's Malcolm's daddy right there. Unless somehow Malcolm's mama had Malcolm with Umar, and then Gregory Abbott adopts him as his own son. Come on now, that's too far. Malcolm's father, Gregory, 68, founder and chairman of he's the founder of a food and beverage packaging company, and his wife, Marcia Abbott, who's 59. She would have been 59 at the time of this article, right? Look, let's go back. She would have been 59 in 2019, which would mean that she's about 64 years old now. But he said that Malcolm said that she was a little bit older than Umar. No, she would have been at least in and around 14 years older than Umar when she was dealing with him and let Umar put that baby gravy in that thing. Give another point to Umar. See my point? This makes sense. Hit the one. We're almost done. Just real quick, does this make sense? Because I can try and rephrase it to hopefully I explained it the right way. All right. Let me go look at this poll. We got over 500 votes. Do you believe that Malcolm is Umar Johnson's son? Now we got 37% say yes, and 63% say no. Okay? I can't remember what did I write the other figure down? I don't even think I wrote it down. I told myself to write it down, but I forgot to write it down. No, I did. I got it right here. I got it in my Word document. Previously, earlier on, we had 55% that said no and 44% that say yes. Now we got 37% that say yes and 63% that say no. Okay, so things have changed. And I expected things to change. Okay, Umar's up 15-10, but that's not all, y'all. Hold on one second. I know I already covered this topic, but I just want to pull this up just so that if you guys want to go look at this is New York Post. You can always look this up yourself by Tamar Lappin. This is in 2019. New York City beverage bigwig and wife each get a month in jail for college admission scam. I'll just scroll down. This is really stuff that's already been I've already talked about. But hoping to dodge time in the slammer, the pair expressed regrets about their actions to Boston federal judge Indira Talwani on Tuesday, with Greg admitting, "I knew my daughter was getting some help that was outside the rules." But look right here. Here's Malcolm Billa Abbott, the son of Greg and Marcia, not Umar. I'm sorry, you guys can't even see it. Let me get this. And thank you, Ike, for updating on that. I appreciate it. This is Malcolm Billa, or Billa, I'll say Billa Abbott, the son of Greg and Marcia. That's him. Okay, again, you guys can look into this a little bit later. A lot of this stuff is just rehashed stuff right here. Okay, I got two more to show you, and then someone please remind me to show the old receipt. This is an article from CBS News. Gregory and Marcia Abbott, part-time Aspen residents, get month in, is Aspen in Wilmington? I don't think so. Get month in prison in college bribery scam. This is from 2019. See, this is Colorado. So they're talking about Aspen, Colorado. See, they got homes in other places. They be going and chilling. These are wealthy people. Okay, you guys can look this up yourself. That's the mama right here. That's the daddy. I'm just trying to see. Yeah, we don't need to go on because this is all rehashed information. But again, you guys can look this up yourself. Let me show you one more. Wait, didn't I already show this one? Yeah, I think I already showed this one. Let me see. Yeah, I already showed the one. This is the one where Billa, he was in court at the age of 22 for basically beating on his daddy. Good Lord. All right. Let me, we're going to wind this down now. Let me pull up the old receipt, if you guys don't mind. Where do I have this stored? I think I have it. Is it in the downloads? No. Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe it's in here. And then we'll close this out. Shout out to Good Crush Chat. We broke a record for likes today. I want to thank everyone who sent in super chats. If you send in cash apps or PayPal, thank you so much. Thanks to the mods for handling business. Yeah, this receipt. Oh, maybe it's in here. I don't think it's in here. Hold on one second. No, because see, I also have all the YouTube stuff. Let me check. I think I have it. Here we go, right here. Okay. You won't be able to see it all that well, but I'll read it to you if you guys don't mind. Okay, this is an old receipt it's an article from 1987. Way before Umar allegedly meets Malcolm's mama. Okay, I know you can't see it all that well, but let me read it to you all. I need my glasses. This is from the New York Times. This is a digitized version of an article from the Times print archive before the start of online publication in 1996. To preserve the articles as they originally appear, the Times does not alter, edit, or update them. Occasionally, the digitization process introduces transcription errors or other problems. We are continuing to work to improve these archive versions. At the Fifth Avenue Presbyterian Church Chapel yesterday, Marcia Megan, a daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Hunter Megan of Mamaroneck, New York, not Delaware, was married to Gregory Booth Abbott, a son of Mr. and Mrs. George Abbott of New York and Palm Beach, Florida. These are wealthy people. The Reverend Kenneth Jones performed the ceremony. Look at this. Miss Abbott A freelance writer, not a psychologist. A freelance writer is a former fashion editor of Family Circle magazine. She graduated from Hodgkin School and cum laude from Duke University. What was she doing at Heinemann? I'm going to give Umar another point. See, remember I told y'all earlier, we're going to come back to that. You see this? Let me read that again. She graduated from the Hodgkin School cum laude from Duke University. Her father, a former New York State senator, is senior partner in the Mamaroneck and New York law firm Megan and Knopfelsommer, which was founded by her grandfather, the late Burton C. Megan. Whoa. That covers it. I'm going to give Umar another point. Cookie Crush chat is undefeated. Now, let me answer the question. Did Umar bunny hop with Malcolm's mama when he was at Heinemann and she was cheating, giving him test scores and all carrying on at the nighttime, and one thing led to another, and he put some of that baby making sauce into that JJ? No. It didn't happen. Always told people that I'm always fair with Umar, and I will continue to be. Am I a defender of Umar? No. Am I saying that Umar never bunny hopped? I ain't saying that because I don't know that for sure. With his freaky ass, he a freaky frog. But in this case, let the record show that Umar Johnson, Umar Rashad Ibn Johnson, Umar Rashad Ibn Abdullah Johnson is not the daddy. Malcolm Abbott is bullshit. He lying. He lying on Umar, and that's wrong. I call it like I see it. I don't lie on people. And I ain't gonna lie on Umar. Never have. Now, Umar lied on me, but two wrongs don't make it right. He called me a booty bandit. Damn. That's it. That's wrong. Don't do that now, Umar. Don't do that. But I ain't gonna lie on the guy. And just because someone comes out and says some shit doesn't mean that the shit is true, like I was saying in the beginning. There has to be evidence to back it up. And it has to be conclusive evidence, not fake receipts, because people done that shit with me, not misconstruing shit and making up shit and painting a false narrative, because people done that shit with me. I could have got on here and spun this shit to where people are like, yeah, Umar, that's his baby. No, that's not his baby. Excuse me, this guy, 20. That's not his son. What he's doing is that he's using this as an opportunity to get some clout off of Umar. And that's wrong. Just like Umar's daddy was trying to get clout off of Umar. It's wrong. See? He's trolling Umar. That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. He's trolling Umar. And see, the irony of all this is you have a white, I was going to say a white boy, but you got a white boy. I'm just going to say it. Fuck. You got a white boy who grew up in privilege, extreme privilege, whose parents are millionaires. And he want to get into the thugging shit and hanging out with black people and dressing the part and all this. I get it, because there's many people that do that shit. You know, you want to be black, but you don't want to be black. Cut it out. If you was black, you would be like, no, You know what? And if you was black and they turned you white, you'd be like, you want to be black again? No, I'm good. But he want to kick it. But you ain't got a lie to kick it. See, Lionel Umar is wrong. Even if he's trolling, it's wrong. Because there are going to be people who are going to see this shit and they're going to run with it. And they're going to be talking all this shit about Umar and lying on Umar. And that it's just not the right thing to do. I'm not going to do that shit. Umar's done that shit with me, but two wrongs don't make a right. It's called integrity. See? But you got a white boy who grew up in extreme privilege. Mama and daddy got millions of dollars, crazy money. But he want to kick it. See? No, it's not right. And what he said about Umar is untrue. Umar did not bunny hop with Malcolm's mama. And all of this story that Malcolm tells is one big lie. See? I have a sense that he's watched some of these videos, and because he's watched some of my videos, he's put together this false narrative, and that's what he's done. And he put it together. There are people who believe this shit. No, it's not true. Okay. To close out, I want to play the original video, and just to see, you guys can see this, and you'll be able to pinpoint now based upon what I've shown. There's more I can show you. We're going to close it out right here. You guys can see for yourself the discrepancies and how none of this makes sense. Okay, there are elements that say, okay, well, I can see Umar doing that. I can see Umar doing this and that, etc. But if you look at this rationally, you look at the timeline, like I showed at the beginning, we're almost done. Give me 4 more minutes. If you look at the timeline and you're very clear about it, you'll realize that this is a bunch of bullshit and this guy's lying on Umar. That's not right. Okay. Let me play this one last time. I want to thank everyone for tuning on in. Everyone inside the Cookie Crush chat. I hope I got through all of the super chats too. I appreciate all the support today. Shout out to the mods. Let me play this one last time. I'm just going to let it play straight through. It's about 4 minutes and then we're going to be up out of here. Okay. Cookie Crush chat is undefeated. Here we go.
What if I were to tell you that Dr. Umar is my father? I repeat, Dr. Umar is my father. So story time. So boom, here's what happened. In 1997, my mom was interning for a psychology professor at Hahnemann University, and Dr. Umar, who I know is Jermaine, or Dad, of course, was one of her students. So from what my mom told me, Dr. Umar had just been kicked out of, what was it, Milford University, yeah, because financial aid was no longer covering him, and apparently he was flunking his classes there, so he went to Hahnemann University to pursue his career instead. So at the time, my mom had dreams of opening her own psychology firm because she's always been into social work and stuff like that, and she actually felt bad for him and helped him pass his grades by giving him the answers to tests and shit like that. So they both fell in love with each other from what I know, and they started to hit it off, and apparently at the time she was living about a 7-minute drive from campus. So one of the nights he came over actually for his weekly cheat sheets is when I was created, and that's all my mom pretty much told me. So my mom announced she was pregnant to him, but here's the plot twist, right? As soon as she announced she was pregnant, he announced he was going back to Milford. He used her pretty much to pull his grades up to go to Milford University while she was actually in love with him. But anyway, when he found out she was pregnant, he became really angry. He told her she was pretty much ruining his life and was tried to make her get an abortion and stuff like that. And he became very defensive over.
You know what? We're going to give Umar another point just because it's a white boy lying on him. Okay. I don't mean to be like that. Yeah. Okay. So 10 to 50, but we're going to go to 10. We're going to give Umar an extra point because that's some bullshit. See? Now, if it was a brother lying on him, I wouldn't give him an extra point. I don't mean to be like that, but is that fair? I mean, come on now. Come on. Just because it's a white boy, we're going to give Umar an extra point. Yeah.
For the whole thing. So my mom, on the other hand, was a little older than him at the time, and she was lower middle class, but she was cool to have a baby, you know, because it was more of a tradition in our family. So Dr. Umar, who they called Maine at the time, I'm guessing because his name is Jermaine, not Dr. Umar, wasn't having that. So he disappeared. She tried to reach out many times since then. All she knew pretty much, because he used to tell her, is that he was from North Philly. So after that, like a few years passed by, and she'd moved back in with my grandparents in Delaware. This is around 05, 06. I was 6 or 7 at the time. So anyway,
anyway, let me let it go.
She went back to her.
They state senators and shit. The great grandparents, they creating law firms and shit. They come from money, big time money.
Professor who she was interning for, the one who she was with Dr. Umar with at the time, at Hahnemann,
sure did,
who never knew
That's some
about me
bullshit.
and made up a whole story about how she opened her own psychology firm, asked for his contact information because she thought he'd be a good candidate to work at her firm because they were both working in psychology together. So
Shout out to James
she
for
contacted
sending me
his
this
landline
bullshit.
and she was able
Shout out to James. Y'all thank James for sending me this bullshit because I wouldn't even have known. He sent it to me
to
yesterday.
reach my grandma, and my grandma gave her the address. So my mom then actually got me braids. And if you don't believe me, you could watch to the end and actually see me during that day. And when we pulled up on him,
Braids.
he was pissed the fuck off. He was standing with this woman. She was about
He gonna say 5'5". Y'all give me 5 minutes, be up out of here.
when we pulled up on him, he was pissed the fuck off. He was standing with this woman. She was about 5'5", caramel complexion, in a red dress. They both cursed us out as soon as we got out of the car, talking about the next time we went to North Philly, she was going to have her ass whooped. And he actually said something mad funny. He said, "You and that Pop-Tart stay the fuck from around North Philly." He called my mom a devil and said she wasn't the earth of his soil to bear his seeds. Like, what the fuck? How could she possibly be the mother of his child when she's not the earth of his soil that's supposedly bearing his seeds? Whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean, right? We never saw
I gotta read this shit, y'all. It'd be funny if his son's camera turned around and his apartment is dirty, living in squalor like Umar. Oh my God. What if he flipped his phone on accident right here and it was the same situation, the exact same apartment and shit where Umar was living, where he flipped that phone? Yeah, it's funny, but it's wrong. You know what I'm saying? That this guy lied on Umar like that. Boy, that'd be crazy if he flipped the phone and it was filth like that, but it'd be the same filter from Umar. Okay.
him again. And I'm pretty much, I'm 27 years old. You heard my birthday just passed, and my pops hasn't reached out to me. He hasn't contacted me, nothing. Like, on God, come to Delaware,
On
or I can
God.
come to where you at, so I can
You see
take
what
a
I'm saying with this bullshit? I don't like it. On God, because that's what the homies used to say back in the day. I probably said it a couple of times too myself. Or on the dead homies, we would say shit like that. I didn't say it that much, every once in a while, but I have friends that on God, you know, this guy grew up in affluence. Talk about on God. I tell you.
God, come to Delaware, or I can come to when my pops hasn't reached out to me. He hasn't
That's what he
contacted
said.
me, nothing. Like, on God, come to Delaware, or I
That's
can
some
come to where
bullshit.
you at, so I could take a DNA test and we could settle this whole shit. And maybe take me to the Gucci store and show me some loafs or something.
Here we go. Take him to the Gucci store. Yeah, you probably know about the Gucci because that's, you know. All right. All right, that's it. Thank you all so much for tuning on in. Straight real talk. This guy lying on Umar. Umar's not the pappy. Umar's not the daddy. Shout out to Mari Povich. But he's sure to get on here and lie on Umar. Like I said, to close out, I don't lie on the guy. Okay. And I go based upon the research. I go based upon the facts. I got my timeline in order, although there are things that line up with the timeline, but there's so much other bullshit in here. And that's not Umar Johnson's son. And Malcolm is not Umar Johnson's son. Umar Johnson wasn't dealing with Malcolm's mama. Malcolm's mama graduated from a whole other colleges and it was affluent. And you were talking about uber rich people. We ain't talking about lower middle class like he's trying to spin this story and this narrative. They weren't living in Delaware. All this is a bunch of bullshit. Okay. At the end of the day, you guys know I'm Umar's biggest critic, but right is right and wrong is wrong. And what Malcolm is attempting to do here is wrong. But I go based upon the facts, the receipts, and the research. And I only spent maybe an hour looking into this, getting Malcolm's name, getting his government name as it were, doing further research to find who his parents are. I could go and find his grandparents, his great grandparents, and I can give you all that information if I wanted to take the time to do that, but it's not necessary. Okay. I put together enough of the research in a short period of time to prove my case. And ultimately, I've proven that Umar Johnson was not bunny hopping when he was at Heinemann University with Malcolm's mama. It didn't happen. Okay. So, and it's wrong. At the end of the day, right is right and wrong is wrong. And people lying on Umar is wrong. Anyone who takes what Malcolm is saying and tries to spin the narrative that is true, you're wrong for that shit too. Okay. So at the end of the day, it's about integrity. Okay. We go based upon the facts, the research, and the receipts. And that's what I've done here today. I've proven my case here in the Cookie Crush chat courtroom. Shout out to the Cookie Crush chat. Thank you everyone for tuning on in. This was an epic show, instant classic. We broke the record for likes today for a regular live stream. I want to thank everyone for tuning on in. I want to thank the moms for handling business. Also, shout out to everyone who sent in super chats. If you send in cash apps or PayPal, I want to thank you guys for that as well. Thanks to everyone who voted. The final tally for this vote, we redid the vote here. Do you believe that Malcolm is Umar Johnson's son? 37% said yes. 63% said no. Initially, when we put this up, 55% said no, and 44% said yes. I expected those numbers to change. And based upon the whole live stream, if we did another poll tomorrow, based upon everyone who's seen this number is going to go way down. The yes is going to go way down because I've already proven without a shadow of a doubt that this guy's lying on Umar, which is not right. Okay. All right. Thank you all so much for tuning on in. I hope you all enjoyed the show. If you haven't hit the like button and you enjoyed the show, please go on ahead and hit that like button. And thank you, East B. Yeah, it's been a classic. Okay. Thank you guys so much. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. And thanks everyone again for the support, super chats and all that stuff. I really do appreciate it. Thanks to the moms for handling the business. And as we always do.
Oh my gosh, so you're fancy, huh?
Yeah, black community activist. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
Well, good for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, East B. Appreciate you.
In the winter lights, so she's my sweet dust of cream. Tuck to my nose, this lover's got is so raw. Make your goose stepping out of control.
Yeah, it was, Will. Shout out to Will. Thank you so much. Thank you for tuning on in. I can't even hear. Thanks to Free Wife Network. Hey, Drea. Shout out to Drea. One of the OGs. East Beach. This for you. Thank y'all for tuning on in. Sun Kiss Miss Casey. Have a good night. Please, y'all enjoy your evening. The rest of you get some tickets to AC. Laura. Thanks, IQ. What was the final tally? If you don't mind, I'll read that out before we close out. Appreciate you, IQ. Don't do that. You guys, boy. Thanks, Happy Mess. Golden Child. Snowbunny. How's it going, Crystal? Thanks for tuning on in. How much is CGI? It depends. It depends. Marcia. That's wild. Thanks, June Billy. Dr. Sadie Jr. Salute. Yeah, ain't no telling what's going on. Yeah, I'm saying. Talk to Derek. Nikki.
Crush.
Yeah, that's crazy. Self-made. I've been. What is the next shoe? Oh. Okay, here's the final tally. Thanks, Ray. Shout out to Information Man. Appreciate you, bro. Am's in the building too. Thank you so much. Thanks, James, for sending this bullshit. Yeah, I got you, M and J. Good night, Orlando. Texas Diva. How you been? I appreciate you. Yeah, Cookie Crush chat definitely undefeated. Thank y'all again for tuning on in. I hope y'all enjoyed the show. The final tally, and thanks to Ike too. Malcolm 10, Umar Johnson 16. All right. Hope y'all enjoyed the show. Appreciate you all. I'll be live streaming again soon. Okay, I'm not quite sure when. I'm working on this next segment for the documentary for you members. Thanks and shout out to all the members too. I appreciate y'all's support. Thank you guys so much. We broke records today. Okay. Cookie Crush chat is undefeated. Okay. I love y'all. Talk to y'all soon. Take care. Peace.